The boy stood next to a huge magical circle. He sighed heavily, thinking about the fact that 3 months had already passed. Since he saved another world, everything had changed, but today the moment had come to return home. When the boy stepped onto the magical circle, he glanced farewell at Japan. He exclaimed with excitement, inviting the amazing world to accept him. The boy stood in the middle of a wide field, spreading his arms to the sides. His thoughts revolved around what he was capable of. Clenching his fist, he felt a familiar irritation. He was in this place again. But when the boy opened his palm, a fiery flame suddenly flared on it. 4 years ago, he was called to Andalusia for only one purpose: to defeat the Demon King. When the task was completed, he was forcibly sent back to Earth. But after 3 months, he returned to that world again, now possessing the power he gained as a hero. He raised his hands and a strong path grew from beneath the ground. He pondered what to do next. At that moment, several people tried to escape, but suddenly something invisible grabbed their legs. They were surprised that this boy wanted to get exactly to the place where beautiful girls would be around him. After all, Iluja is a fairy tale world where you can find everything you want. In this world live dwarves, demonesses, beast girls, elves, and many other magical girls. They all gathered together right here, and all this became possible thanks to the hero's power. For 3 years, he had been persistently fighting precisely for this. The only thing that made the boy return here again and again was his dream. He came to this magical world, where swords and magic reign, only to one day become a true hero. An old man shouted to the boy that he truly had considerable power in him, since even in despair, he managed to defeat so many mercenaries. The boy awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and said that he was fine. He just happened to be there at the exact time when it was needed. The man admitted that last year he avoided this road because he was afraid of bandits. However, reality was much more dangerous than he could imagine. It was then that the boy saved him at the most difficult moment. The boy smiled in response, agreeing with the man. Then he dared to ask whether he should continue along this road and whether it really led to Andalusia. Hearing this question, the man was momentarily surprised and looked at the boy. He awkwardly smiled and looked a little uncomfortable. The man said that this road only leads to the city of Vej. The boy sat silently, smiling as he remembered how in Japan people sometimes ask how to get to Tokyo. He felt embarrassed for asking such a simple and obvious question. After that, he sat silently in the carriage, thoughtfully considering that the kingdom of Milas and the city of Vej were completely unknown places to him, which he had only recently heard about. Eventually, they reached the city of Vej. There the boy was summoned to the capital and then immediately sent to the demon continent, a place from which no one returns. The royal family used him for their purposes and then returned to the island. The boy decided that maybe it was even better that he was now far from them. The man called out to his savior Amya and announced that they had reached the Adventurers Guild. He bowed low, thanked the boy for his help, and hurried to go further. Amya cheerfully waved back at him, wishing him a safe journey. After that, the boy entered the guild, where a friendly girl behind the counter greeted him. She laid out several papers on the table and told Amaji that it was time for his registration. Smiling, the girl politely suggested that in Namorfini, he allow her to handle everything herself. The boy began to show affection. He smiled broadly and suggested the girl call him simply Haruto. Etna looked at him in surprise, took a step back, and hesitantly repeated his name. She shyly smiled and accepted his offer. Then the boy added that he still needed to complete the guild registration. The young man already imagined himself sitting on the lap of this charming girl. She sighed quietly, as if hinting that he had done well with his task, and now it was time for something interesting. Haruto thought that would be wonderful. When Etna handed him a questionnaire to fill out, the boy's cheeks flushed. The girl smiled and asked if he could read and write. Haruto was a little confused and admitted that he was not very experienced yet. Etna took a pen, smiled, said she understood everything, and promised to help with the paperwork. Then, looking at Haruto with interest, she asked if he really wanted to become an adventurer. Haruto immediately answered confidently that this was exactly what he dreamed of. The girl wrote something on a sheet of paper and said that he definitely had to learn to read and write. After that, she asked where he was from. He just smiled, as all this seemed unattainable to him. Haruto shared that his native village was very calm and quiet. After this story, she asked the last question, wanting to know what requests he would like to make. The boy pondered Etna's words, as she clarified that there are many different types, and she needed to know which ones he liked. Haruto thought for a moment because this question required a serious approach, and he couldn't decide whether to learn on his own or find someone who already reads and writes well. The young man immediately frankly said that he likes a job where he has to hunt demons and protect merchants. Hearing these words, Etna smiled gently and noted that the boy had already wonderfully demonstrated his talents in this situation. Haruto barely restrained himself from emotion when he thought about how sweet she was, but suddenly the girl reminded him that it was time to leave a fingerprint on the documents she had prepared so diligently. The boy carefully examined the papers and was a bit nervous. He hesitated whether to put his signature next to his name, and Etna's handwriting seemed completely incomprehensible to him. When the boy placed his fingerprint, the girl smiled kindly and said that the registration was already complete. She explained that they were now preparing Haruto's guild card, so they needed to wait a little. The boy looked out the window and noticed the sun slowly dipping toward the horizon. He knew it was time to find a place to spend the night, but at that moment, Etna turned to him with a request. Suddenly his face flushed with a blush. He realized that, having become engrossed in the conversation about finding a place to spend the night, he had not noticed how quickly time had passed, and now there was none left. He presented Etna in a rather seductive image and wondered if she would feel guilty before him, and then, maybe, even invite him to stay overnight to apologize. Suddenly Haruto came to his senses and returned to reality. He barely smiled, thinking that his dreams were unlikely to come true. Shyly scratching the back of his head, the boy asked in surprise why he was being asked such a strange question. Etna announced that soon a hero would arrive from the capital, so they needed to quickly free the southern gate from demons. Hearing these words, Haruto froze for a moment, unable to move. The boy could not understand whether such a thing could really happen and whether the same hero was truly standing before him. At that moment, Etna smiled and said that the note mentioned the appearance of goblins in these places. Suddenly the boy fell silent, exclaimed, and asked if that hero ever really existed. In response, the girl simply smiled and asked if he really knew nothing about it. She said that recently they found a person who can wield the sacred sword, and soon everyone was informed about it. When Haruto heard this news, his face turned pale. He could not imagine what the true wielder of the sacred sword should be like, because his own experience was completely different. Anxiety overwhelmed him, and drops of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. His hands trembled, he leaned forward slightly, and asked if the world really needed another hero. The boy reminded him that the Lord of Demons had died long ago. Etna was genuinely surprised, and admitted that she had never even heard of such a thing before. She asked if he was really killed. Haruto flinched slightly, and honestly admitted that he was not sure about his words. These were only rumors he had recently heard from local children. Etna asked if the boy was sure about such news, since the death of the Demon King should have caused a lot of noise. Haruto smiled awkwardly, admitting that he might have confused something. The conversation shifted to the task of exterminating demons, but suddenly he froze and pondered, what does all this mean, and why are there actually several demon kings? Haruto pondered, if every people had such a warrior, it could turn everything into a real danger. Etna just smiled and added that they had finished with that. Seeing that Haruto's face had become serious, she asked if everything was all right. Haruto stopped and calmly replied that goblins had appeared near the road, and he needed to deal with this problem. Suddenly Haruto noticed something so strange that he was stunned with surprise. He quickly turned away, hiding behind the map, then sharply turned to Na and asked if she was familiar with the name Iluja. The girl looked at him in surprise, then apologized and admitted that she was hearing about it for the first time. Haruto's face changed sharply. He turned pale, looked at the world map, and realized that it did not resemble the map of Andalusia at all. He felt panic wash over him. Could this really be Andalusia? Etna tentatively suggested that maybe there was simply a mistake on the map. By the end of the day, Haruto remembered that he needed to be at the guild at 8 in the morning tomorrow. From Etna, he learned where to find the nearest inns and weapon shops. When he lay down in bed, he thought. Not long ago, it seemed to him that Andalusia was a little-known place, but now everything looked as if he had entered a completely different world. He turned to the other side, not quite understanding why he felt anxious. Although he could not read, he still remembered that in Andalusia they write differently. Remembering Etna's handwriting, he thought that she wrote quite well. Going to sleep, he sincerely hoped that she would be able to forgive him for what had happened. The night passed so quickly that Haruto did not even notice it. Suddenly, the alarm on the phone rang. He yawned, turned it off, and with surprise realized that morning had come. He dreamed of waking up and finding himself between two beautiful girls. Such an imagination made his cheeks blush a little. Haruto left the room and saw that another man was already waiting for him. Noticing that he was not asleep, he asked if he had rested well. The man smiled and admitted that for the first time in a long time he had slept soundly. He did not hide his satisfaction and noted that Ka would also be glad of this news. Meanwhile, Haruto broke off a small piece of bread and thoughtfully said that he had felt truly cozy on the soft bed. He thanked the host for the delicious meal, then asked to pack all the leftovers in a box to take with him. The man agreed with a smile and wished him success in his new job. Gerudo went outside, mentally returning to last night's stay at the inn. Together with dinner, the night cost him 4,000 koalas, and for the short sword he paid a full 30,000. There was no need to hurry, so he arrived at the place before 7:30. He entered the room, radiating confidence in himself and his own attractiveness. 10 minutes had passed since the appointed time, and no one was there yet. Suddenly, when Haruto was thinking about how much he wished Etna felt something more for him, an unfamiliar man entered the room. He stopped, sighed deeply, as if gathering strength to announce something important. After that, she cheerfully greeted everyone and said that today she also hoped for their support. Etna entered the room in surprise and greeted Sharon. She noticed that there was no need to shout so loudly. After that, already a bit irritated, Etna apologized. Her heart beat strongly from what she saw. Sharon happily noted that greetings in the morning should be lively and with a smile. She shared that her grandmother had taught her this since childhood. Haruto looked at them and recalled that only yesterday he had heard about the companion girl. He blushed slightly, realizing how tired he was of loneliness. Etna stopped to make a small clarification and introduced Sharon to Amaji Haruto. She shared that he, like Sharon, had recently joined the ranks of adventurers. Haruto had recently single-handedly defeated 15 bandits and also possessed magic. Sharon was delighted when she heard that he had defeated as many as 15 bandits. She exclaimed joyfully that it was really cool and was even more surprised to learn that he was also a mage. Her admiration was so strong that she did not even try to hide it. Over time, Etna introduced Sharon to that boy. She noted that Sharon had only recently become an adventurer and was still doing simple tasks in the city. Etna did not want to leave her alone, but thought that if they went together, everything should go well. Haruto was a little surprised when he learned that Sharon, like him, was also seeking adventures. To him, it did not seem like a typically female thing, but soon he stopped being surprised. Haruto said his name and kindly said he was glad to meet her. Sharon introduced herself by name, greeted kindly, and bowed politely. From her sincere smile, the man thought she radiated cheerfulness like a child. The guys took a compass and a map, on which the search area was already marked. Now they only had to go around this area and get rid of the goblins. He hid the map. Since this area was very close to the city, it was unlikely to encounter a truly strong opponent here. He approached Sharon and asked if it was time to set off. Then he asked her to call him simply by his name, since they were the same age and formalities were unnecessary here. He also reminded Sharon that since she had no combat experience, it was better to listen to his advice. The girl immediately made it clear that she had remembered everything well and understood his words. In response, Haruto just smiled. They set off on a journey together. Along the way, they encountered goblins who had various weapons and unexpectedly jumped out from the bushes. Sharon was a little nervous. She rushed forward with a short blade in her hand. Closing her eyes, the girl dared to strike. After the attack, she fell to the ground, barely catching her breath, but was glad that the danger had passed. Haruto looked at her and said that for the first time she did very well. He handed her a handkerchief and advised her to treat the wound to avoid infection. She looked at him briefly, then sincerely took the handkerchief and thanked him. Gerudo really wanted to use healing magic, but he failed, so he suggested stopping for a moment to rest and then continue on. Sharon supported him and sincerely thanked him for his care. The girl admitted that for her Haruto still remains cool because he entered the forest full of goblins without fear and also helped her with useful advice. He smiled and said that it was completely normal. There was nothing strange about it. If she got used to it, she would handle it herself. Moreover, he emphasized that Sharon has real talent. When the girl heard these words, she froze for a moment and blushed a little. Uncertainly, she asked if it was really so. Gerudo thought that there was only a grain of truth in what was said. He reminded her that earlier Etna confidently promised they would definitely complete this mission with the goblins. Suddenly, the girl asked in surprise what exactly he was talking about. She stopped and looked at him confused. Sharon admitted that he spoke like a real hero. She had always dreamed of becoming such a hero's assistant, helping people together in various adventures, and one day even defeating the Demon King. Haruto silently watched her and listened carefully to everything she said. She shared a memory of her grandmother, who often taught, "If you can help another, always help." Gerudo pondered what it means to be a true hero. He thought that a true hero does not need an assistant. It seemed strange to him why helping a hero is considered a special matter. But then Gerudo smiled and told Sharon that he understood her words. He wondered if he had ever met people with the same thoughts on his way. At that moment, Sharon stood up, cheerfully said she was ready to go, and they set off together. Suddenly, they were shaken by a powerful blow that seemed to come from nowhere. She looked around in surprise, trying to understand what exactly caused everything that is happening. Behind them unfolded a magnificent panorama. Before their eyes appeared something incredibly vast and captivating. Haruto could not understand why this monster appeared exactly in this place. Earlier, he had not felt its approach at all, as if it suddenly emerged from beneath the ground right in front of him. The monster roared loudly, and Haruto instantly realized that the situation was becoming dangerous. Without hesitation, he grabbed Sharon by her clothes and sharply threw her back to protect her from the attack. The monster gathered all its strength and delivered a powerful blow to Haruto. The boy slid on the ground and fell painfully. His hands burned badly, but fortunately it seemed nothing was broken. When he looked at Sharon, fear gripped him. If she had received such a blow, she probably wouldn't have endured it. He asked a little louder if she was okay. The girl was so frightened that she could not utter a word. Tears of fear glistened in her eyes as she asked what kind of creature had suddenly appeared behind her. The monster was creeping closer and closer. Her body seemed frozen with fear, and she could not even move. He exclaimed anxiously to the girl, begging her to at least try to get up a little or do something, but suddenly noticed something completely unusual in front of him. Sharon stood with wet feet, pressing against her backpack, while the surprised boy tried to understand if all this was really happening. The monster instantly lunged toward them, but Sharon managed to warn the boy. He sharply turned around and was able to react lightning fast to the attack. The monster recoiled backward. Haruto decisively turned to Sharon and ordered her to step back immediately. She hesitated, reluctant because she was afraid to leave him alone. He confidently said that he was keeping the situation under control and could defeat this monster himself, adding that her help would only get in the way. His words sounded convincing, so the girl calmly stepped back. Learning this news, Haruto sincerely rejoiced and felt that the moment had finally come to settle all matters once and for all. He stepped forward and raised his hand, filling it with magical energy. Suddenly, thick vines grew under the monster's feet. Haruto used the magic of earth captivity. The monster, forcibly thrown inside, roared so loudly that the ground shook. Desperately trying to escape, it gathered all its strength and finally broke free, tearing the chains to pieces. But at that very moment, he was not ready for the unexpected strike from Haruto. Haruto attacked swiftly and skillfully, breaking through the monster. He too stood on the ground when the monster roared so loudly again that the earth beneath him trembled. He ran his hand along the blade of his sword and wondered how strong this weapon was and whether it could help him in this fight. But this method also had its downsides. He rushed forward again and skillfully cut through the monster's body with his sword. The hero clearly understood that it was at such moments that his true power was revealed. He moved so fast that the blows rained one after another. Watching this was a real thrill. Haruto sighed heavily and was almost about to leave, thinking that the story had ended there. But just as he turned around, something unexpected made him stop. He saw a small but very bright flash behind the monster, which quickly flew towards the creature. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed around, and immediately a thunderous explosion sounded. Haruto didn't have time to understand anything. He only instinctively covered his face with his hand. He noticed how the black, knight-like body of the monster fell to the ground. The boy was not entirely sure, but he understood. Such explosions often occur from energy spheres. Just as this magic caught him by surprise, suddenly someone jumped out of the bushes and anxiously asked if he was okay. He was a slender and attractive young man. The boy said that he felt a strong surge of magical power and immediately came to find out what had happened here. Seeing the boy, Gardo immediately noticed that he was very handsome, and he did not like it at all. He felt that he had done all the hard work himself, and this handsome stranger only came at the end and finished off the monster. Gardo pretended that he had been saved and curiously asked the boy who he was. The boy noticed that his words sounded somewhat harsh. After that, he named his name Leon van Lavel. Emoji Haruto responded with a smile and named his name, while Sharon cautiously approached a little closer. Haruto said that now everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Leon asked if she was okay. The girl answered uncertainly, introducing herself with her name. Haruto looked at the girl again and saw that her legs were wet. His cheeks immediately turned red, and he quickly looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment. Suddenly, another person appeared from the bushes. She approached Leon and asked if he was okay. The boy addressed Unicram and assured him that now everything was fine. The danger was already behind. The handsome man in shining armor looked at Leon and asked why he was in such a hurry, reminding him that he had already warned against reckless actions. Meanwhile, Haruto could not hide his surprise at the appearance of another attractive boy. Unicram carefully looked at the monster and asked if that was all they were here for. Leon nodded and said that he felt a strong surge of magical energy. He asked Unicram if he had noticed anything similar. Unicrum assured that he felt nothing because they were far away, 3 kilometers away. After that, he praised Leon, adding that this was to be expected from him. The boy introduced Sharon to his friend Haruto, and then suggested they go to the city together to be sure of their safety. Leon approached Sharon and said that their friends were already waiting for them on the forest path. He asked if they would go together. Haruto approached the girl and quietly asked if Leon was not being too intrusive because they still had unfinished business. But suddenly, the boy loudly declared that staying here was dangerous. The monster could appear again, so they should return to the city as soon as possible. Unicream stopped his friend and said that Leon could cause even more problems. The friend was silent for a few seconds, then still admitted it and apologized. Leon assured that they would have another chance to talk. In response, Haruto said that he and Leon came from tours and work as adventurers, and now they have to report to the guild. After these words, both said goodbye and went about their business. Haruto blushed and, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked Sharon if she happened to have spare clothes. The girl also blushed with shame. She hesitantly admitted that she had nothing to change into. He silently nodded, indicating that he understood her situation. Then he took a small handkerchief, wet it with water, and filled it with magical energy. He handed Sharon a towel and asked her to dry off. The girl was genuinely surprised. Could magic really come to him so easily? With curiosity, she asked if she could also learn to cast spells without words if she practiced a lot. Genuine admiration sounded in her voice. Gerudo nodded, looked away, and reminded her once again to dry off. She agreed, only asking the boy to turn away and not look. He left the room. Sharon lifted her skirt and carefully wiped herself. Gerudo stayed by her side but turned his head away so as not to disturb her or put her in an awkward position. He heard everything down to the smallest details, but he could do nothing anymore. She apologized for the delay and sincerely thanked him for the support. He agreed in response, but joked that he would not want to return to the city in such a state because people might misinterpret them. She blushed with shame and hurried to explain that it was all because of the goblins, but the boy only smiled warmly and said he meant something completely different. She began scolding him, but when the boy remembered his mistakes, the girl said something that sounded almost like a compliment. Sharon paused for a second and asked herself who this goblin really was. Haruto could not even imagine such a thing, as he encountered something like this for the first time. Usually, for a monster to become so large, years of hard work are needed. But for it to grow in a matter of moments, he had never heard of such a thing before. The boy knew well that necromancers could fill bones with magical energy. This is how they create puppets for themselves, which return to life in the form of the undead. He looked closely at the monster's body and was very surprised, as he found that it completely lacked ears. His face paled when he looked at the dead goblins. Each of them still had ears on their heads. Haruto pondered, trying to understand what this could mean. Sharon asked if everything was okay, because they needed to hurry back. He assured her that everything was fine and said that he was already heading to her. In the city, Sharon asked if they planned to report this to the guild. The boy answered affirmatively, and the girl immediately became worried. Then Gerudo calmed her down, assuring her that he would not tell anything unnecessary, so there was no reason to worry. She smiled and sincerely thanked him. She said that he had always been very kind. Later, Etna looked once again carefully at their report. Haruto noticed that the main difficulty was that no one understood why this creature appeared. Etna supported him and said that together with the guild, they would definitely be able to find out where that goblin came from. She said that their task could already be considered completed and praised him for his efforts. Haruto was surprised and noted that they had only just begun researching this area. She smiled and said that the hero had already arrived, so their mission could be considered finished. She also reminded them to pay the full promised reward. Gerudo became uneasy when he imagined the arrival of a true hero. After all, this world was completely different, and now he no longer knew how to realize his dream. Today, Sharon asked the boy to teach her how to fight. She sincerely tried, exerting effort and practicing punches. But Haruto turned out to be more persistent. He lightly touched her thigh and quietly noted that she had already opened up. Sharon's face flushed with a blush at his words. But instead of money, he received a completely different reward. He was allowed to touch her. When he touched her again, he realized that this was the most precious thing for him. He hugged her leg. She fell to the ground and confessed that she had never hit the target, even once. Haruto was satisfied. When she said he was bad, he just shrugged. That's how he was made, and he couldn't change it. She once confessed that one day she would gladly slap him. Haruto turned to her and asked if she remembered what day it was today, because today the hero was supposed to return home. She jumped for joy and immediately agreed. The city was preparing for a big celebration. After that, Gerudo asked if she had any plans after training. Sharon replied that she planned to return to the guild and check out the fresh quests. At the same time, she suggested that Gerudo go with her. Haruto thought for a moment, then said uncertainly that he had to return to the hotel. She smiled, waved at him, and promised that they would see each other again. Haruto thoughtfully pondered her words. Seeing that it was not so important, he went to the guild to talk with Etna, but when he turned into a narrow alley, the boy was momentarily confused and a little surprised. On the floor lay a girl, whispering softly in her sleep that she no longer wanted to eat. He stood shocked and could not determine whether it was just a loss of consciousness due to overeating, and the girl, unable to bear the tension, repeatedly said that she could not endure it anymore. Haruto himself could not say how old she was. She was very open in communication, and this confused Haruto. He even involuntarily blushed. Lying in the alley with open underwear clearly won't help this girl. The boy couldn't stay aside and approached her. He carefully tried to wake her up, asked if she was okay, and advised that even if she had overeaten, it was better to rest at home. The girl slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and looked at the boy. She asked who owns this thing. The girl answered in such a way that it even surprised Haruto. Her words were so unexpected that he paused for a moment, wondering if she was really a child or perhaps a clever old woman who just seemed small. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes wide and looked intently at the boy. Haruto quickly explained that he was just passing by. Verl asked the girl if they had met before. She only quietly shook her head and replied that even if they had, it did not matter. He found it hard to understand her behavior, as she acted very unusually. Apologizing for the impropriety, the girl asked Verl to share some story with her. The girl asked if the hero was really supposed to arrive in the city today. Haruto was momentarily confused, but answered affirmatively. The whole city is currently anxiously awaiting this very event. Hearing this, the girl laughed and added that she herself would also like to see this hero. She thanked him and smiling, quickly moved on, nodding goodbye. He remained standing, thoughtfully watching her go, and thought that although she was a bit strange, she was extremely sweet. Later on Gerudo Street, he turned to Sharon and asked what had happened to her. The girl in the beautiful dress sincerely said that Etna had helped her choose this outfit. He noted that the dress suits her very well. The girl smiled and admitted that she had never worn a dress before, so she was not sure if it suited her. However, she sincerely thanked him for the compliment. Gerudo looked at her and thought that she was very sweet. He wanted to find out if she would allow him to take her hand. He was already about to make his move, but suddenly she moved and pointed her hand in a certain direction. They went there together. Suddenly he stopped her, and she immediately froze in place. A cart passed by on the road, on which 4 people were standing. They waved their hands friendly to everyone they met and smiled sincerely. Sharon said with admiration that Leon is a true hero, and Haruto was upset because now he is late. Suddenly the boy stopped, remembering that in the past, when he was a hero, there were only 2 in his team, an old man and a beastman. He felt strange and offended why everything was so unfair. At that moment, one of the men suddenly stepped forward and tried to roughly break through the boys. Sharon nestled close to the boy and unexpectedly sighed quietly in surprise. Haruto blushed and thought that this was the very moment to take her hand. He had almost touched her palm when suddenly loud laughter was heard. A girl stepped forward from the crowd and asked who was going to become a hero. Haruto recognized her as the same girl he had met earlier in the alley. She fearlessly approached the carriage, loudly announced her name, Lori von Steinhardt, and declared that she was a devuless. When Haruto heard these words, he could not believe his ears. The old woman turned out to be a demon and could even fly. Sharon immediately asked the boy if it was really true. Laurier, however, did not understand why he was so surprised. Where have their cries of fear gone? It seems they are simply confused, she thought, and could not hold back laughter. Leon called himself a hero and asked the demoness why she had come to him. She was surprised by such a direct conversation and was momentarily confused, after which she grew sullen. At first everything looked unclear. The girl raised her hand and loudly declared her challenge to the hero for a duel. Leon stepped out of the carriage, slightly confused by the unexpected proposal. He noted that the city would not prepare for battle. The surrounding area was not quite suitable for this, but there was a better spot to the east. Leon asked what Lori thought, and she agreed with him. Sharon asked Haruto if he was going to leave, then she herself suggested going with him. The boy agreed, but noted that Sharon was wearing a dress and had no weapons with her, which surprised the girl a little, but she immediately understood why he said that. Later, Leon stepped onto the platform where Lori was already waiting for him. Gerudo watched the duel closely. The girl smiled at Leon and suggested starting the fight. She asked if everyone was ready and if they would attack together. Leon raised his sword and loudly declared that he challenges his opponent to a true honest duel. Leon said that he would fight alone from now on. Unicrame looked at his friend and said that he was always ready to help if needed. Leon only nodded in response, confirming that he knew about it. Laurier praised Leon for his attitude and advised him not to be shy to ask for help when something serious or dangerous happens. Leon loudly shouted the name of the demon girl and confidently announced that he is the hero of the sacred sword, Leon van Level, and is ready to fight. In response, Laurier only smiled slyly. They quickly clashed in battle, shouting that this fight would be decisive, here either victory or the end for one of them. The girl clenched her fist and appealed to the mighty power that ruled over the whole world. She calmly commanded this power to protect her, and instantly a strong protective shield appeared around her. The hero's sword only touched the boy, but immediately flew back. This so impressed him that he froze in place. Haruto and Sharon also could not believe their eyes. Laurier had created a powerful protective barrier. Meanwhile, Leon was already on the ground. After that, he jumped forward again and tried to strike Laurier, but she quickly reacted and created a shield around herself. Thanks to this, Laurier remained whole and unharmed. Haruto wondered how skillful she really was in battle. He became curious about what really distinguishes monsters from demons. Demons use monsters for their plans. Unlike monsters, which mostly live in packs, demons like to be alone. In appearance, demons resemble humans, while monsters look more like wild animals. The difference between demons and monsters turned out to be truly fascinating for Leon. Suddenly, he decided to use magic. Leon concentrated and summoned the power of the sacred sword to charge with energy. Laurier noticed his actions and smiled slyly. Leon commanded the magic to fill his sword with powerful force to resist the enemy. The sword shone with bright heavenly light, and Leon decisively rushed forward, heading towards Laurier. Leon thoughtfully wondered if this was the true power of the sword. When its energy stretched towards Laurier, the girl responded with a warm smile. The girl easily dodged and deflected the hero's strike. Lemon was confused and couldn't understand how it happened. Haruto pondered, as he had learned that demons are much stronger than ordinary monsters. Laurier asked ironically what had happened, as if expecting another surprise from him. Sharon looked around bewildered and quietly asked what was going on. Haruto noticed that the winner of this fight had been predetermined. Sharon anxiously asked if he was all right. Laurier said that Leon was a true hero because he always uses his power to help others. Leon did not expect to hear such words and was genuinely surprised. Laurier smiled ironically and said that she should have first defeated his friends. Leon angrily cursed, while Laurier had already disappeared. Leon suddenly turned pale, and the boy's friends were shocked when they saw that Unicram's armor was pierced and blood was dripping from his mouth. He was wounded by Laurier. Unicram suddenly fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Leon froze in surprise, not believing his own eyes. He dashed forward lightning fast and attacked Laurier. The girl instantly realized that he had become even stronger. She looked carefully at the hero's friends and said that he was still too weak. Leon angrily replied to her, unable to contain his outrage. Leon instantly rushed forward, trying to attack Laurier. He shouted angrily for her not to even think about approaching Aura and Coraline, but all his strikes were in vain. Laurier was surrounded by a powerful magical shield. She only responded with a cunning, sinister smile. When she learned the names of Leon's friends, she asked if Leon would become stronger if she healed his comrades right now. But the hero got angry, sharply ordered her to be silent, and clearly said he would not allow her to do that. Haruto closed his eyes, stunned by everything that had happened around him. He immediately understood. It was Laurier who incited Leon, and he easily fell for her trickery. Haruto could not say that he expected such a turn of events. Everything happened completely differently than he had imagined. Laurier raised her hand, calmly introduced herself, and released a strong wave that hit the hero right in the chest. He fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, and began shouting curse words. His friends immediately came closer and looked at him anxiously. Laurier sighed heavily, noticing that after all the trials the hero was very exhausted. She said that she really felt sorry to see him like that. She averted her eyes, thinking why she had hoped for something more from him at all, and at that very moment their gazes met with Laurier's gaze. Gloria smiled warmly and said that Haruto had remained the same as before since their recent meeting. Haruto smiled in response and noted that back then he had no idea about Gloria's true nature, that she was a demon. Sharon silently watched them, not understanding what they were talking about. Haruto turned to the girl and asked if it was a coincidence that they met again, or maybe fate itself had brought them together. He said that in honor of such an unexpected coincidence, it was worth each going their own way. Laurier looked at him attentively, pondered his words, and agreed that maybe there was something to it. Suddenly her eyes became distant. She smiled lightly and said that it was not yet time to stop, because she wanted to find out what the hero was really capable of. At that very moment, she suddenly jumped up and rushed at Gerudo, trying to attack, but he reacted instantly, raised his defense and blocked her strike. Laurier could not believe her eyes. It genuinely stunned her. Gerudo sharply turned to Sharon, loudly shouting at her to run away immediately. After that, he pushed Laurier away from himself with a swing of his sword. As soon as the demon stepped on the ground again, he turned to Laurier. She immediately noticed that the guy was indeed very skillful. Laurier said without hesitation that he was even more powerful than the hero himself. Haruto realized that he had to defeat this demoness, even if it would be difficult alone. He could not afford to lose. She loudly mocked him right in front of him, while Haruto tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and took a deep breath, preparing for the decisive battle. Garurudo did not waste time, immediately summoned his earth magic, and ordered the ropes to seize the girl. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, but a cheerful smile appeared on her face. The girl said that she liked his magic because it looked quite interesting. Then she lightly kicked, and all the bonds immediately shattered into pieces. Gerudo approached the girl closely. She barely managed to open her mouth to say something when his sword already flashed in the air. Laurier shrank back in surprise, immediately creating a protective shield, but Haruto did not retreat. He attacked again and again. With each of his attacks, the defense weakened, the shield covered with cracks. The girl felt panic engulfing her. In a moment, her shield shattered into fragments, and Gerudo easily broke through the defense. She fearlessly stopped his sword with her bare hand, and at that moment, her palm was covered in blood. Gerudo glanced around with mild surprise. Letting go of one hand, he quickly grabbed Laurier. The excited crowd could not believe the incredible strength of these aliens. Laurier smiled at Haruto, understanding how brave and strong he was. The boy sincerely thanked her for the support in response to her words. At that moment, he again created his bonds and suddenly grabbed Laurier. She was not ready for such a turn. She asked in surprise how this could be. When she looked back, she was even more shocked. The boy was casting spells without a single word. While the girl was talking, Haruto did not lose a second. He swiftly swung his sword and wounded Laurier. The girl stopped, and bloody splashes scattered around. Haruto watched her with cold calm. For a moment, everything froze, and Laurier's hand fell to the ground with a dull sound. It rolled a little and finally stopped. Gerudo turned around unhurriedly, looked at the severed limb, and remembered that such injuries in demons usually disappear in a few days. A whole range of emotions flashed across Laurier's face. Haruto realized that now Laurier would not be able to shoot immediately, but Laurier did not even think about retreating. She raised her only hand, preparing to cast another spell. Gerudo rushed up to her and began striking with his sword, not believing that she seriously thought he would allow her to do so. Laurier was surprised, retreating backward in confusion. Haruto did not give Laurier any respite. His strikes followed one after another. Eventually, he wounded her other arm as well. Blood splattered around. From the sharp pain, Laurier screamed loudly, but Haruto had no intention of stopping. In despair, the girl begged him to stop, but it was in vain. She waved her hand, indicating that she acknowledged defeat, and said that she could no longer continue, so he should stop. At that moment, Haruto finally decided to ease the pressure and slow down his attacks a bit. He slowly lowered his sword and addressed the girl, quietly asking if she understood that after admitting defeat, her life was in danger. The girl immediately nodded actively, confirming her agreement. Then she raised her index finger, letting the boy see that her right hand barely obeyed her, so there was no doubt about her defeat. Laurier looked at her uninjured hand and noticed that her left one was severely injured. She placed her palm on her side and asked with offense how he could be so merciless to a small and defenseless girl. Such words greatly angered Haruto, and he thought that Laurier was mocking him. She smiled broadly and assured him that everything was fine because he was strong. The girl felt that she had not enjoyed a fight like this for a long time. Haruto looked away embarrassed and said that maybe it was true, but he did not consider himself that kind of person. Keg was getting real pleasure from everything that was happening. He raised his head high and confidently, as if showing how one should behave. Then Laurier addressed him in their local dialect and asked if he really liked fighting. And she clarified if he was really as crazy as he seemed. And then Laurier could not hold back and laughed, this time loudly and genuinely, admitting her defeat in everything. Leon looked at the girl with surprise, not fully understanding what was going on. She began to say that she had long dreamed of finding someone stronger than herself. After he honestly won the duel, her feelings changed. The girl confessed that she had fallen in love with him. She coquettishly winked at Haruto and said that now she would serve him, emphasizing that he should be proud of such an opportunity. When Gerudo heard these words, at first he did not quite understand what it was about. Only when the true meaning reached him did he sigh loudly and in surprise, still not believing what had happened. The day turned out to be unusually hot and clear. Gerudo opened the door of his house, carefully carried Lori, who was still asleep, and laid her on the bed. He himself sat down on the floor tiredly, feeling completely exhausted. He glanced at her and remembered how yesterday he had to leave his bed because of her. It hurt his pride, and he decided to repay someday. A memory flashed before his eyes of how the day before the girl lost her right arm and seriously injured her left one. Now this sight no longer evoked strong feelings in him. He even admitted that part of the blame lay with him. Haruto looked at the girl carefully once again. After that, he gently touched her. Carefully touching her skin with his index finger, the boy watched her closely. Then he tenderly took her hand in his palm and softly squeezed it while she was sound asleep. At that moment, he remembered how yesterday she confessed that she loved him, and after this quarrel, he decided to openly accept her feelings with all his heart. All this happened because Lori was not just a charming beauty, but also a demon. His hands reached out to her again and again because he already imagined her as the perfect part of his future harem. Of course, Leon was not at all happy about how everything turned out, but Gerudo managed to convince them. After all, he was the one who defeated her, and they practically had no other choice. Leon sighed heavily and smiled awkwardly, admitting that he didn't even know what to say to that. Haruto looked up and thought that this was usually how a true hero reacts. Laurier smiled and said that sometimes it is even useful to feel the bitterness of defeat. After her words, Haruto gently touched her head, jokingly pretending he wanted to lightly push her. Sharon was clearly offended by what had happened. She pursed her lips and turned away from Haruto. Seeing such a reaction, the boy was pleasantly surprised. Everything looked much more interesting than he expected. At that moment, a sly smile appeared on his face, which Sharon noticed. She blushed, got confused, and decisively punched Rudo in the stomach, muttering that he misunderstood everything. Laurier noticed this blow and, enthusiastically stopping Sharon, drew everyone's attention. This girl really managed to strike Gerudo himself. Then she turned to Sharon and sincerely admitted that she was impressed by her strength as well. Sharon looked anxiously at Laurier. Before her stood a little demoness. Her hand was bloody, and a wide smile shone on her face. She extended that hand to Sharon, and this impressed the girl for cautious Sharon. Such an unexpected meeting was a real shock, as anyone could have been scared in such a situation. She shuddered a little but did not take a step back from little Laurier. Haruto realized that this demon was really still very young, and her age almost matched how she looked. He sighed heavily, recalling how at first he thought Laurier was much older, several hundred years old. Little Laurier does not remember her parents at all. All that remained in her memories was the moment when she found herself in the forest south of the city. Since then, Laurier simply lived as she could, meeting various demons and monsters on the road, with whom she always fought and invariably won. Learning about the existence of the hero, the girl immediately set off for Tours. Haruto remembered that night in the forest when, together with Sharon, he encountered a terrifying monster. He thought that this creature received its demonic power from Laurier, as if for some kind of trial. But even then, Sharon was able to defeat the monster with a single blow. Laurier was no longer interested in the monster, so he simply teleported it somewhere far away. Haruto wondered if it was the same goblin they had met before. He turned away, finally realizing that she was to blame for everything. Anger flashed in his eyes when this suspicion appeared in his thoughts, because even during their first meeting, her behavior was quite strange. He recalled how Laurier said she seemed to have seen him before. Lowering his hands, he sighed with relief, glad that this story ended well. He walked away, pondering how good it would be to uncover this secret. A smile lit up Gerudo's face. If he manages to help Lori become a bit more sensible, she will be able to live an ordinary life alongside people like him. Suddenly he heard the girl stir. When he looked at her, he saw that she was sound asleep, but had spread her legs so wide that it surprised him. Haruto was confused, a blush appeared on his cheeks, and he hastily turned away, uncertainly wondering whether to dare to try at least a little. Deep down, doubts troubled him about whether everything would turn out right. Suddenly his hands began to tremble violently. At that moment, Laurier looked him intently in the eyes and asked what he was planning. She firmly squeezed his hands, not allowing him to move even slightly. Haruto was confused and could not answer anything. Laurier recalled how he once confessed. Girls her age did not interest him at all. She said that it was he who started joking with her while she was peacefully sleeping. Smiling, the girl asked how he could do such a thing. Gerudo, a little nervous, began to apologize. She gently touched his face and reassured him that everything was fine. Lori gently hugged him and whispered that just the day before she had decided to be only his, allowing him to do with her whatever he wished. Haruto blushed and couldn't understand whether she was joking or not. All his life he had imagined a harem, but when his dream became almost real, the boy began to worry. He was not sure if he had enough courage to do what she was pushing him to. He stood on the verge of a nervous breakdown, timidly approaching Lurius. Finally, he dared to kiss the girl, but at that very moment the door of his room suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Sharon appeared at the door in a red outfit and asked the boy what they had been doing since early morning. The girl suddenly said it was time to go to training and urged Haruto not to delay. Lori asked in surprise why Sharon was so active this morning, and Haruto only sighed with a smile, as he thought she looked very cute. Sharon obediently stood before Lorei. Lorei stretched out her hand forward as if about to cast a spell. Suddenly Sharon felt her body begin to rise lightly. She unexpectedly hovered above the ground, feeling herself float in the air. Lorei did not take her eyes off her spell. All her attention was focused on the magic. Suddenly Sharon trembled from head to toe. She opened her mouth wide in amazement and did not understand what was happening because she could not believe her own eyes. She sighed deeply with surprise and asked again what was happening because it seemed to her a true miracle. She felt a special power entering her, and next to her, Ruth silently watched this extraordinary event. The boy smiled awkwardly, remembering that a training session to strengthen the body using magic was planned for today. Laurier suggested he try to transfer his strengthening power to Sharon, and if it worked, his face was probably in danger. Sharon expressed herself in a way that seemed ambiguous to the boy, and after a cheerful morning, Garudo began to perceive everything around him in exactly that light. Laureate said with a smile that everything was already finished. Then she asked Sharon to move a little to make sure everything really turned out as it should. Immediately after this, Sharon fulfilled Lorelai's request. She began to move her hands and body quickly. This time she did it much better than before. Rudo could not believe her eyes. Everything around seemed incredible. She easily felt her power and protection become much stronger. Sharon, looking joyfully at Laurier, smiled broadly and confidently said that she had succeeded. Now she knew, with such strength, she would definitely achieve her goal. Sharon warmly embraced the demoness and sincerely thanked her. Laurier laughed, agreed, and said that it would be a symbol of their friendship. Haruto thought that he and Sharon quickly became good friends, and he was glad to have such a companion. He even considered returning her half of the money she had paid. Sharon learned a special magic that significantly enhances his magical power. If perfected, this technique can replace a whole 10 years of hard training. He mastered this exceptional method during special training on his last journey. It is no wonder he was considered a true hero in the past. Suddenly Sharon addressed Haruto, speaking to him as a teacher. She smiled lightly and suggested they measure their strength in a duel. Sharon added that this time she also hoped for his support. She looked confident, as if she had long awaited this battle. Gerudo wondered if she was really that serious. He found it difficult to understand his own feelings, but he still smiled, realizing he could not avoid this fight. After all, he was a man, and if she wanted it, everything should happen the way she wanted. So Gerudo nodded to her, signaling that she could start the attack. Only 10 minutes had passed since Sharon finally lost. At that moment, Gerudo was already standing behind her and holding the girl in his arms. Laurier said that this was still not enough. After this, Sharon fell to the floor and sighed heavily, admitting her defeat. Laurier looked at the girl with sympathy, but noted that Sharon had held up well during the duel. She glanced at Kurudo and said with a smile that if Sharon learned to better control her magic, she could definitely defeat him. This thought frightened the boy a little. Lori approached Gerudo and said she wanted to fight him immediately. However, the boy firmly refused, knowing her hand had not yet healed. He insisted on postponing the duel until full recovery. Laurier got upset when Gerudo unexpectedly said goodbye. He wondered why Lori finds it so easy to use magic to enhance the body, but other types of magic are harder for her. In this world, people are used to thinking that any spell must be spoken long and carefully, so it is difficult for Lori to overcome this prejudice. Gerudo turned to the girl with interest and asked how she managed to transfer the magical power, because he had never seen anything like it before. Lori paused for a moment. Luri smiled broadly and frankly said that she herself did not understand anything. Gerudo thought that there was no point in asking her further. He looked at his comrades and thought that he was just practicing a new spell. Only a little was left, and he would succeed. But not everything was so simple. Lori asked what they were supposed to do here. And Sharon did not understand at all why they had come to the sea. She asked if they planned to train. Rudo only smiled in response and said she was mistaken because there is only one type of training at sea in summer. Saying this, he unbuttoned his shirt. He quickly took off his clothes and exclaimed joyfully that the most important thing in summer at the sea is to swim. Sharon blushed and asked in surprise what he was doing. Lori did not immediately understand why it was strange. After all, if you're going to swim, it is normal to change clothes right on the shore. Then Sharon awkwardly admitted that she had not even planned to swim, so she did not bring a swimsuit with her. Her friend just sighed and reminded her that they had agreed to prepare everything needed for this trip themselves. He advised her to check personally. There was not a single soul around, so there was nothing to fear. No one would see it. She blushed and admitted that the biggest problem for her was Haruto himself. The boy only smiled in response, thinking it was quite natural, even if there was some truth in her words. He returned to Laurier and asked if she needed a swimsuit. She paused for a moment, then admitted that it really wouldn't hurt her. The meaning of bathing did not change because of this. Sharon was surprised and tried to stop the girl. Laurier calmed her down, saying that if she only saw Haruto, nothing bad would happen. Then Sharon asked to at least cover her chest a little. Laurier asked why this was considered a problem, since Haruto's breasts were also visible. Sharon blushed with embarrassment and replied that boys and girls were completely different. Laurier said that it is not difficult for her to take off her underwear, but if Haruto has already put it on her, then it probably should be that way. Sharon turned away and quietly said that she already understood everything. She quickly gathered her things and stepped aside. There, without hesitation, she began to undress. Haruto could not take his eyes off her. He was captivated by what was happening before him. When Sharon finished, Jarut became embarrassed and his cheeks flushed. She hurriedly covered herself and told him that his intense gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Haruto blushed all the way to his ears while watching his girl. Suddenly, Laurier quietly approached from behind. She smiled slyly and told him not to be selfish and to restrain himself from touching. After that, Sharon quickly ran up to Laurier and took her hand. She smiled happily and suggested going to have fun together. Then the girls turned to Haruto and jokingly said they would leave him alone. The boy got confused, raised his hand, and said uncertainly that he also wanted to go with everyone. Sharon looked at him angrily and said that such a man is better off swimming alone. Eloriot laughed cheerfully. Her laughter was ringing and sincere. She asked Sharon not to say such serious things anymore. She said that Haruto should also join their fun. However, if any of the men suddenly saw her now, they would receive severe punishment. Haruto hesitated but still approached the girls. Together they entered the water. Although Gerdo was Laurie's mentor, he had a strange habit of touching girls when they were asleep. Sharon asked in surprise what Laurie meant. Then Laurie reminded her of the time when she was only pretending to be asleep. Gerdo immediately blushed and began begging Laurie not to tell about it. When they finally got tired, they got out of the water, lay down next to each other, and rested together. After that, they returned to the city and went to the guild. Haruto opened the door and immediately heard Etna greet him. She smiled warmly as she met him. She frankly admitted to the boy, happy from the meeting, that she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The young man smiled in response, but inside he could not stop doubting whether she was really telling the truth and whether she truly wanted to see him. At that time, Sharon was watching them closely, not hiding her suspicion. Etna smiled and said that there was a special task for Haruto. This order came directly from the main department of the guild in the capital. The boy was upset because he realized this was just an official assignment, not something personal. After that, Edna led Haruto along with his two friends to the guildmaster's office. A man with gray hair was already waiting for them in the chair. He introduced himself as the guildmaster of the city of Tours and said his name was Kreese. The man folded his arms on his chest and said that he had already heard many good reviews about this boy. Etna stood nearby and just quietly smiled. Sharon said a little uncertainly and nervously what her name was and added that she was very glad to meet them. Laurie Irvon Steinhardt proudly announced her name and then solemnly declared that now she belonged to Haruto. Kreitz smiled, lightly nodded his head, and said that the girls near Garato were really very cute, but suddenly his gaze became stricter, and he looked at them attentively. He noted that first he wanted to clarify something. He recalled the moment when the hero came to the city for the second time and there was a fight with a demon. After that, he looked carefully at Laurier and asked if she was the same demon in that battle. Haruto calmly asked if there were any difficulties. Kreese nervously shifted from foot to foot and hurriedly assured that he meant nothing bad and did not want any problems. The guildmaster explained that he was worried about only one thing. He was simply curious and wanted to satisfy his curiosity. He took the papers in his hands and announced the capital had sent an invitation to Haruto. They wanted him to come and become a mentor. Haruto met this news with surprise, as he did not understand whom and why he was supposed to teach and what kind of mentor they needed. Guildmeister recalled that on the day the demon attacked the hero, he was powerless and could not help. Unlike him, Haruto coped excellently with the mighty demon. Laurier proudly admitted that her hero actually only disappointed her. Haruto lightly hit the cheeky girl on the head and sternly told her not to speak like that anymore. Laurier was offended by these words but did not argue. Guildmaster, clearing his throat, announced that the hero Leon, who now lives in the capital, himself requests that Haruto come and become his mentor. Recounting all the details of this request, the guildmaster smiled. Sharon looked at Haruto with admiration and said he was simply amazing, as he would soon become the hero's mentor himself. Laurier also looked pleased and added that they greatly value his strength and she would enjoy living in the capital. Haruto also pondered this proposal. He knew that sooner or later he would have to meet her anyway. The proposal to make the hero their new mentor seemed exciting, but Haruto still had great doubts about how it would actually be. After he defeated the demon lord in Iluja, almost everyone tried to involve him in their political intrigues, but he had no desire to deal with politics, and no one asked what he really wanted. Various political groups persecuted Haruto, and some even tried to kill him. Eventually, he was exiled to Earth, which was a real blow for him. To be honest, he now preferred to avoid meetings with the authorities. He was no longer considered a famous hero, but simply an experienced traveler invited to become a mentor for a hero known by the nickname Old Madman and promised a good reward for it. A gleam appeared in his eyes as soon as he imagined how often he would stay in the castle in the capital, which means there would always be many maids nearby. If they work in the palace, it means they truly belong to the best of the best. Once when he was a hero, the boy did not even understand what could attract them. He did not ask to be called the ruler. And now, looking into the past, the boy was inspired by the thought, this time he would not make the same mistake. When Sharon saw that he decided to go, she asked if she could go with him to the capital. Haruto was confused and did not immediately know what to say to her. He smiled and said that if she refused, he would simply leave the matter. That is why he suggested Sharon go with him. The girl was puzzled but eventually agreed. Laurier said that for Sharon it was quite normal to go with them, since as one of Haruto's women, she could not stay away from this event. Hearing this, Sharon blushed and quickly tried to stop Laurier. She asked what exactly Laurier had said to her on the street. Laurier was a bit embarrassed, then apologized and sincerely admitted she was very impatiently waiting for the evening, because this time Haruto would be next to her for the first time. Hearing this, Sharon shuddered with surprise. Haruto got angry because of her words. After all, he wanted to create a harem and was not going to back down. He firmly stated that he did not consider it a bad thing. He blushed and said uncertainly that Sharon and Lori are his friends. Haruto smiled at her and said that it was perfectly normal to want to be with them. Hearing this, Sharon blushed even more from embarrassment. After Shira's words, Lori's cheeks flushed, and she became confused, unable to find a response. The girl only quietly nodded in agreement and silently shook her head. Haruto noticed that the girl was acting strangely, so he turned to her and quietly asked if she was okay. Sharon was initially confused by the unexpected attention from the boy. Then, getting nervous, she looked away and waved her hands, saying that everything was fine and nothing had happened. She tried to gather her thoughts while Haruto stood nearby, watching her in surprise. Sharon suddenly turned around and ran away, quickly saying on the go that she must immediately return to her room. Lori asked what had happened to her because she looked like a real burning troll. Her friend Haruto was surprised by the question and did not know how to answer. He wondered if perhaps she had decided to stay and not leave with everyone else. He could not understand whether he should worry about it. He just waved his hand, thinking that everything would pass. But at night he sighed heavily and suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. His breathing became frequent and heavy. Laurier peeked out from behind the door and reported that she noticed nothing. Haruto exhaled with relief. Everything went well. This is not combat magic, but a spell that absorbs all sounds. Laurier sat on the bed, and Haruto began to explain that this spell was specially created to hide any noises, even human voices. Lori asked why they needed her. Haruto only smiled in response and said the question was pointless. He added that tonight they could not manage without her support. Such words greatly surprised Lori. She shared that every evening he only lightly touched her, but did not dare to go further. She decided that he was trying to remain faithful to Sharon, and he felt as if someone might hear their voices. They lay down next to each other, and she asked what he called this witchcraft. She gave him a smile. Haruto felt as if a romantic atmosphere had settled around them. He was nervous, but dared to shyly lean toward Lori to try to kiss her. I thought that only silence awaited me ahead. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sharon froze in place, not understanding what to do next. Haruto asked what had happened. He thought Sharon intended to take Lori away so that he would no longer be able to touch her. However, Sharon did not answer, so Haruto repeated his question again. She firmly took his hand and quietly promised that she would join them and stay close. Haruto did not expect this. He froze in surprise and looked at her confusedly, trying to understand what she meant. Lori noticed that Sharon was no longer sleeping and called her to join in to try something new together. She confidently said she was not afraid, even if it was her first time. Sharon replied somewhat shyly that it was also her first time. Haruto hugged them tightly and wondered, is this really happening? He felt the warmth of their palms and understood how pleasant it was. Haruto was completely happy just from the hugs. He gently hugged Sharon by the waist, pulling her closer to himself. She did not expect that from him, but still closed her eyes and reached out her hand to him. Haruto gently kissed her, then looked at Lori. Since it was the first such experience for both, their kisses were cautious and soft, just light touches of lips. Then he gently kissed Lori, and her cheeks flushed with a blush. For him, these moments never became routine. Each time it was as thrilling as the first. It seemed that all the most interesting things were just beginning now, at this very moment. They undressed together, and thus their night began. The morning turned out bright and warm, as if it had come earlier than everyone expected. Soft sunlight penetrated the room through a medium-sized window. 3 young people were sleeping under one blanket on the bed. Haruto slowly opened his eyes and slightly grimaced. He noticed that it became difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes wide as if waking from a dream. At that moment, he realized 2 girls were lying beside him, one on the left, the other on the right. Raising his head slightly, he understood he had been awakened by the sensation of not being able to breathe, and this feeling made him wake up restlessly. He leaned back and immediately felt that the bed was too small for the 2 of them, cramped, uncomfortable. When he glanced at the girls out of the corner of his eye, a slight embarrassment appeared inside. Unconsciously, he clenched his hands into fists. After this, the faces of Sharon and Lori flushed with a blush. He gently touched them with his hand. Suddenly, one of the girls slowly opened her eyes. It was Sharon. She still looked very sleepy and exhausted. Haruto greeted her in the morning and asked how she was feeling. Sharon rubbed her eyes, trying to fully wake up and gather her thoughts. She blushed, turned around, and quietly said that overall she felt good, although there were still some unpleasant sensations below after last night. Suddenly, Lori felt a slight tremor and became a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Haruto gently hugged her shoulders. Lori smiled and joked that he was very energetic yesterday, and this morning he was showing himself again. She said that Haruto seemed not to get tired at all. He smiled back and said that he still had a lot of strength. Suddenly, Sharon and Lori noticed something, and their cheeks immediately flushed with a blush. After that, Haruto gently kissed Sharon, and passion flared up between them again. Their morning turned into a true fairy tale of feelings. Haruto was so captivated by the moment that he even forgot to create a magical space of silence around them. When they were already leaving, the room owner smiled and, blushing a little, joked about it, which greatly embarrassed Sharon. After that, everyone went their separate ways, and the tenant's girlfriend approached him. It was clear that she was displeased. Before leaving the city, Etna sadly smiled through tears and said that it was time to say goodbye. She was sincerely sad to part with her friends. Etna said she would miss all 3 of them, but reminded that the imperial capital was very close, so she was sure they would definitely meet again. Korin gently wrapped Etna's arms, and she noticed how his eyes shone with confidence. He calmly said that they would definitely meet again, so she should not rush into new relationships. At these words, Etna was confused and blushed a little. Sharon looked at Etna in surprise, and Lori watched Haruto's reaction with embarrassment. Silence fell in the room, making everyone uncomfortable. Then the guildmaster, together with Etna, handed Haruto a small scroll and kindly asked him to take it to the royal palace. The man with a slight smile said that, even though Haruto's identity had already been confirmed through the guild card, the guildmaster still wrote recommendation letters for him, just in case. Thanks to these letters, Haruto would be able to enter the palace without any problems. Etna smiled happily and wished Haruto to show himself well in the capital. Sharon sincerely smiled and waved to them, thanking them for their support and help. Laurier responded with a warm smile, sincerely happy at the words of gratitude. They went their own way. The silhouettes of Etna and the guildmaster became smaller with each step until they completely disappeared from view. Haruto looked up at the sky and wondered. Would he have written this letter if the official request had never come? However, he soon dismissed these thoughts. After all, the important thing was that everything ended well. They were riding in a carriage. Haruto recalled that Tours was the first city he saw in this world. Laurier smiled, and Sharon calmly looked at Haruto. The boy remembered that he first met Laurier and Sharon in this very place. He gave himself a promise that he would definitely come back to this city, and next time find even more girls, because he dreams of creating his own harem and wants to do everything to make his wish come true. Suddenly Sharon looked at the boy, slightly embarrassed, and addressed him. Haruto sighed quietly and said it was time to head to the imperial capital. The kingdom of Millis is a large imperial capital called Millennium. The boys came here, to the heart of the kingdom, to undergo special training under the guidance of Hero Leon. As soon as they appeared in the city, Its beauty and magnificent landscapes simply amazed them. On the way, the friends tirelessly discussed how amazing this capital was. Sharon remembered her first arrival in Tours. Back then, the city seemed extraordinarily grand to her. But once she visited the capital, she saw true luxury and grand scales that surpassed everything she had seen before. The kingdom's capital is the true heart of this wonderful country. All roads from different cities lead here. It is much larger than Tours. There are more mansions, the streets are wider and busier, and in the center towers the majestic royal palace. This city is rightfully considered the oldest and most important in the entire kingdom. In this district were the main offices of many organizations and guilds. Among them was the headquarters of the Church of Harmony, the very one where Haruto received his sword. Walking through the city, Haruto casually glanced at the street views. Suddenly his gaze fell on a special building. He immediately understood it was a church, and taking a few steps closer, could not hold back his surprise and sharply inhaled. Suddenly the boy heard quiet voices that sent a chill down his spine. He turned around in surprise, looking all around. He scratched the back of his head and thought that these mysterious sounds probably came from the church. He did not worry and decided that he probably just imagined it. After that, he returned to the girls and admitted that he forgot to warn them about one rule: only he would speak, and they needed to remain silent. If they had anything to add, it was better to express it briefly and calmly. They agreed and assured Haruto that they understood everything. When they approached the doors of the required building, a girl in a spacious dress with a black skirt appeared before them. She greeted them and said they had been awaited here for a long time. The maid smiled kindly and showed the boys where they needed to go. Haruto immediately recognized her. She was the very maid he had been looking for. The girl told them several more important details to pay attention to. Haruto sincerely thanked her for the help, and together with Laurier and Sharon, the boys headed to the doors they were shown. The door opened and they entered a wide corridor. Barely had they taken a few steps when a girl approached Haruto and his friends. With a smile on her face, she greeted the adventurers from Tours. The girl, dressed in a clean, beautiful dress, with two servants standing behind her, politely stated her name. She introduced herself as Rufina Melisha Gracia. It turned out that this beautiful girl was the third princess of the kingdom. She smiled cheerfully and admitted that she had long dreamed of meeting someone like Magi Haruto. The boy was a little embarrassed but sincerely admitted that he was glad to meet her. When he learned that the girl was a princess, he only confirmed his suspicions in his mind. Everything really turned out as he had assumed. He couldn't help but look at her chest, marveling at their beauty. At the same time, he felt a desire to spend a pleasant evening together with the princess and the maids. For Haruto, this place would be a true paradise. His gaze softened as he pondered this. To be honest, even he found these thoughts a bit too bold. But suddenly the door behind the boy opened, and Leon entered the room. He politely greeted the princess. Next to the boy walked a girl in knight's armor. She politely apologized for the sudden appearance and introduced herself as the knight Aura Rose. The princess told them that she had been waiting for their arrival for a long time, then smiled and invited them to sit nearby. Haruto looked around attentively and noted to himself that the girl's name was Aura. It seemed rather strange and unusual to him. They all sat down at the table together, and Haruto began to explain what his duties would be as a mentor for the hero and his companions. Their training period was to last 3 months, exactly the time left until the big operation when they planned to defeat one of the demons. Rafina smiled and noted that it was great luck. Just when needed, Ami Haruto appeared in Tours. The boy smiled in response and promised to do everything possible. Leon remarked that this was already their third meeting today. He recalled how during the first conversation he had behaved incorrectly and made a mistake that should not have been allowed. Then he interfered where he shouldn't have. With remorse, Leon finally apologized for that awkward situation. However, Haruto only smiled and replied that there was no reason to apologize because everything had actually gone well. The boy suddenly noticed that the princess was barely smiling. He looked around and was surprised to see that Laurier had fallen asleep right at the table. He immediately apologized to the princess for his friend's behavior. Rufina just smiled and said that nothing terrible had happened. The girl calmly asked Haruto to call her simply by her name, without any titles. Haruto responded with a smile and said he would also be glad if she spoke to him just as casually. The princess obeyed, addressed him simply as he wanted, and asked with interest if she had done everything correctly. She smiled sincerely, agreeing, and said she felt they were almost friends already. Then she addressed him by name again and expressed hope that he would help Leon and his team become stronger. To make it easier for him to get used to life in the castle, she assigned him a personal maid. Haruto was surprised but did not ask anything. The princess immediately called Mina to the room. The door opened slightly, and a pretty girl quietly entered the room. Rufina emphasized that although Mina had not worked in the palace for long, she had already proven herself to be a capable worker. Moreover, she was about the same age as Haruto, so it would be easier for them to communicate. Before Haruto appeared again the girl he had seen in the palace with his friends, she introduced herself as Mina and enthusiastically offered help. She had a fluffy tail and cat ears. The girl immediately assured that she was ready to fulfill any of his requests. Haruto blushed awkwardly, recognizing the familiar one from that meeting. Only now did he notice her tail, and this immediately made him realize that the girl belonged to the beast race. Mina smiled kindly and suggested they go to his room, inviting him to follow her. She shared an interesting story with him. Once this was one of the emperor's palaces. Back then, the house made an incredible impression. Now this place had become a small but very cozy guest house. Nina led the boy to a room where there was a large bed and said that he could use everything in the house. If they needed anything, it was enough just to ring the bell that hung in every room. Then she promised to come to help immediately. Haruto blushed because he could hardly wait for that night. Sharon noticed this and also became embarrassed, understanding what he was thinking about. Later, at Sharon's request, they decided to assign separate rooms for everyone. Lori did not quite understand why this was necessary, so she asked if she could stay overnight with Haruto. The boys gently ran their hands over Lori's head, not even noticing how surprised he was. After Haruto walked around the house, he noticed strange doors. Opening them, the boy saw long stairs going down and thought it was probably a basement, so he began to descend. But halfway down, Haruto encountered another door which he tried to open, but it was locked. He used the magic of search. This spell helps to explore the surrounding space, but as soon as he opened the door, what he saw shocked him so much that he almost lost consciousness from amazement. At first, this place was an ordinary torture chamber, but over time he came up with another, more interesting name for this room. He blushed and laughed, realizing why the door was locked. Haruto quietly closed it back and decided it was not for him. Looking at the girls, he briefly imagined how interesting it would be to put handcuffs on Sharon or Lori, and what adventures could be experienced with them then. He imagined such a situation for a moment, and it seemed interesting to him, but he immediately pulled himself together and tried to calm down. To fully come to his senses, he slapped himself on the cheeks. The girls looked at him with surprise. Soon the evening hour came. The boys sat at a beautifully set table and eagerly tasted various dishes, while Mina gently watched them, smiling. Later the boys finally managed to rest well by heading to the hot springs. There Haruto accidentally noticed Sharon's neck. He looked at her thoughtfully, and after a moment his cheeks suddenly flushed red. Lori suddenly hugged him. He looked at her with surprise and asked if she was okay. The girl smiled and said everything was fine. She just really liked falling asleep when she was tightly pressed against him, and now she wanted to feel the same emotions even in the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Sharon approached Haruto, hugged him, and the boy was very surprised by such an act. At that moment, he felt that he could no longer hold back his feelings. Suddenly the door opened, and Mina entered the room. Seeing that the friends were already bathing, she came closer and began helping them, gently rubbing their backs. Suddenly she raised her eyebrows in surprise upon noticing Haruto. Without holding back her astonishment, the girl immediately asked why he was here. Her words became confused, and she vainly tried to justify her actions. Having come up with no explanations, the girl blushed with shame and quickly ran out of the room. While running, she apologized more than once for her behavior. When the door closed behind her, Haruto noticed to himself that the girl's farewell sounded like a cat's meow. Lori, however, noted that this girl was very loud. When Haruto came out of the bathroom, Mina was standing before him. She bowed deeply and sincerely apologized. Haruto calmly explained to her why he was communicating with those girls. Mina listened attentively, said she understood, and added, she had already heard about Haruto's strength before, so she had guessed that such a thing could happen. He pondered, perhaps she did not mind if a strong man had several girls. Haruto himself considered that having several wives was normal. That evening, they hugged once more and made another small agreement. And before going to sleep, Haruto thought that they should do something else together. He looked at them and recalled how they had traveled by carriage for 2 days from tours to the capital. And just now in the bathroom, they were interrupted exactly when everything was just beginning to gain momentum. In Haruto's opinion, the bed in the palace seemed like true luxury. At night its springs creaked cheerfully, but the mattress itself was so soft and comfortable that one wanted to stay on it as long as possible. Thus the night passed and a new morning began. The boys were sound asleep nearby, and when the sun rose, they went outside and saw many fences installed since the night before. Apologizing, they admitted that they had heard about Amaji Haruto earlier as a famous adventurer with incredible abilities. But one thing was just to listen to stories about him, and quite another to see everything in reality. So both approached closer and asked if Haruto could show them his combat skills. I saw all this well. She turned to them and confidently said that the hero himself had invited Amaji, so any such words were already an insult. But Haruto only lightly waved his hand and with a smile showed that nothing terrible had happened. He drew his sword and challenged the boy to a sparring match. The rest immediately raised their swords enthusiastically, preparing for battle. Garudo did not delay either. He drew his sword, held it in front of him, and took a fighting stance, preparing for a clash with the knights. The men laughed and jokingly said they did not mind starting a fight, after which they rushed at the boy. But in a moment, all of them were lying on the ground, defeated and powerless before him. Arotas had looked at these people and thought they looked rather weak. The girl behind his back watched everything happening with curiosity and surprise. The soldiers went into attack without hesitation, because that was how battles were conducted here. Then he decided to test what they were really capable of. He suggested they hold duels among themselves, but warned not to use deadly magic and to fight only with wooden swords. The training fight between Haruto and Leon finally began. Everyone watched with interest as the boys bravely fought with swords, not taking their eyes off each other. Haruto suddenly lunged forward, but the boy managed to defend himself in time and push him back. However, the boy immediately composed himself, quickly crouched to the ground, and swiftly attacked Leon again. Such a sudden attack caught Leon by surprise. Leon was left without a sword. His weapon suddenly flew to the side. Everything around fell silent. People watched this unexpected scene with surprise. Haruto looked carefully at his opponent and asked why he gave up so easily. The man replied that he was unable to use magic, and without weapons he was completely helpless. The boy sighed and said he would show him another way of thinking. After that, he threw him a sword and asked him to watch all his actions carefully. The boy was momentarily confused, and Haruto sharply kicked him in the stomach. From the intense pain, the boy couldn't hold back and started swearing. The girls were shocked. They did not expect Haruto to act so boldly. After this, he turned to Leon and asked him to remember, even without weapons, you can defeat the enemy with bare hands. After all, if you suddenly lose your weapon, there is always a way to distract the opponent. He approached the sword stuck in the ground, grabbed the hilt with both hands, and easily pulled it out. At the same time, he said that there is always a chance to take up arms again. While Leon was being helped to get himself together, Haruto thought that although this situation was not to his liking, it would be a useful lesson for the hero. Then he turned to the girls and noted that they should also think about their approaches. Their tactics were too easy to predict. He advised trying to act differently than usual and to look for unusual ways to defeat the enemy. The girls nodded, agreeing with the boy, and the boy himself at that moment thought that he felt like a real teacher. While the boy stood thoughtfully, the priest had already called him over and sternly warned him not to dare offend Leon. Haruto turned to Leon with a request to repeat everything once more, and the boys slowly agreed with him. Then Haruto thought that the boys always faced more difficult trials. On the way home, he recalled how this month Amaze had only learned a little about the church. He hid behind the corner, carefully surveying the area. The headquarters of the Church of Harmony was located in the capital, and this huge religious building had a great influence on the entire life of the country. Haruto was convinced that the church supported the equality of all races. It was thanks to the church ministers that Leona was recognized as a hero in this state for the first time. Then he realized that voices were coming from the church rooms, as if someone had used magic to eavesdrop. The boy noticed several church servants on different floors, but what caught his attention the most were the 3 underground levels. He was restless with thoughts about what exactly was hidden there, beneath the ground. Haruto scratched his head and thought that his thoughts were a complete mess. He decided to sort it out a little later. Meanwhile, he had no idea that someone nearby in the shadows was listening carefully to everything he said. After a while, he followed the maid down the long corridor. The girl said that Princess Rafina was asking for him. When they were left alone in the room, the princess turned to the boy and quietly said that she wanted to share an important piece of news with him. She emphasized, only he should know this, no one else must find out. The boy blushed inside, confessing in his thoughts that his heart probably could not withstand such strong emotions. They just silently sat opposite each other. The princess looked away and said she wanted to talk about Leon. This clearly did not please the boy. Rufina recalled that a whole month had already passed since they had been together. She became curious whether he had made any progress during that time. The boy was a little upset when he found out what Rafina wanted to talk about, but he still shared with the girl. Leon is really a good guy. He listens to advice and works hard on himself, so very soon he will succeed and become strong. The princess told the boy that she knew Garudo had been closely watching the church for a whole month. At first, the boy did not believe it, and thought the girl was just joking. The girl admitted that she had not acted very politely, but thanks to this, she was able to learn more about the boy's past. The princess carefully studied the documents she held in her hands, then turned to Harut. She reminded him that during registration at the Tours Guild, he had listed the village of Mild as his birthplace. Then the girl explained that among the inhabitants of this village, there had never been anyone matching his description. The boy got nervous. He thought he had been exposed. He began frantically looking for some excuses, not knowing what to do next. He decided that he needed to flee from here immediately. However, Rafina calmed him down. She promised not to tell anyone what she had learned about Haruto. The boy looked at her attentively, and the girl, remaining calm, said that she had one personal request for him. She looked carefully at Haruto and directly asked if he could share with her some information about Leon that he heard in the church, as that was what interested her. Haruto was surprised by such a question, but answered that the church officially proclaimed Leon a hero of the sacred sword. He turned to the princess for confirmation, and Rufina agreed, noting there was no reason to doubt it. The girl frankly talked with the boy and said that she also doubted when the church had not yet recognized Leon as a hero. She, like Gerudo, had similar worries. No one had heard of this name before. Haruto was genuinely surprised because he was sure Leon did not at all resemble someone who could be summoned from another world. He recalled that throughout this entire month, while Haruto was communicating with Leon, there had been no traces or evidence of his movement from Earth. Moreover, the princess said that nothing was known about Leon's sacred sword either. The girl shared that their family has ruled Millies for many generations, but neither she nor her father had ever heard of the sacred sword until Leon appeared. Rafina also noted that she had reviewed the chronicles, but there was no mention of this sword there. Then she said that even if Leon really is a hero with a sacred sword, she still doesn't understand why he was so easily given into the care of the royal family. Then the boy asked if it would be a problem if the royal family started taking care of the hero, and because of that their relations with the church would be spoiled. The girl thought for a moment, then confidently said that such a thing could not happen. In their kingdom, the church always got along well with the authorities. Yet Rafina wondered why, despite this harmony, the church turned away from the hero who possessed the sacred sword. The girl approached Haruto closer. He confessed to her that he generally understands her feelings, but still does not fully understand why she specifically paid attention to him. In the end, he looked like an ordinary adventurer, and no one knew anything about his past. The girl looked closely at the boy, feeling distrust and realizing that she could not fully trust him. At first, the girl agreed with him and honestly admitted that she still could not fully trust him, but a moment later she turned away and quietly said that she had decided to give him a chance and try to believe. Then she confessed that since childhood, she could quietly sense the thoughts of the people around her. She pointed to her eyes and said that because of the weak curse, it was hard for her to understand exactly what Haruto was thinking. Besides everything else, she also had to listen carefully to the interlocutor. If someone else appeared nearby, she would be completely confused. He looked intently at the girl, trying to understand if she was deceiving him, as her mysterious gaze revealed something unusual. The girl with a smile said that she had already shared all her knowledge so that the guys could trust her. Now, according to her, it was Garudo's turn. He must tell them everything he had learned about the church. The boy paused for a moment, for he no longer trusted her as before. But still, he decided to tell what he knew. After all, it was not such an important secret. The girl listened carefully to the boy's words, pondering what those 3 underground levels looked like. So she asked Haruto to find out more about these floors. The boy pondered how to proceed further. He decided to do it as an additional part of her main request. The princess finally apologized for not having told anything about the reward until now. Hearing this, the boy immediately became alert. He became interested in learning more. After all, it was not just anyone who addressed him, but the princess herself, and that means the reward would probably be substantial. The girl suddenly interrupted the boy's thoughts and said that instead of any reward, she could offer herself. For a moment, Gerudo was confused upon hearing the princess's just spoken words. The princess pointed to herself and said that she herself was the reward. The boy looked at her in surprise, and the girl understood. Now Gerudo hesitates and no longer trusts her as before. She decided to leave this adventure, saying that she had already figured out this boy well. She also admitted that she had been watching Gardo carefully for the whole month. In her opinion, under his leadership, Leon had become much stronger. After a short pause, she said that the boy was in no way connected to the church. It was this that prompted her to want to see Haruto as her ally. She also added that this idea seemed quite convincing to her. After brief reflection, he almost understood the situation, but still did not understand why the girl wanted to make herself the reward. For him, it would have been quite enough if they simply offered money. The girl smiled in response to the boy's words, then said that they could talk about the reward later. Rafina approached the boy, gently placed her hands on his head, and tenderly said that she would now give him something that would add strength and inspiration to him. The girl leaned closer to his face, and the boy decided that she was about to kiss him. Unable to hold back his feelings, Haruto reached out to her himself. Suddenly, the princess gently kissed him on the forehead. The young man was surprised by such an unexpected gesture, touched his forehead with his hand, and could not understand what it meant. Haruto returned home with a smile, in a good mood, and captivated by thoughts of Rafina. She seemed to him a very pleasant girl. But as soon as he entered the house, the angry Sharon ran out to meet him and sternly asked where he had been. Morning had already come, and it was time to go to school, but the boy had disappeared somewhere. Returning, he hurriedly apologized to Sharon and told her that something had happened to him. The girl decided that the boy had met some beautiful acquaintance. When he did not deny it, Sharon got angry and began to scold him. He immersed himself in hot water, feeling every minute of warmth relaxedly, and thought about how tired he was today. He slightly sank into the water, pondering how Sharon and Laurier had simply overlooked him. Thoughts spun in his head that maybe he shouldn't have bothered them so persistently. Two girls decided to spend the night at Aura's, and Haruto could not understand when they had become such good friends. Then he smiled, realizing that there are moments when soaking in the bath alone is not so bad at all. A week had passed since they talked with the princess, and Rafina now often came to watch Leon train. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary matter, but Haruto still felt some concern. The boy could not figure out whether she really wanted to support him or just did not trust him and therefore constantly watched him. Suddenly he twitched and put his hands to his head. Thoughts overwhelmed him from all sides. Sighing heavily, he decided to shift his attention to Leon. Before becoming a hero, he remembered absolutely nothing about his past. Then he decided that the boy had lost his memory. After a short reflection, Haruto assumed that it was probably the consequences of the summoning. However, he also realized the young man was truly not lying to him. When the boy asked Leon for permission to touch the sacred sword, he was struck not only by the weapon itself, but also by the extraordinary magic hidden inside it. The materials from which weapons and armor were made were of great importance. The rarer these components were, the more powerful magic could be imbued into the sword. Haruto understood well. Only he himself could wield this sword, as its magic obeyed only one owner. Leon knew only the simplest techniques of combining sword and magic, so he could not break Elorietta's air shield. He looked carefully at the sword he held in his hand and thought, perhaps this weapon has some unique properties. Haruto assumed that his own characteristics still did not match what was needed for full mastery of this sword. He tried to use at least a little magic, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. Haruto realized that the sacred sword gains true power only in Leon's hands, and no one else could wield it so skillfully. The young man remembered how, after Leon received the sacred sword in the church, he was immediately introduced to the royal family. While he was confident that he was bringing benefit to the church, a girl quietly approached him and timidly addressed him. The girl sat down next to the boy and with a slight smile on her face, said that she had come to massage his back. The boy asked the girl in surprise why she was here and why she was moving away from him. She replied that she had learned that now he was alone. So she came to do what she had to do. The boy looked at Mina confused, not understanding what duties exactly were meant. It seemed to him that he had missed or not understood something. Mina explained that she had to fulfill any wishes of the guests and the master whenever they asked, day or night. The boy did not know if this was normal at all. This time he was alone and had not even asked for anything like that. Hero 2 was already on the verge of madness. Suddenly he thought, what if this was another cunning trap of Princess Rufina about which everyone was talking? Mina confessed to the boy that she had dared to do this for the first time and sincerely apologized for everything that had happened. The boy froze, not taking his eyes off the girl who was trembling with excitement. He quietly approached and hugged her, and a warm smile blossomed on her face. At that moment, Otu realized that he could no longer hide his true feelings. Mina was sleeping sweetly in her bed, and he quietly sat on the edge of the mattress and sighed deeply. A slight smile appeared on his face. He remembered the times when he was a true hero. Instead of a sword, now he only had the wisdom of a mentor and teacher. He grabbed his head and shouted loudly to himself, wondering if he was mistaken, ignoring Rafana's words. He looked at Mina and thought how beautiful she was. The girl was so charming that he felt he now had to take care of her and take responsibility. Just remembering yesterday, the boy noticed his heart started beating faster. He understood that he had not yet gained enough experience to become a true sage, so he sat down again next to the girl, deciding that everything was going as best as possible now, and it was not worth thinking too much. The girl slightly opened her eyes and quietly called the boy. He gently touched her ear and asked if she felt comfortable. She gently intertwined their fingers and quietly assured that everything would be fine. Then the girl looked at the boy and gestured towards her lips. He carefully leaned towards her and softly touched his lips to hers. After a long night, a new morning began. Suddenly, a scream from Sharon, who had just entered the bedroom, echoed in the room. The half-asleep boy got up from the bed when he heard the girl say indignantly, "Haruto slept with Mina." Sharon approached Mina, who was hiding under the blanket, and gently asked if she was okay. She also said that the boy was a real scoundrel. She asked if Haruto had forced her to act that way and inquired if she would be all right. Meanwhile, the boy sleepily rubbed the back of his head, trying to remember why he was so exhausted, and finally recalled. Last time he had overdone it a bit. Mina awkwardly lowered her eyes, extremely embarrassed. For her, it was an unusual situation, and Haruto immediately noticed it. However, he behaved not like a servant, but like a true gentleman, gentle and caring towards every one of her feelings. Lori approached Haruto and congratulated him on now having Mina. She said that from now on, besides Sharon, Haruto had another beautiful flower by his side. However, Sharon was offended by Lori and emphasized that Mina was not just a flower to be picked, and asked Lori to stop saying such nonsense. Luria approached Haruto, who only smiled in response. She turned to Sharon and confidently said that the boy knows well what he is doing. The girl shared with the boy that Sharon was worried. What if Haruto was more interested in the boy than in her? Then, hiding the package under the blanket, she asked him to show that he was a real man. Meanwhile, Sharon asked her friend to wait a little. Suddenly, Mina approached Lori and said that she also wanted to take part in the aid. Lori replied that the day had just begun, so they still had plenty of time. The boy smiled slyly. He used to be a hero, but now he had become just an ordinary person. The girls quickly laid the boy on the bed, and he at that moment wondered if he still had a chance to stop everything. He decided the time has come to prove to everyone, to himself, and to the girls, that his endurance knows no limits. Haruto realized that in this battle he must give all his strength. Some time passed, and Haruto stood before the princess again. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and honestly admitted that he had not yet decided whether to join the attack on the demon fortress. Raphanus smiled, realizing that this attack opened up a wonderful opportunity for her. If everything went according to plan, the award ceremony would take place right within the church walls. She also said that they were very lucky to get this chance in just a month. The boy wondered if there was any other way. He quietly bowed his head, realizing that a lot of hard work awaited him ahead. He knew well that the hero award ceremony would definitely take place in the church. Only then could he get in there without suspicion. However, the thought of storming this fortress did not please him at all. The princess, guessing his thoughts, said that Leon would be the main support of their team. She emphasized that they absolutely must find a way to infiltrate the fortress and defeat the demon lord. The princess noticed that Haruto was only distracting attention, while he himself at that time was thinking only about the fact that he had not even agreed to participate in this matter yet. The princess took the boy by the hand, looked him straight in the eyes, and as if quietly asked him to agree. The boy tried to ignore that pleading look, asking him for help. At the same time, Haruto wondered how Rufina knew so precisely how to convince him most easily. He even guessed that Mina was probably involved. Then he thought again and realized he could not refuse. So, hearing the boy's words, he said he understood everything and agreed. The girl was very glad to hear this. She joyfully threw herself around his neck, hugged him tightly, and sincerely thanked him. The boy immediately became confused, feeling how she pressed too close to him. The boy pondered. The girl turned out to be much more important than he initially thought, but almost immediately, he suspected that this might just be another trick to lure him into a trap. However, he himself noticed that he was not really resisting it much. He tightly embraced the girl, pressing her to himself at the waist just below the dress. Surprised, she let out a short gasp, and the boy wanted to remember this special moment forever. The girl blushed and after a brief silence, timidly asked if Haruto had already decided which reward he would like to receive. The boy definitely knew what he wanted as a reward, so he asked for permission to take Mina with him. The princess looked at him in surprise. About 4 years ago, Mina became an orphan. Her parents died, and since then the girl was bought as a servant to the royal palace. Once her mother also worked as a maid in the castle. It was precisely thanks to her mother's connections that Mina was taken to the palace, not sent somewhere else. The girl eagerly agreed to leave the castle together with the boy as soon as he suggested it to her. He felt that making her his property was something very wrong. He looked at the upset princess and was completely confused, but suddenly the girl smiled and declared that she had her own opinion and did not agree with the boy. He was momentarily confused, but then Rafina said that Mina would agree to go with him only if he took the princess with him. After a short pause, the girl quietly said that she would soon become a bride. The boy froze in surprise. He did not expect such a turn of events at all, but at that very moment everything in his thoughts fell into place. The princess shared that she would soon turn 16 years old. As the third daughter of the king, she was supposed to be married off to the son of one of the influential nobles. Earlier she considered it self-evident that even without the right to inherit the throne, she remained a princess. Over time, the girl learned that at the ball among the nobility, instead of the hero, they chose a fiancé for her who looked like a clumsy frog. The boy sighed deeply, for the first time hearing the princess scold. Meanwhile, she loudly exclaimed that she did not want this at all. Haruto explained that he understood the princess's situation, but even if he wanted to help, he could not go against the whole country. The girl silently nodded, showing the boy that she heard him and understood everything. She smiled faintly, because that was why she shared all her knowledge about Leon and the church with her father. The boy was noticeably nervous, listening to the girl's story about how her father entrusted her with an important investigation. She recalled that her father promised, if she managed everything, she could ask him for any reward. The boy considered all this a real absurdity. He did not understand why the girl would marry him if the princess could cancel the engagement at any moment simply by offering a reward. Then Rafina explained. That could not happen. The nobility would not allow her to make such a choice. The girl approached the boy, thinking that if Haruto, stronger even than the famous hero, asked for her hand, her father would definitely give his consent. Haruto pondered, what if he managed not only to gain the king's support, but also to win the princess's heart? Such an idea did not seem bad to him at all. The girl quietly said that she would never have suggested such a thing if she did not like that person. If it were Haruto, she would have agreed without hesitation. Surprise appeared on the boy's face, his eyes opened wide. He calmly said that he understood the girl well. Then he smiled and added that as a reward, he would take both Nina and Rafina with him. After all, now he would have to bear responsibility for this choice. The girl looked at the boy with joy, then smiled gently and hugged him. However, Haruto could not get rid of doubts. Was the princess really completely honest with him? He wondered if this boy would later regret his decision. But he could no longer turn back. He gently kissed the girl, feeling that he had received more than he deserved. Now it was necessary to consider the next steps. The soldier said that the demon appeared from the dense forest stretching south of the fort. The reason for its attack remained unclear, as the fort was an important part of the country's trade route and a strong fortress. Everyone listened attentively to the storyteller, who explained that the fort was very close to the capital. Now the main road connecting the city with the southern lands passed right here. Leon said that after the attack, all the troops set out on a campaign, and then it became known that the fortress was captured by a demon who controlled monsters. While the hero sighed heavily and complained about the army's defeat, Lori peacefully slept nearby and even snored softly. Haruto looked at the girl with interest and asked if she knew anything about this demon. The girl looked at the boy and yawned loudly. Lori asked what they were talking about, and this greatly irritated the boy. Haruto asked again about the demon who captured the fortress south of the capital. It was the same demon that came out of the forest where the girl had lived for many years. However, she once again assured him that she knew nothing about it. The boy only sighed hopelessly, as he was already used to the fact that asking Lori about anything was pointless. Leon glanced at the thoughtful Haruto and calmly assured him that there was no reason to worry. Haruto thought that these guys would definitely overcome the demon, because good people must always do the right thing. Leon could afford to be confident, but Haruto knew well. His duty was to believe in the hero and help him so that he could complete his mission. While Haruto was pondering this, a knight approached him and reminded him that now the boy needed to distract the demons, to pretend as if he himself was attacking the main gates of the fortress. Haruto was a little confused when he heard that they would have to attack themselves. However, the warrior calmly nodded, indicating that everything was right and that this was exactly how it should be. Then he clarified that it was the princess herself who said so, and the idea was suggested to her by Haruto. That guy only sighed, laid his head on the table, and began to think about what trick the princess could have come up with. A few days later, Haruto invited Sharon for a walk. They visited the market together, and then went to the park. Haruto thought and realized that he was a true gentleman. He even found it strange that no unpleasant thoughts appeared in his mind. In the end, Haruto decided that it was because his nights were always full of events and emotions anyway. He sat on a bench by the river, gently holding Sharon's hand. At that moment, he wanted nothing else, only to stay close to the girl, not letting go of her hand. After a brief reflection, the boy remembered how active Sharon had always been. Since childhood, she was not afraid of quarrels and often stood up for herself even in fights with boys from the neighboring village. Haruto also recalled that even before their acquaintance, Sharon had a fiery temper. He remembered how his grandmother always taught Sharon to be honest and not to give up in the face of difficulties. With these instructions, the girl grew and changed. At the beginning of this year, her grandmother passed away. After the grandmother's funeral, Sharon felt that it was time for changes. She had always dreamed of traveling and learning more about the world, so she decided to become an adventurer. The girl told the boy that without him, she would probably have remained forever just a simple low-level adventurer from tours. Sharon sweetly smiled at the boy, and this smile made him realize that it was worth keeping a distance. He always behaved like a true gentleman and knew how to wait, so he had plenty of patience. The girl, however, asked with interest where he was from, how he gained his power, and how his parents lived. To the question about his parents, the boy quietly replied that he grew up in an orphanage and did not know at all who his mother and father were. The girl apologized, as she realized she should not have asked such questions. However, Haruto only smiled warmly and reassured her, saying there was no reason to apologize. He shared that he grew up in an orphanage, but his teacher always treated him kindly. Besides, Haruto was friends with and communicated well with other children. The boy took the girl's hand again, assuring her that there was no need to worry. She just smiled and looked him in the eyes. Haruto shared memories of his trip to Iluja, but did not admit that he actually came here from another world and became a hero. He spoke as if telling a fairy tale about travels across distant continents, and Sharon listened to him attentively, without interrupting or asking any questions. The boy realized that he had never told so much about his past before. Suddenly, he remembered a small souvenir he had prepared for her and almost forgot about it. He opened the box, and inside lay a pendant. The boy took the ornament, carefully put it on the girl's neck, and fastened it. She smiled and thanked him. Sharon smiled kindly at the boy and sincerely confessed that she was truly happy. But suddenly she remembered that she had not even thought to prepare any gift for Haruto in return. When the boy heard these words, an idea for a special gift in return immediately came to his mind. He leaned towards her and gently touched her lips with his kiss. He stepped back a little and confessed with a smile that he had dreamed most of all to receive exactly such a gift from a girl. Then the boy led the girl to the bushes. Sharon did not understand why he was doing this. Meanwhile, Haruto wondered if there was some rule by which a true gentleman remains a gentleman even after sunset. A week had already passed since Garatone left the capital with his comrades. Now they were quietly hiding in thick bushes and carefully watching the fortress that the monsters had captured. The boy thought Laurier lived somewhere nearby, but she had never come to the fort. He decided that the girl might simply not remember this, since anything could be expected from her. He looked in that direction and, as Haruto had supposed, really noticed a hidden passage. Everyone was tensely watching the soldier, who was clearing the way forward. Leon said that they would set out along the secret path, and then asked Haruto to take care of himself. The boy was worried and nervously trembling, anticipating the upcoming adventure. When they left the forest, they went along the main road straight to the fortress. This was meant to immediately attract the demons' attention. Their goal was to lure as many monsters serving the demons out of the fortress as possible. Meanwhile, Leon's team was supposed to use the secret passage and meet the demon himself. Haruto told Leon that their opponent this time would be a demon, but immediately reassured the boy. Together, they would be able to defeat him. Haruto encouraged his friend. The moment had come to prove what they had learned during these 3 months of intense training. After that, they lightly bumped fists. This was how they showed that they understood and supported each other. After that, the hero set out with his team to the hidden passage. Haruto could not hold back a smile. He mentally noted how cool everyone looked with their fists raised. Earlier, Haruto always sent a burly old man into battle, who gently patted the boy on the head as if Haruto understood nothing. At those moments, he felt something like friendship, but now Haruto truly felt genuinely cool. The boy approached Sharon and Lori and explained everything once again. He said he would stand in front, use his magic to attack the fort, and try to lure the monsters into an open area. At this moment, Lori had to stand behind and protect everyone with protective magic, while Sharon was supposed to destroy those demons that could slip past Haruto. Then Haruto said that if someone got injured, it is worth turning to Dwise, the royal mage, who can help with treatment. The boy announced that it was already time to set off, and the girls gladly agreed to go. And so they ran straight to the fort. When they were almost at the fortress, Haruto suddenly stopped. He thought, because this place could become a great shelter for them. Haruto gathered his thoughts, and suddenly tongues of flame burst from his hands, accompanied by a powerful explosion. He himself controlled this power, giving it the desired shape. Then the boy directed a large blazing ball straight towards the fort. The shell exploded right above the fortress. The hero only smiled because as soon as the explosion sounded, monsters immediately attacked them. The boy decisively raised his sword and rushed forward. He bravely attacked the goblins, knocking weapons out of their hands. Suddenly, a wolf jumped on him, trying to bite, but the young man managed to defeat it too. Behind Gerudo stood a giant monster. It swung at the boy, but he quickly dodged and even knocked the weapon out of the monster's hands. The boy found himself surrounded by goblins. They cautiously encircled him, preparing to attack at any moment. But Haruto used earth magic, bound the monsters, and disarmed them. One goblin managed to get out of the ropes, but Gerudo instantly, and without hesitation, cut off his head. At this time, the girls were also bravely fighting the monsters. Haruto wiped sweat from his chin and immediately smelled a strong scent of blood suddenly hitting his nose. He looked at the monsters that were coming closer and wondered, had he already destroyed more than a third of those who attacked him? The boy suddenly noticed a large dark shadow descending around him. He looked up and saw a giant figure looming over the fort, causing him fear. Gerudo loudly shouted Lori, warning that the demon was already very close. At that moment, the monster began to use magic against them. Lorier decisively stepped forward to Gerudo and Sharon and assured them that she could take the situation under her control. She asked them to rely on her. She smiled and confidently said that the shield would protect them. After that, she created an air barrier that defended everyone from the demonic arrows. Gerudo thanked Lori for her persistence, then turned to Sharon asking her not to lose fighting spirit and to keep fighting as before. He said that Leon would soon reach the fort and then be able to engage in battle with the demon. The one who screamed so loudly that his voice made everyone around shudder. The demon jumped from the fort and found himself right in front of the adventurers, again letting out a frantic scream. Haruto heard a scream in which a familiar name was heard and turned to Laurier because he knew she bore the surname Steinhardt. The girl nodded to him, confirming, yes, that really was her name. The demon shouted her name again. His scream cut through the silence and echoed ominously around, filling everything with a creepy reverberation. Lori looked carefully at the monster and asked with interest who he really was. The demon got very angry because the girl did not recognize him and began inventing all sorts of bizarre nicknames for her. Laurier stopped, thought for a moment, and said that she did not remember any golden pants at all. The monster roared fiercely, saying that it had been searching for her all this time to finally take revenge. He recalled how about a year ago Laurier visited his castle. Then Laurier was calmly sitting in the room, leisurely sipping tea, enjoying the good weather and the special atmosphere that prevailed around. However, after the girl destroyed everything around and turned his property to ashes, the demon asked in surprise if she really did not remember what she had done. The girl could not recall this and was not sure about her memories. Haruto became upset when he remembered how during the briefing he asked Lori about the fort, and she then replied that she did not understand at all what it was about. The demon angrily replied to Laurier, saying that it did not matter to him at all whether she remembered something or not. He confidently pointed at the girl, promising that he would defeat her now. Then he pointed at himself and said that he would continue to mock and torment her until she died. Lori only smiled in response when the demon claimed he could defeat her. After these words, the girl sincerely admitted that she had long belonged to Gerudo, so if the demon wants to get to Lori, he would first have to overcome her master. When the boy heard these words, he wondered what Lori was doing right now. He looked at the thief. Wasn't this demon recently on Leon's team, and now he appeared before him again? The boy found himself in front of the monster and could not understand how he had gotten into such a situation at all. The demon turned to Haruto and said that they had to face each other in a duel, but before that, following customs, he first gave his name. The demon introduced himself as Golbend, Cup. Then he declared that in their pair game, the target would be Lori von Steinhardt, and immediately challenged Gerudo to a duel. The boy wondered whether to do the same. The situation seemed complicated, but he saw no other way. He raised his sword up, loudly named his own name, and boldly accepted the challenge. The demon rushed forward, trying to attack the boy, but he did not lose composure and immediately fought back. The boy looked down in surprise when something suddenly sparkled near his feet. He suddenly stopped, coming upon the fire blazing before him. The flame relentlessly moved forward, burning everything in its path. The demon swung with momentum and lunged at the boy, but he easily dodged all the attacks. Suddenly, Haruto swiftly retreated to the side. He looked at Galbend and realized that although the demon missed, the fire still touched the boy. The demon also noticed this and thought the boy was truly very agile. The boy pondered, knowing he could not run forever. so he used earth magic and created a protective wall in front of himself. Haruto realized that this time his earth-controlling abilities would not help. However, he believed, if he could not defeat the demon immediately, at least he would cut off its arm. When the demon emerged from the dungeon, Haruto deadly charged at him. Gathering all his strength, the boy tried to cut off the monster's arm, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing changed. The demon only thudded loudly against the ground. The boy dodged the enemy's blows and suddenly realized his sword lacked power. He gathered all his magic and filled the weapon with energy. At that moment, the demon attacked again, but the boy skillfully jumped aside and immediately swung his enhanced sword at the enemy. He swung the sword with all his might and struck the demon's arm, but Haruto managed to leave only a small scratch on its skin. Galban set his own hand on fire, declaring that the boy was caught. At that moment, Haruto's sword also caught fire, and the boy had to let it go. The demon laughed and asked what had happened. Then he noticed that the boy no longer had a weapon, so now he would have to figure out how to deal with him further. Haruto waved his exhausted hand, recalling how he gave everything he had to fill the sword with magical power. But in the end, an ordinary iron sword remained in his hand. The demon shouted loudly that he was still merciful now, so if the boy surrendered right now, Galban promised to end his life without pain. But if Haruto dared to fight, the demon would first break his arms and legs. Then, right before his eyes, he would cruelly torment Lori and in the end, tear off Haruto's head. The young man frowned. This demon was really bothering him a lot, and he pondered how to act next. Haruto had almost no combat spells, and he was left without weapons. Trying to fight an enemy who could control fiery fists was very dangerous. Therefore, when the demon asked if the boy really wanted to continue resisting, Haruto was silent, clenching his fists tensely. He understood. The moment to act had come, time to use his main move. He grabbed his head, confused and scared, not believing he would have to do it right now. Then he looked back at his friends, who silently watched his every move. He smiled and sighed lightly, realizing that he probably made the girls worry about him. The boy spread his arms, silently apologizing to the girls, and began to recite a spell. The magical power hidden inside him was supposed to gather and flare up. It had to burst out to become a sword capable of driving away the demon. When he was summoned as a hero to Iluja, an incredible magical power awakened within him. It was thanks to this power that he managed to create his most powerful weapon. Bright light instantly filled everything around, causing the girls to lose their sight for a moment. The boy knew well how difficult it was to control such magic, so even Haruto had to recite a lengthy spell. The boy was sure he looked very funny right now, which was why he did not like to resort to this magic. Meanwhile, the demon, who was watching everything, only smiled mysteriously. Haruto remembered how embarrassed he was because of this magic, so he decided to save it for the worst case. He recalled how at 12 years old he invented this spell himself. He clenched his fist and confidently declared, the sword capable of slicing the skies and splitting the earth would soon appear, and nothing would remain in its path. He stretched out his hands forward, and in his clenched fists flashed the divine power of destruction, Ragnarok. The girls watched everything happening with delight. Haruto looked at the demon seriously and said that it was because of him that the boy was forced to use such magic, and now the demon would have to answer for it. Galban got angry, rushed at the boy, and began demanding explanations about what was going on. But Haruto only gripped his sword tighter and struck with all his might at the opponent's burning hand. The demon was shocked when he suddenly lost one of his limbs. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. Haruto did not even hesitate. He immediately launched an attack on the demon. Since then, the demon was defeated, and his spirit scattered in all directions by the wind. The girls called the boy, and at that moment Lori ran up to him and hugged him tightly. The boy tried to warn her about the danger, but the girl paid no attention. They both fell to the ground together. Lori asked if the boy was okay. He only smiled strangely in response and said that he had just spent too much magic. Then he explained that because a girl was involved, he had to embellish the situation a little. Lori blushed, glanced at the boy, and embarrassed, covered her face with her hands. Sharon sat down opposite the boy and looked at his magical sword with interest. She did not hide her admiration for this weapon. The boy replied that this sword was his secret trump card for a special occasion. While the girl carefully examined it, the boy became embarrassed and blushed a little. He glanced at her yucca for a moment, sighed heavily, and carefully sat down next to her. The boy asked Sharon to call the soldiers from the forest and tell them that the demon had already been defeated. The girl immediately ran to carry out this task. Then he returned to Lori, who continued to hold on to him. She raised her head and thanked Haruto with all her heart for the help. The boy smiled in response and was a little confused, but confidently said that he would never allow Lori to fall into that demon's hands. He said that now everything is fine, so the girl can go and help Leon. She gathered courage, clenched her fists, and confidently asked the boy for permission to do it. Before leaving, the girl bent down to the boy once more and kissed him tenderly. She told the boy that she had to go help others and left him alone. Haruto blushed, watching her walk away. Soon Laureate and Leon, together with their friends, cleared the fort of monsters. Haruto ordered his soldiers to deal with the monsters that still remained near the fort. He sat in the hut in the village and thought about the fact that the displacement from Earth had hardly exhausted him. Laureate entered the house. The boy looked at her as if he wanted to find out if everything was okay. Smiling, the girl held a kettle and a cup in her hands. Haruto was surprised because he thought Laureate should be with Sharon now. But she calmly explained that after he was injured protecting her, now she must take care of him. The girl asked the boy if she could be of any help to him. Then she smiled warmly and offered him to rest by laying his head on her lap, as if on a soft pillow. The boy only sighed heavily and admitted that he was so tired he didn't even have the strength to move. Therefore, he turned to Laureate with a request to take care of him. The girl glanced at the boy with a barely noticeable smile, as if admiring that even tired, he still wanted it. After that, she quietly locked the door. Sighing deeply, Lori realized she had no other choice. She slowly took off her shorts. She crawled under the blanket to the boy, smiled gently, and frankly said that she always counts on him. Now he truly deserved this special reward. The boy quietly exhaled, feeling relief and joy, as he realized that all his efforts were not in vain. It was at this moment in the capital of Malicious, on the third underground floor of the Church of Harmony, that important events began to occur. When the magic orb flashed with bright light, a voice was heard from it. He asked in surprise how Haruto got here. Laura stretched, sweetly yawned, and slowly opened her eyes. She still did not fully understand where she was, but suddenly felt something cold on her neck. Touching it with her hand, Laura discovered a collar with a chain. Fear appeared on her face, and she anxiously asked what had happened. Haruto stood nearby, and when he noticed that the girl had finally opened her eyes, he calmly said he was glad she had awakened. However, he immediately noted, everything that happened was her punishment. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding why they wanted to punish her like that. The boy admitted that because of the girl he had to fight a demon, but the girl calmly stopped him, reminding him that she had already thanked and apologized for it. The boy got angry at the girl and decided to teach her a lesson. He said she was confusing different concepts and explained that now it was his time to set the rules. Now the girl should address him only as master. Out of fear and confusion, she screamed, as she could not understand what was happening and why everything had happened this way. When the boy hit her again, she looked at him in surprise and said, "Sir." The boy blushed in embarrassment and put his hand to his chest. What he had just seen made a great impression on him. The girl did not expect this, so she was a little surprised. Then Haruto smiled and suggested she call him Anishin. Several days had passed since they returned to the capital. The award ceremony at the church was to take place in about a month. For now, the boy had no important matters, so he spent his days freely. On the very day Haruto invited Sharon on a date, he also bought gifts for other girls, but he never dared to give his gift to Mina. He entered the room where Mina was just cleaning. He addressed her, but the girl was so focused on her work that she did not immediately notice him. So the boy simply watched, enchanted by the beauty that the girl revealed before him. The next time he came to Mina was already late in the evening. He carefully peeked into the room where the girls were already sound asleep and quietly left from there. His steps led to Mina's door. After knocking, he waited until Mina opened the door, and she was surprised to see him on the threshold. She asked with curiosity if something unusual had happened. The boy hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Mina noticed that Haruto had been watching that girl all day. The boy was even a little surprised that she noticed it. The girl thought that maybe she had done something wrong, but the boy immediately assured her that it was not true. He took out a small box and said that he had a gift for her. The girl looked at this unexpected present with admiration. She blushed, her cheeks covered with a blush, but she sincerely smiled and thanked the boy, confessing that she was very happy. Unexpectedly, he hugged her so tightly that she was confused, and then she began to call him by name. The next day, the boy thought that only a week was left until the beginning of the new year. Troubled by these thoughts, he turned to Mina with a request to be by his side. Haruto was glad that he was understood and hugged the girl tightly by the legs. She looked at him cheerfully and asked with interest what kind of unusual clothes he had. When the new year came, one girl asked why they needed these costumes. The boy enthusiastically explained that they were needed for romance. Lori said that these things were completely unnecessary, but the boy was delighted and considered them wonderful. They entered the house. Sharon immediately noticed the fresh air and cozy atmosphere inside. Mina noted that for the first time the morning sun gave her such a good mood. Lori wondered why they had to travel such a long way at all. Now the boy imagined how they were returning to their room to finally be together. Last night it did not work out, so today he was waiting for this moment with special impatience. When they entered the room, Rufino was already waiting for them. He smiled and said that their clothes looked quite interesting. The boy looked at the princess in surprise, who suddenly appeared. Rufino admitted that she became curious about what Mina was so busy with. She asked Mina and found out that Haruto had come up with something extraordinary. The girl gently hugged the boy, then leaned close to his ear and whispered quietly that she had already discussed the matter of his reward with her father. Smiling, she began to take off her clothes and said that he could receive his reward right here and now. Nayern was a little confused because there were several other girls standing nearby, but Rafina quickly explained that she had already talked about this with all three of his girlfriends. Everyone present turned their gaze to the three girls who were quietly standing aside and saying nothing. Mina assured Her Highness that since this was her first time, she would support and help with everything she could. Loria replied that they had already met the dawn, so it would be strange to just go to sleep now. Gerudo threw his head back and thought that all this was very similar to what had happened with Rafina. Now standing before the girls, he had no strength to resist at all. He looked at the four girls resting on the bed and thought, now they would fully experience all the tricks that Rafina had planned. He leaned over the princess and pondered. Maybe he should have allowed the priestess to slightly reveal her body with clothing, but he had no right to completely take off her dress. Then the boy gently kissed the princess. The boy could in no way allow the girls to defeat him. For him, being in the company of four girls at once was a real nightmare. However, his experience from numerous previous battles helped him cope with this situation. The boy stood by the window and mentally returned to the past. 3 years of hard battles had made him a true hero, and now this experience came in handy. While he was thinking about his own matters, the girls quietly approached from behind and suddenly pounced on him. It was they who exhausted him to the limit, taking away all his strength. At first, Rufina seemed very shy, but then a surprise happened. The girl showed herself to be completely different. For the first time, she took the initiative, and it so impressed Haruto that he became confused and stopped noticing everything happening around him. He felt like he could get lost in these wavy curls, but now, as they lay beside him and he held them in his arms, he felt he had already overcome this magic. Haruto was still breathing heavily, and Rafina watched him with a satisfied smile. Finally, she told the boy that everything went even better than she expected. The girl asked the boy to settle her matter with Mina when he met her father. The boy had already been thinking about this meeting, so, a bit sleepy, he agreed to help, and after their conversation, he thought this new year was definitely not in vain. A week passed, and in the Church of Harmony, they organized a celebration on the occasion of capturing the fort. It was at this very place that the boy met Rafina once again. They together approached the large doors with iron bars, and the girl quietly said that the security in the church had become weaker. Gerudo together with the princess went down to the underground levels. The boy admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The princess noticed that he was a little nervous and asked if he guessed what awaited them next. The young man examined the mysterious sphere and admitted that he did not know what it was. He was only sure of one thing: this object did not give him peace. Why exactly it attracted him so much, he could not understand. The girl shared that she had learned the purpose of this underground room. She said that in this place, they listened to messages from the divine oracle, and the boy turned to her to find out the details. The princess pointed at the bullet. It glowed softly. Hereto also looked at it, but nothing bad happened. Then the boy said it was time to move on. The princess approved his decision and suggested resting a bit. The boy agreed with that. As soon as Rafnis quietly reminded the boy that he would soon have to meet her father, the bullet in his hands glowed even brighter. She saw how the boy warned the girl about the difficulties, and at that very moment realized he is the true hero of this story. Finally, the day of the meeting with His Majesty arrived. The boy, kneeling in the center of the great hall, politely apologized to the king for his concern. The king warmly welcomed the young man in response. He told the boy to simply relax. He really tried to calm down, although he felt a slight discomfort in his stomach. The man began to talk about what he had heard. The boy wants to discuss the reward for returning the fort and investigating the situation with the church. The boy was a little nervous but agreed. The boy openly said that he wanted to receive as a reward the opportunity to take Mina and the third princess, Her Highness Rafina, with him. The boy smiled, and the people around began to look at Mina in surprise. She only shyly smiled in response to his words. The king thoughtfully looked at his daughter and remembered that he had heard a similar request from her before. He noticed how much Rafina trusted this boy. Then the king said he would not mind an alliance with such a strong man as Haruto. But then the king noted that although he was not against it, this matter also concerned the honor of Marquis Cordato. The young man could not understand who exactly this Marquis was. But Rufina suddenly objected to her father and noted that the Marquis had not even officially promised anything in words. The boy looked at her in surprise, hearing her words that this matter would not harm the Marquis or his honor in any way. However, the king assured that he himself had already told everything to the Marquis. When the girl heard what her father said, she silently approached the boy, firmly took his hand, and quietly said that it was already too late. She explained that she had already given herself to Haruto, and it was his first time with her. It was clear that the boy was gripped by fear of the girl's father's reaction to her words. Haruto anxiously asked what she meant, sure that he faced serious punishment. However, the girl smiled and calmly replied that she had been sincere in everything she said. The king sighed heavily, realizing that this time his daughter had truly gone completely beyond the permitted limits. He sighed deeply, but still agreed with their decision and promised to give his consent. The girl looked happily at her father and quietly whispered that they had succeeded. The king did not stop and continued speaking. He rose from his throne and said that he could not give official consent immediately. First, matters with the Marquis needed to be resolved, but unofficially he already approved this decision. After that, the girl's father looked at Haruto, pointed at him, and announced that he had decided. Haruto himself would go to the Marquis's estate and settle all matters with him. The boy set off home, and the princess quietly followed him. She mentally noted that her father, as befits a king, should adhere to traditions, but at the same time noticed that at the decisive moment he showed flexibility in his own way. But the boy suddenly turned to her, grabbed her cheeks, and seriously said that he meant something completely different, and the girl in response asked him to stop pulling her cheeks. When he let her go, the princess said that her father would definitely remember this and put the final point in this story. Her eyes slowly closed from sadness. Haruto approached the girl, realizing that everything that was meant to happen would inevitably happen. He confidently lifted her into his arms, believing that Rafina must definitely bear the deserved punishment. While the girl awkwardly looked around and from time to time cast shy glances at the boy, he already understood what she had imagined, as if he wanted to carry her to bed. Then he entered the house, realizing that she did not even suspect what would happen next, because she was still too naive for that. When they entered the house, Mina was already waiting for them. She asked if her help was needed, and Haruto honestly said that he really needed her support. The maid instantly guessed what it was about. Haruto led the princess to an unfamiliar room. The girl looked around with curiosity, carefully examining every detail. Mina cheerfully took the collar with a chain from the boy's hands and carefully put it on Rafina's neck. She was outraged and loudly exclaimed, emphasizing that she was a princess. Mina began to undress the princess, and she immediately became flustered, saying she was ashamed. Haruto looked at the girl and thought that she had gotten too involved in this situation. The man smiled and confidently said that from now on she was his property, so Rafina must obey him well and serve him. The girl confidently crossed her arms on her chest and said that even if he took her body, her heart would still remain unreachable for him. The boy and Mina smiled at each other, guessing that the princess had decided to join their game. Meanwhile, the maid handed the boy some ropes. The guy tied up the girl because he thought that was the way to teach her a proper lesson. He was convinced that she would no longer resist. When Sharon and Laurier came closer, Rafina loudly exclaimed that she was a princess and simply had no right to lose. Lauri asked Mina what Haruto and the princess were doing at that moment. In the end, the girls also joined the game, and so another fun day of this year passed. The boy looked with delight at the thing lying before him. Meanwhile, Haruto spread his arms wide, showing how deeply the spectacle had impressed him. While the boy was rejoicing, Rafina explained that it was a carriage enchanted with magic and specially prepared in the royal palace. Sharon knew that the crew was actually good, but was surprised to see how much Haruto was captivated. Laurier only emphasized that it was an ordinary road chest. Because of this, Sharon could not understand what made Haruto so happy. Haruto simply smiled, understanding that women and children are not capable of fully appreciating the attractiveness of this thrilling machine. At that moment, Mina told him that the food and clothes had already been prepared and loaded. In response, Haruto gently ran his hand through her hair and sincerely thanked her. Seeing her purr contentedly and wag her tail, he thought she looked extraordinarily cute. While he gently touched the girl, Lion called him. Lion assured that it was just a simple territory check, but asked the guy to be careful. Haruto understood that this was exactly how everyone explained the true purpose of his trip. Therefore, the boy decided not to reveal his true intentions to anyone. He thanked the hero and promised to be careful, sincerely hoping that nothing bad would happen to him on the road. At that moment the fairy flew up to the boy and gently asked him to take care of Clado. The boy was a little confused upon hearing such a request. Everyone settled into the carriage, and the soldiers in the yard waved goodbye to them in unison. Haruto once again confirmed that everything was in its place and solemnly announced that it was time to depart. He jokingly called their carriage a meteor, a real star falling from the sky. Sharon and Lori decided that the name was too long. Rafina disagreed. She liked the name, on the contrary. Mina thought that since the boy had already chosen this name for the team, there was no point in arguing. Meanwhile, Garudo sat silently nearby, hoping that these disputes would finally end. Suddenly, a polite voice was heard apologizing for not introducing itself immediately. It said it was a magical stone spirit living in this self-propelled carriage and called itself Clado. At that moment, the boy understood exactly whom the ferryman was referring to and guessed that Rafina and Mina probably already knew about it. He glanced at the soldiers, then turned to Clado and ordered her to continue driving the cart. The road to Marque's was long and could take almost a whole week, so unhurriedly, they decided to dedicate 3 hours daily to training. Sharon began teaching Rafin proper fighting techniques and introducing her to the basics of magical body strengthening. Gerudo trained together with Lori. She never spared her strength in sparrings, so their fights resembled a real battle for survival. After such tough fights, the boy decided that the next girl in his harem must definitely be the one who possesses strong healing abilities. After training, Mina always called everyone together for dinner. Although once the boy could not gather the team at the table in the mansion, now Mina already ate with them, and they sat like one family. The boy pondered how delicious food can be when shared with loved ones. Looking around and seeing his wives sitting nearby, he felt true happiness. When night falls, the journey continues. Rafina and Sharon go to sleep next to the boy, and Mina pushes the stroller while Lori dozes in the seat. Finally, they arrived at Cordado and entered a city called Iris. As their carriage rolled through winding streets, Rufina began to explain that there was a school for aristocrats here. The girl admitted that she had never studied there. As a member of the royal family, she received education from private tutors. Haruto daydreamed, imagining how the princess would look in a school uniform or sportswear. But Rafina stopped his fantasies in time by drawing attention to herself and distracting the boy, so he quickly looked away. Where were these two students? The boy asked if the cloak was really part of the school uniform. The princess calmly replied that yes, it was indeed the uniform for students, and under the cloak everyone could wear ordinary clothes. When they arrived at the Marquis's estate, they were greeted by a butler. He politely asked the guests to wait in the living room. They sat together at the table, savoring tea, and the boy noted to himself that she behaved truly with dignity. There was no hint of rudeness in her manners, only tenderness and genuine refinement befitting a real princess. Vikov loudly entered the room and addressed Princess Rafina. Gerudo was so surprised that he almost choked upon hearing these words. He admitted that he was very pleased and even a little embarrassed that she had traveled such a long way just for him. The boy looked at the man who had recently entered the room and immediately understood. Standing before him was the same frog swineherd. Rafina noticed that she had not met with the Viscount for a long time. To this, the boy replied that she addressed him too formally. He suggested that Rafina simply call him Dale. Seeing this, Haruto thought that this boy was really very confident. Gerudo realized that to Dale he looked like her fiancé, and this did not please the hero at all. The man was confused because he could not understand. If the man before him was a Viscount, then where was the Marquis? He was completely puzzled by what was happening. At that moment, Haruto addressed the Viscount, and he asked irritably who he was. Then he added that if Haruto was just a guard, he had no business interfering in a conversation with the princess. To this, Gardo replied that Her Highness, the princess, had arrived herself to speak with the Marquis, and politely inquired if they could be taken to him. The priest paused for a moment, then answered that his father was not nearby at the moment. The boy quickly guessed that the Marquis was the father of the Viscount. However, he was puzzled that the Marquise was not present, and he did not understand at all why she was absent. Haruto did not hesitate and rushed forward when the monsters attacked the boy. He confidently swung his sword, and from the powerful strike, the creatures scattered into tongues of fire that immediately vanished into the air. The man approached the boy and explained that the monsters from the dungeon do not actually die. Then Gerudo guessed, probably these beings first become essence and then come back to life again. He placed his hand on the cold wall, realizing that there was no point in searching further, and that stronger magic would be needed here. Looking more closely at the map, he saw that the Marquis was located much deeper than they had initially thought. He found it strange how easily Rafina had convinced him to agree to this matter. Beneath the school of this city was a large dungeon, so deep that no one yet knew where its end was. People said that daredevils had reached as far as the 50th level. Soon the time for the final test at the school came. The graduates had to descend into the labyrinth and stay there for a whole month. However, this year among them was one student who noticeably stood out from all the others. Simply put, he was a true genius, and yet not from an aristocratic family at all. The Marquis, interested in meeting such an extraordinary person, personally became a member of the examination committee. Since he set out into the dungeon, only about 2 weeks had passed. The boy did not want to wait another 2 weeks to talk to the Marquis about his marriage to Rafina. Still, later he decided that nothing could be done and that he could endure these days of waiting. Rafina noted that this could be their chance. However, the boy did not understand what she meant. Then the princess turned to the boy with a request that he establish contact with the Marquis. At first, she wanted to see what he was capable of. It seemed to her that this way she could influence him more easily. She sincerely hugged the boy and said that she believed in him. Haruto would definitely catch up with the graduates and thus prove that he was a true master. At that moment, Haruto decided that it would be good to catch up with the others as easily as possible. He pressed the girl tightly to himself and realized it was time to move on and give his all. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding to wait until the Marquis returned. After that, he confidently pushed the girls toward the bed. The boy understood that the girl was sure. If she just pressed him to her heart, she would definitely get what she wanted so much. However, her expectations were too obvious. He had just stepped away from her when the girl got angry, turned around, and told him that he was bad. After that, all the girls just stood aside and watched as the boy slapped Rafina and told her not to be upset about the refusal. At midnight, when the whole house had fallen asleep, Haruto suddenly felt something unusual that woke him up in the middle of the night. He could not understand what exactly had happened to him. He felt that strange sensation again, familiar from the church, when an incomprehensible energy came directly from the sphere. However, this time that power was rising from somewhere deep in the dungeon. That's how it all happened. Eventually, Haruto dared to venture into the underground labyrinth because he felt something unusual. Such news greatly pleased Rufina. 12 hours had already passed since he wandered through the dungeon. He did not expect to be able to go so far. Taking his phone out of his pocket, he looked at the clock and decided to calculate how much more time he would need to reach the 20th floor. Haruto yawned, stretched, and decided to go to sleep. He promised himself that in the morning he would definitely catch up with everyone else. With this thought, Haruto quickly fell asleep. In the morning he continued his journey and descended even deeper. Suddenly he saw this scene. Right in front of him, two monsters started a fierce fight. Although he thought they should be on the same side, it turned out otherwise. One of the monsters was made of metal, which only intensified their hostility. The boy quickly swung and defeated the snail with one blow. It immediately fell, losing consciousness. But at that very moment, the mechanical opponent suddenly lunged at Haruto. Not fully understanding what it was, the young man instinctively responded with a strike, defending against the attack. He looked back at the robot, surprised that it remained, although it was defeated. Without thinking about it, the boy hurried on, as he had no time to ponder. He walked forward, carefully examining the walls around him. When he reached the 17th floor, he suddenly heard a voice ordering everyone to immediately return upstairs. Haruto approached a group of students who were arguing that it would be better to stay in place. Someone among them expressed regret for not helping those who stayed below. Haruto cautiously approached and politely greeted them, but the students got scared and turned to him with frightened exclamations. Everyone looked at Haruto in surprise, not understanding how exactly he appeared here and what he expected from them. The school uniform still helped him remain unnoticed, so no one burst into the room with screams or panic. Using a pre-prepared excuse, Haruto calmly began asking others about what had happened to them. The students said they were able to reach the 20th floor without problems. Usually after that, they were allowed to act independently, so they decided to carefully examine this floor, looking for hidden doors or concealed treasures. They found a door and carefully unlocked it. Slowly opening the door, the committee members were surprised to see a huge mechanical robot before them. They approached the metal giant and made sure it was motionless and posed no danger. Then they called their students. As soon as the adults turned away from the monster, a student shouted loudly, warning them of danger. The robot had already raised its fist and was about to strike. As soon as they stepped inside, a huge golem rose before them and immediately attacked. To give everyone a chance to escape, the teachers, together with a capable student, bravely drew the attention of this terrible monster to themselves. The labyrinth map remained with the one who distracted the golem, so the students could not figure out how to get outside. The boy asked them about the map, and one of the girls suggested that the exact plan might be in the tent. Haruto looked at his map once more and gave it to the students to make it easier for them to find the exit. When he said he would go down to help and gave them the task to take the map and go upstairs, the students rejoiced and exchanged glances among themselves. Haruto began descending and thought that even if he used magical search to the maximum, the range would still be small. He couldn't say exactly how many people remained, but he felt some were still alive. When the guy finally reached the 20th floor, such a scene opened before his eyes. One of the teachers was fighting with all his might against a giant golem, while his other comrades were already lying nearby on the floor, wounded and unconscious. The man fought the monster with all his might, but suddenly heard someone scream warning him to be careful. Haruto warned the man to be careful, then quickly ran up to the golem and with one swing of his sword cut off its arm. At the very moment the boy managed to defeat the monster and pierce its head with a sword, the man suddenly fell strangely to his knees. Haruto approached the man and gently asked how he was feeling and if he needed help. The man replied that he was more or less fine and thanked the boy for his concern. Then, looking closely at Haruto, noticed his school uniform and asked if he was a student. As soon as the boy replied that he was not a student and wanted to explain something, the man immediately interrupted him, saying he understood everything. He quickly realized that a small confusion had arisen between them and concluded that the boy was probably a servant sent by Princess Rafina. The boy silently remained silent in response to the man, but firmly repeated to himself in his thoughts that he was by no means anyone's servant. Looking at the two unconscious men, he guessed that they were probably teachers. At that moment, he remembered that the talented student was still here nearby. At that moment, the man snaps Haruto out of his thoughts, drawing his gaze. He calls himself the Lord of the Lands of Cordado and reveals his name, Marque Durandals of Cordado. Nyrn was amazed when he found out that this burly man, who resembled a gorilla, was actually the father of that chubby Taud. He looked at the serious Marquis and realized he and his son were completely different, but looking more closely, the boy noticed that both had the same shape of nose. While Haruto was putting a bandage on the Marquis's hand, he introduced himself. The Marquis became interested and asked if Haruto was the boy's surname. The boy, who was simply tied up, smiled and gave his name. The Marquis admitted his mistake, apologized for the rudeness, but noted that now was not the time for long conversations, as the apprentice behind him had trusted him and was now waiting for him. After that, the Marquis asked if he could help his apprentice with anything. The boy nodded to the man, agreeing with him, then turned to his former master and asked if he had a map. He thought for a moment, then said that he indeed had a map. The boy lifted the bottle of water and opened it using magic. The Marquis pondered briefly, and at that moment he realized that before him was a true mage, capable of casting spells even without any words. The man, with a slight smile, remarked that the princess has a very talented companion. The young man was a bit embarrassed, as he had accidentally made a good impression on the Marquis. The boy thought that this thing would be useful to him for an important conversation ahead. Then he announced that he was already going to rescue the student. In addition, he asked the Marquis to be attentive and careful when climbing up. The man firmly said that the boy had already sincerely helped them, and from now on he would take care of everything himself. The student, gasping from running fast, did not stop and continued to run away from the monster. He was already very tired of constantly avoiding danger, but he had no other way. Suddenly, a huge golem struck with all its might where the boy had just been. Fortunately, the student managed to jump back in time, and stone fragments scattered all around. The student sat down behind the column, hoping to run a little more, but his strength finally left him. He fell right onto the floor. The monster had already raised its paw, preparing to destroy the student, but at that very moment Haruto noticed them. The teacher thought that the student had not yet had enough rest. He raised his hand for a new strike, carefully watching the boy. It seemed the young man was already completely exhausted, judging by how he behaved under the tent. Then he created a bullet from the air and launched it straight at the raised fist of the monster. The bullet struck the monster's arm with a swing. The student watched carefully as Haruto used his spell without any doubt and boldly rushed straight at the golem. When the monster, struck by a strong flow of magic, fell to the ground, Haruto approached the student and quietly asked if he was okay. The student sharply pulled off his hood, still gasping after the escape, and finally said with relief that he managed to avoid danger. Haruto looked carefully at the sharp, elven ears of the unfamiliar boy, then noticed his beautiful, unusual face. He gently ran his hand through her hair and praised her for patience. Suddenly, the student girl blushed and confessed that she was actually a boy. At this confession, Haruto froze, stunned as he realized his mistake. He apologized when he learned that a boy was standing before him. Then Haruto explained that the boy was so cute that he initially thought he was a girl. Boku blushed and, turning away from the one who saved him, hurriedly said that everything was not as it seemed. Gerudo, lowering his eyes, thought that such behavior was a bit strange for the boy. But then the man spoke calmly, trying to soothe the boy. He advised him not to worry and to trust his savior. He promised to destroy the monster and asked the boy to rest and not to worry about anything. The student asked if he could defeat the monster on his own. The young man froze in place at what he heard. He slowly turned around and looked surprised at the exemplary student, still not believing that the words he had waited for so long had really been spoken. Haruto believed that everything was ruined because of his bad wish regarding his classmate. Looking at the one he saved, the boy scolded himself again and again. He should not have done that. He had no right to take this dangerous path. While the boy was still doubting and pondering his bad intentions, the golem suddenly rose and confidently approached him. At that moment, the student saw the creature stretch out its heavy iron hand toward Haruto and immediately warned the savior of the danger. The boy quickly dodged the monster's paw, then with a sharp movement swung and cut off Golem's hand. He smiled, pleased with his success, and the apprentice looked at him with admiration. At that moment, Haruto glanced at his sword and thought that his consecrated silver blade was like a special table on which all his valuables were gathered. He attacked the golem again, as if he already knew for sure iron would not be a problem for him. His magic should easily overcome such an obstacle. After the monster's arms and legs were cut off, Golem fell to the ground. The apprentice quietly admitted that his magic did not work against this creature. Then the boy breathed a sigh of relief and declared that he could handle this golem himself. Outwardly he seemed quite ordinary, but once he was famous as a true hero. This very man defeated the demon lord, and then, deciding that it was time to end it, with one swing of his sword cut off the enemy's head. Suddenly there was such a loud rumble that both the student and Haruto had to cover their ears to avoid going deaf. Seeing steam escaping from cracks on the golem's body, the boy looked at this strange creature with curiosity and amazement. Suddenly Golem exploded. Haruto quickly fell to the ground and covered himself with his hands, trying to protect himself from the strong blast wave. He looked with surprise at the golem, which had just exploded nearby, not understanding why it suddenly destroyed itself. The smoke from the explosion instantly filled the entire room. Haruto, coughing and angrily muttering something under his breath, tried to get rid of the smoke in his chest. He got up and looked where the apprentice had recently been. Now he lay unconscious on the floor, with an expression of suffering frozen on his face. The hero sat beside the student, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Without wasting time, he reached into his backpack, searching for the necessary items to quickly stop the bleeding and apply a bandage. To examine the wound, Haruto carefully tore the apprentice's clothes. When he did this, the boy froze in surprise at what he saw. After this, he immediately recoiled from the student, and only then, with surprise, realized that a girl was standing before him. The boy remembered how Boku communicated with him quite straightforwardly and confidently, almost like a boy, although she did not say this directly. He carefully applied a rag to her wound, wiping away dirt and blood. In his thoughts, he decided that this girl was a real tomboy. The young man carefully treated the girl's wounds and stopped the bleeding. When he finished the bandaging, the girl slowly opened her eyes and came to her senses. Quietly, barely audibly, she asked where she was. Then, recalling what had happened, she looked at the young man and asked if he had bandaged her. The girl threw back her cloak and wrapped herself in it to hide. The girl nervously reached out to the shard, firmly grabbed it, and nodding to the boy in gratitude, sharply pulled the splinter from her wound. The boy watched her with admiration as she carefully sat down nearby. He asked why she had done that. The girl blushed, apologized, and admitted that she would not have been able to help herself if she had not acted exactly like that. Haruto was surprised by her frank answer. The girl began to read a spell. She addressed the spirits flying nearby and asked them to help her with their power. Then she used healing magic. The boy watched enchanted as the girl cast a spell, and right before his eyes, the wound of another girl quickly healed until it disappeared without a trace. The hero said with admiration that her healing magic was simply amazing because he himself did not know how to do that. But the girl embarrassedly shook her head, nervously fiddling with the edge of her cloak, and quietly said, "Oni-san is much better than I am." The girl looked at the boy and said that her name was Celestia Olugo, but everyone usually called her just Celis. The boy smiled, said his name, and proudly added that he had already tried himself in many different things, and now he was a true adventurer. While their conversation continued, the smoke covering the fallen golem gradually began to disappear. Garudi clenched his sword even tighter when he suddenly saw a figure in the smoke that he did not recognize. It was clearly not the same monster that had been chasing him before. In front of them appeared some unfamiliar tall object, who said that the old model looked too bulky. The monster's head flared with bright flames as it looked intently at Haruto and asked why he had come. The boy said he came to protect this child, standing before Celeste. Then he asked who this monster was, whether it was a demon or some other creature. His gaze stopped on the stranger's head, which looked very much like the bullet he had found in the church basement. When he realized this, strange, conflicting feelings mixed inside him. The stranger was silent for a moment, then said he had not asked the boy about that. He added that it did not really matter. Unexpectedly, the villain lunged forward and attacked the hero. The hero was not happy about this at all and irritably asked the stranger to stop and wait a moment. Haruto frowned, looked cautiously at the golem, and confidently moved forward. He gripped his sword tightly, then with one precise motion struck the blade at the side of his opponent. Haruto looked at his sword in surprise. Right before his eyes, the blade began to crumble. His heart tightened with disappointment. After all, he had spent a lot of money on this weapon. It seemed to him that someone was mocking him. In his soul, he was already mourning the lost blade. Haruto pondered, immersed in his feelings, but suddenly Celes caught his attention. She addressed him and shared her discovery. It turned out the golem's armor could absorb magic. Celes explained that even a magical sword was not very effective against such an opponent. The boy thought about the effect of the magical silencer, while Golem meanwhile thought that the elf was surprisingly smart. The golem waved his hand and continued his story. He was sure she already understood everything, since she had tried more than once to break his outer shell. Haruto again rushed into battle against Golem, well understanding how much the enemy's strong armor complicated his task. While the battle lasted, he carefully observed the enemy and realized that his previous strike made sense. Suddenly Haruto understood. To inflict real damage on this golem, one must strike precisely at its joints. The stranger suddenly jumped back from the boy to the stone wall. However, stopping, he looked at his leg in surprise. Haruto was also puzzled when he saw that the enemy's leg was frozen with ice, and because of this the golem could no longer move. The stranger looked at the elf, who stretched out her hand to the golem. She turned to her protector and asked him to stop the monster. Haruto instantly lunged forward, and with all his might slashed his sword at the golem's joint, hitting the target precisely. The stranger raised his hand as if to push the boy away, but instead he exhaled heavily and created a fiery ball right in his palm. Haruto, with a smile on his face, realized that Golem still had not managed to completely break the spell. Suddenly the monster's wounded arm fell off, loudly hitting the ground. The boy did not lower his guard and prepared to defend himself if the golem decided to attack again. But instead, the golem just laughed, pressing his arm to his shoulder, and honestly admitted to the boy that he had not expected such a blow from Haruto at all. Celes, wrapped in a robe, was still sitting in place and listening as the stranger confessed that he had never expected to win. Then Haruto asked if the golem had made any decision for itself. He agreed, deciding for himself that he would probably really do so, just run away from the guy. But the latter only smiled confidently and said that unfortunately, Haruto does not plan to let him go so easily. The golem replied that it was not difficult for him at all to break free and run away from the boy. After these words, he pointed with his hand to the side. Haruto and Celes went where the golem directed them and were surprised to see behind them a whole army of small golems. Suddenly, these creatures rushed at the hero and his apprentice. Haruto, together with the elf, looked with fear at the countless mechanical monsters that appeared before them and sought their destruction. Haruto called out to the girl to be vigilant and not get hurt. While they fought the monsters together, he quietly began to retreat, hoping to save himself from death. Haruto was breathing heavily, looking at his sword. It was completely broken. The blade was chipped and the edge was dulled. Defeat weighed on him, but he understood that now they were safe. The thought did not leave him. What was wrong with these mechanical monsters? Haruto turned to the girl and sincerely thanked her for stopping the golem. Smiling, he noted that without her help, it would have been much harder for him. Sally blushed and uncertainly objected that everything was not at all as it seemed. She quietly added that this girl actually knew almost nothing. When they got upstairs, the boy pondered. Just like then in the church, he still could not understand why this person made him nervous, or more precisely, used to make him nervous. After the fight, this anxiety had already disappeared. It seemed as if he completely stopped understanding what was happening around. Although he stood firm, there were losses. The sword barely held together, and the clothes were torn to shreds. He imagined how his 4 girls tenderly cared for him, helping him recover both body and heart, like devoted servants who were always nearby, always ready to support and protect. When Esli and Haruto went outside, the teachers from the Marque school were already waiting for them. Haruto eagerly thought that soon his dream might come true. The boy, who had long been used to the strange actions of his friend, was not even surprised by what had just happened. and the girl addressed someone with a sarcastic question about punishment. Laureate stood proudly and confidently, deciding to teach the man a lesson. However, he did not resist, on the contrary, he liked all her displays of attention. While the girl sternly lectured the man, everyone around looked at them with surprise. They were impressed not only by her determination, but also by the fact that the man apparently did not resist at all, but even enjoyed it. No one could understand what was really happening between them. On the third day after the boy descended into the dungeon, a strange man suddenly appeared at the hotel. He looked like both a pig and a frog at the same time, and for some reason this stranger was convinced that Rufino was his fiancée. As soon as the man tried to approach Rafina, Eloria remembered that the boy had ordered her before leaving not to let this man touch the princess under any circumstances. Luria suddenly hit the man, although there was no reason for it. Her fist struck him right in the face, and from the strong blow he lost a tooth. The blow was so powerful that it threw the man aside, breaking through the wall along with him. Although the boy warned that Rafina needed protection from all threats, it did not mean at all that no one could even approach her. But Lorai understood his words literally. When she attacked, she felt relief because she was able to prevent the man from reaching Rafina. The man quickly came to his senses, and everyone expected a scandal after the girl attacked him. However, instead of starting a quarrel, he unexpectedly began asking Laurier to hit him again. The girls listened to his words in surprise, but only Lore remained impassive. She smiled slyly and looked at the man with admiration, as if she found his confusion interesting to watch. After what happened, the man began training with considerable persistence. Only a week passed, and it was already noticeable that his round belly had become a bit smaller. He did all this for only one reason, so that Lorai would punish him once again. When the guy returned from the dungeon, he saw an unusual scene. Laurier was just training the man. It surprised him so much that he froze for a few seconds, not believing his eyes. The girl was glowing with happiness upon seeing his return. She ran up with a smile and hugged him, and Haruto sincerely rejoiced at her warm and open reception. The boy and the girl happily threw themselves into each other's arms, rejoicing in the long-awaited meeting. The man who was watching this noticed Lorai's action and decided to end his training. The man frowned and looked anxiously at the boy. He did not like at all that Haruto suddenly interrupted their training. All her attention immediately shifted from the man to the newcomer. Gerudo felt uncomfortable when he noticed the man's gaze. In those eyes, there was arrogance, as if he thought he was above him. Night came and the city was covered by thick darkness. Bright silvery stars lit up the sky, and the moon shone among them even brighter, drawing attention to itself. Gerudo decided to postpone the conversation with Rafina about the new weapon to another day. Today he just wanted to rest a little. The boy was not alone in his room. All the boys had only rest in mind. Haruto, however, imagined spending time in the company of 4 charming girls. Lying on the bed, he sincerely rejoiced that they were beside him. He embraced one girl, filling her with tenderness and happiness. Soon the others joined them. Haruto gave them all an unforgettable feeling of happiness and harmony. For him, it became a true paradise. The young man admired the girls. Each had her own special beauty, and they all stood out from each other. Each of them attracted him in a special way. The boy watched with admiration as the girls became shy, and their cheeks blushed with embarrassment. Haruto fully immersed himself in these moments, and sincerely enjoyed the opportunity to communicate with them. These people were a true treasure for him, which he had to protect. When he looked at them, he gained new strength to live on. Gerudo was completely satisfied with the rest. He gave each girl moments of true pleasure and joy. He himself was also happy and had no reason to complain. The next day, all the girls except Laurier gathered at the hotel. The butler was telling them something important and explaining details. Meanwhile, the boy had finished all his affairs before the meeting with the Marquis. He took the girl to another place to talk to her alone. Laurier asked the boy what his plans were and why he decided to leave the rest of the girls. Haruto approaches the girl with a request. She immediately became curious about what exactly he wanted, and she decided to ask what wish he was going to make. The boy insisted that she fulfill his request immediately, without delaying even for a minute. He asked the girl to step on him just like she once did with another man. Lori was overwhelmed with various feelings. She was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, she liked this request. The dark-haired boy sincerely dreamed of feeling this at least once in his life. He was not going to yield or lose to this man. Lori only smiled in response and nodded, without commenting on his request. At that moment, the girl calmly told the boy to lie down on the ground. When Haruto settled on the ground, the girl listened to him and did as he asked. The young man carefully watched her movements, and she felt a little confused because of their closeness. At first, the girl was a little confused when she was near the boy, but gradually she began to feel genuine interest in him. Lori started to act more confidently and enthusiastically began to show her persistence toward him. Lori was overwhelmed with a pleasant feeling of power over the boy. She looked at Haruto with a sly smile, and a slight smirk sparkled in her eyes. It immediately became clear to her he really liked her touches. As the girl approached closer and closer, the boy felt true pleasure. It did not hurt him at all, on the contrary, her actions gave him joy. Haruto unexpectedly discovered a completely new world of pleasure. He was truly pleased to receive exactly what he desired. When the girl fulfilled his request, he no longer felt that he was losing or yielding to this man. Haruto felt like an absolute winner next to this man. He even imagined that the man secretly envied him, and now, it seems, the man is again in the role of the one who loses. Haruto felt special excitement when Lori took the reins of the situation into her own hands. He even became curious about what would happen if the other three girls also took the initiative and started to control him. Next to the boy there were always different girls, a cheerful and playful girlfriend, a proud and strong princess, as well as a quiet, obedient maid. The young man secretly hoped that one day each of them would touch him as tenderly as Lori once did. After what Lori did, a new passion seemed to ignite within him. He felt the desire again to keep his life under control. At that moment an elf quietly approached them. She was impressed by what she saw and silently watched the company. However, Lori and Haruto noticed her and immediately paid attention to the stranger. As it turned out, the girl was personally invited by the Marque. She spoke about it to everyone around with emotion and a little embarrassment, tears shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, her brother still had not come. She decided to find out what was going on. While the elf was talking to others, Lori calmly but confidently approached the boy. The elf blushed with embarrassment and quickly ran away from Haruto and Lori. Although the boy wanted to stop her for a moment, confusion did not allow him to even move, so he stayed behind and only watched her leave. Lori was very worried because their experiment was ongoing, and Haruto felt awkward that the elf had witnessed all of this. Two girls stood by the window, smiling as they watched everything happening around. Lori wanted to go further, but the boy had already lost interest. Both felt pleased, but the moment had come when they should stop. Once inside, the exhausted boy finally saw the Marque. The Marque sincerely apologized for his delay and greeted everyone gathered in the hall. The man approached Princess Rufina and immediately asked her forgiveness for being late, but Rufina was not offended or upset about it. On the contrary, she held no grudge against him at all. When the Marque apologized to the girl, he also thanked the boy for his support in the underground labyrinth. Haruto calmly and with dignity accepted these words of gratitude. The Marque calmly unrolled the scroll with the information it contained and admitted that he knew the real reason for their visit. However, he did not object to anything. Haruto was glad because he realized that he had not opposed this only because the Marquis's son sympathized with Lori. The conversation continued for some time, although the boy's question had long since clarified the situation. Suddenly, the Marquis himself had a new problem. His subordinate brought a strange object wrapped in cloth. It was the hand of the same strange golem with whom the boy had recently competed in the dungeon. While he was examining this body part, the elf girl rose from her seat. The girl shared that as soon as she looked at the golem's hand, she immediately understood. It was created using the latest technologies. The boy realized that Celes knew something about the golem's hand, and this greatly interested him. But when he asked questions, the girl became confused and even looked frightened by his intense attention. Haruto noticed that after what he had seen earlier, Celes became more cautious towards him. However, he could not influence this situation in any way. The Marquis told the boy that Celes was the smartest among all the students. Even the teachers were amazed by her deep knowledge. The man also addressed Haruto with a request. After the master lost his hand, the golem escaped. The Marquis really wants to catch this golem but cannot leave his lands. Therefore, he asks the boy to find the fugitive. At first, the boy intended to refuse the man's request, but suddenly remembered that the Marquis had appeared at the meeting with Rufina. Besides, he himself was curious to learn more about the golem. Haruto agreed to the Marquis's proposal because he also really wanted to see that golem. The Marquis sighed with relief when the boy accepted his terms. Lori and the other girls were already tired of waiting for this conversation to end. Meanwhile, Haruto, confused and uncertain, stood aside. He had not the slightest idea where the golem was heading. The Marquis expressed one more request to the boy. He asked them to stay in the city for an additional month so that he would have time to gather all the necessary information. In fact, he had a completely different goal. At that moment, Celes was supposed to have finished her studies, and that was why the Marquis insisted that the girls set off with them. The boy froze for a moment in indecision, not understanding what exactly this man expected from him. Meanwhile, Haruto turned back to the girl and glanced attentively in her direction. He understood what the Marquis really wanted. He asked them to stay to support the elven girl. However, she was very shy and very nervous. Haruto was truly happy, because during the time spent together in the dungeons, he and Solis had become true friends. Now he had one more reason to be near her. The boy took this request as a lucky chance, as if fate itself had given him a gift. He immediately imagined having a kind and sweet elven friend. Various images of their future friendship began to appear in his mind. Haruto, thinking about the girl who had appeared in his dreams, could not hold back a smile and blushed. However, his sly smile made Celis wary. The boy was so absorbed in his dreams that he noticed nothing around him until the girl next to him suddenly pushed him, forcing him to come to his senses. The weather outside was warm, and the trees were covered with lush green leaves. On a bench in the park located on the outskirts of the city, a boy named Haruto sat quietly and enjoyed his rest. At that time, Haruto found himself completely alone. He sat on the bench and rested calmly, catching a moment of peace and enjoying the rare silence. Meanwhile, Sharon and Mina went shopping, and Rafina and Laurier took on a quest. They set out to fight weak monsters. At first, the boy was confused when he saw the new team, but quite quickly he noticed that these people worked well together. Rafina always found common ground with those around her, and Laurier was unmatched in battle. The boy was sincerely glad that there was harmony among them. He understood it could have been much worse if they had constantly argued or quarreled with each other. By the way, every evening all five of them went to sleep together in one bed. The boy had enough strength, even though he remained the only one among the girls. Garuto suggested that they sometimes switch places, but the girls refused every time. Honestly, the guy did not want to switch places with the girls at all. He did not want to distance himself from them or feel separate. Every morning he woke up delighted, feeling the warmth of the girls around him. It was at these moments that the boy truly understood what a harem was. Gerudo could no longer fight this unusual feeling. While he was thoughtfully pondering everything, a girl suddenly approached him. It was Celis. Gerudo asked her what had happened and why she was here. The girl said she came specifically to him, and someone from the hotel guests had told her where to find him. The girl handed the boy a bundle she had been holding in her hands until now. Recently, Haruto had strongly desired to get this item, and it was precisely for him that sellers brought it. The boy thanked the girl for bringing him the needed item and carefully took the package in his hands. Meanwhile, the girl could not resist her curiosity and asked what exactly he needed it for. Ardo explained to her that this thing was actually not for him. It was intended for Sharon, a girl with red hair. When he finished telling about the bundle with that strange thing, Celis shyly turned to the boy with one request. She told the boy that she can stand up for herself and protect herself, so she asked him to teach her what it really means to be a true adventurer. Seeing the girl's request, the boy was delighted, as it was a great chance to get closer to Celis. Gerudo had previously thought she did not love him, so he was pleasantly confused and gladly agreed to help her. Hearing that the boy agreed, the girl could barely contain her joy. She shyly smiled and sincerely thanked him for helping. Haruto saw how she looked at him joyfully and sincerely smiled in response. He thought that this girl looked especially cute when she did not hide her true feelings. He was confused because he did not understand what exactly he could teach her. Without thinking long, he began to look for ideas for training. After all, in this world, everything he knew was only martial arts. But the boy's thoughts were already flying far away. He desperately wanted to do something magical, for example, to suggest to the girl to try on different outfits. Haruto was not going to miss the opportunity that had appeared so unexpectedly before him. The boy was so lost in thought about what he would do with the girl that his strange appearance even began to scare Celis. While the boy had not yet recovered from his dreams, the girl, frightened and confused, hurriedly said goodbye to him and instantly ran home. Meanwhile, the boy thought he had about 2 more weeks to show Celis his best side. He was convinced he had enough time to make her fall in love with him. However, he immediately felt that he was not thrilled about this news. If Celis comes to their morning training, he will have to be more careful and not behave so freely with other girls. The boy was very upset about everything that had happened. He felt that he had made a mistake when he tried to get close to Celis. Now he was no longer sure if he would be able to handle his feelings. The girls had already approached the boy. Sharon looked at him attentively, noticing his nervousness, while Mina calmly but without looking away watched his every move. Gerudo quickly pulled himself together and stopped being upset. He felt ashamed because the girl noticed how confused he was. At that very moment, the boy suddenly realized that Celis was no longer nearby. Gerudo anxiously looked around, searching for her with his eyes, and saw that the girl had moved away from him and was now standing at a distance. After a while, the boy picked up the bundle lying nearby and handed it to the girl with short hair. Sharon looked at this unexpected gift in surprise. The girl carefully unwrapped the bundle of fabric, and a glove fell out, exactly what the boy had asked to find at Cecil's. It turned out that the boy remembered how, during their joint walk in tours, the girl chose exactly such an item. This glove was special because it was made from the famous hand of that very golem. It turned out that this glove could neutralize almost any magical interference. For a guide, there was no better find than this item, so it suited Sharon perfectly. Hearing these words, the girl happily quickly put on the gloves. Sharon was very pleased with her new purchase. In her opinion, the gloves were simply perfect. But she was sure that this item was more suitable for the boy. Therefore, Sharon offered Haruto to take the backpack for himself, but he refused. He said it might interfere with his use of magic. Moreover, Sharon does not know how to use offensive magic, so she is the best fit for the glove. Hearing these words, the girl sincerely smiled. She was pleased not only by the gift but also by what the boy said. Therefore, she gladly took the glove. Haruto watched with a smile as the girl genuinely rejoiced in her new purchase. She was so touched that she raised the gloves up and admired them enthusiastically. Soon the boy stopped noticing her joy, as he was increasingly captivated by her beauty, delicate facial features, and attractive forms. He could not take his eyes off Sharon, and because of this, his cheeks began to burn. He became embarrassed, so the boy hurriedly started looking for something to shift his gaze to hide his discomfort. Haruto noticed the girl in a maid costume and addressed Mina. He called her because he wanted to say something. Mina turned to him and asked what he wanted. As soon as she glanced at his stern face, she immediately guessed his intentions. The girl understood well what such an expression meant. Without hesitation, the girl offered the boy a place to fulfill his desire. Mina pointed to the neighboring building and asked if everything inside suited him. The boy was momentarily confused upon hearing her words. His cheeks immediately flushed, and he turned completely red with embarrassment. He did not expect the girl to understand everything so quickly. After a short pause, he somewhat confusedly accepted the offer from the girl in the maid costume, and she immediately began preparations. Mina quickly approached Sharon, who was still glowing with happiness. The girl in the maid costume gently took Sharon's hand and led her inside the building, leaving her friend a little surprised. Sharon could not understand why she was being led into this building. Meanwhile, the boy remained calm, with a slight smile on his face, deciding to think about Celis's preparations the next day. At that moment, Haruto, left without clothes, decided to fully relax with the two girls. He wanted to forget everything and simply enjoy the pleasant company. Spending time with Sharon, the boy suddenly remembered Mina. He was curious how she managed to recognize everything. He had only said the name. Then Haruto realized that his emotions and thoughts were easy to guess. The maids truly surprised everyone with their skill. After that, Haruto approached Mina, wishing to please her and give unforgettable emotions with his actions. Haruto gently bit Mina's cat ear, hitting exactly the spot where she feels touches the most. From the sudden gesture, the girl could not hold back and trembled all over. Over time, the boy began to pay attention to both girls at once. Mina and Sharon were simply happy that he noticed both of them. Finally, when everything ended, everyone lay on the bed, exhausted but happy from the pleasant moments they had just experienced. After some time, Haruto and Celi reached the library. The boy could not hide his admiration for what he saw. Thousands of books surrounded him, and the place impressed his imagination. Haruto looked around the room with interest, while the girl told him about the local library. She said that the library of the Iris Magic School has an extraordinary number of books. Even in the capital, one cannot find so much literature. Celi found out which book caught the attention of this boy. He was looking for an edition that told the history of the country, and the young man was also very interested in ancient legends. That is why he came to the library. He really wanted to learn more about this world, so when the opportunity arose, he asked Celis to show him the local library. The girl climbed the wooden stairs and began carefully searching the shelf for the very book that had so interested the boy. Meanwhile, the boy was closely watching her actions. But it was not this that attracted him. What Haruto saw made his eyes light up and his cheeks flush with a blush. Before him spread a wonderful view of Celi. While the girl carefully studied the book on the top shelf of the cabinet, the boy could not take his eyes off her figure. Although the wide shorts almost completely covered Sala's figure, the boy still could not look away from her. He smiled and finally managed to pull himself together, stopping looking around. Although in his mind he apologized to the library for his thoughts, what he saw still brought him joy. By this time, Seal had already found and gathered all the necessary books. She took one of them, showed it to the boy, and suggested starting with Genesis of Arudages. The boy agreed to her proposal, although he had not yet encountered such experience. Haruto imagined that Arjugiz would be similar to Andalusia. Haruto asked the girl to read this book aloud to him. Without any hesitation, Sillies immediately agreed. When Sillies finished retelling the legend of the creation of the world, he also told how the Kingdom of Mills came into being. However, unfortunately, even after all this story, no evidence was found that Haruto had ever been in Andalusia. The boy sighed heavily and tiredly laid his head on the table. He realized that all this time he had not heard anything about Andalasia, and with his own words only added to Selly's worries. But the boy quickly comforted the worried elf. For him, the event only proved that he was really not in Andalusia, but in a completely unfamiliar world. The boy furrowed his brows and pondered. He did not understand how he got into this world, and it troubled him. Even in the middle of the night, Haruto was not sure if he was really in Andalusia. He had long prepared for this journey, studied all the details about this place, and was almost sure that he had done everything right to end up exactly here. But in reality, it was a completely different world, with its own unique history, unlike ours. And even if that was true, the local magic and level of civilization development were almost indistinguishable from what was in Andalusia. Over time, Haruto stopped worrying. Although it was not Andalusia, he really liked living in this world. No one around knew he was a hero, and no one intended to send him back to Earth. However, the boy sincerely dreamed of meeting again with his friends, with whom he had traveled together for 3 years. But the boy was not upset by this. He simply accepted that their paths would no longer cross. Silly saw for a few seconds how a glimmer of loneliness appeared on the boy's face. She was worried whether he was okay and how he was feeling. He hurried to reassure her, assuring that he was fine, and sincerely thanked Rukavi for her care and help with the books. The girl was a little embarrassed to hear his words, but still accepted the thanks. The boy helped the girl put the books on the shelf. At that moment, thoughts about former friends were spinning in his head. He imagined that they might still be upset because they could not protect him from exile to Earth. But Haruto sincerely hoped that now they were simply enjoying their lives. Haruto barely restrained a smile, imagining how fun it would be to end up together with Mina in a cute trap right in the middle of the library. The boy began to fantasize about Mina. In his imagination, she seemed to want to spend time in the library, covering her mouth with her hand, trying to be silent and hide her embarrassment during their closeness. However, Haruto understood that in reality, she would hardly be able to hold back. Gerutelia was so captivated by fantasies about the maid that he involuntarily began to swallow saliva. His gaze became absent, and he completely immersed himself in his dreamy thoughts. Selly could not hold back tears, her eyes filled with offense and shame because of how long and boldly the boy looked at her. She involuntarily trembled from his bold behavior. Waking up, Garudo realized that he had scared the girl again. She was still troubled by his careless glance. The boy understood that Sellies needed more time to believe him again. Only trees were rising all around. In the middle of the forest, the boy stopped and carefully studied the map, trying to figure out exactly where he was. Gerudo was intently looking at the map, carefully examining the surrounding area and paying attention to every detail. Looking at the map, the boy realized that he was exactly where he needed to be. A little earlier, Haruto had gone to the guild to receive a new task. Rare medicinal herbs grew in the dense forest, but today he did not come for them. His task was to find and stop the one who destroyed a special glade covered with flowers. From the traces left behind, it was clear that it was most likely the work of an orc. However, many other adventurers had already taken on this task before Haruto, but none of them returned, so it seems they have already been forgotten. Besides wanting to dispel boredom, Haruto also hoped to become famous by completing this mission. But in reality, the reason was quite different. Now the remains of orcs and their parts were highly valuable and sold for large sums of money. These ingredients were taken to prepare strong medicinal tinctures. Their effect was special. They helped restore strength and recover quickly. The boy desperately needed healing potions that would help him regain his strength. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation to take on this task. When he returned from the dungeon, he had enough strength to endure only a few rounds with each of the girls. The boy thought this happened simply because he had restrained himself for a long time. That day, when he gave Sharon a glove, the boy was so tired that he immediately fell asleep. However, even great fatigue could not stop his desire to expand his harem and not give up for the girls. The boy urgently needed a potion because he lacked strength. Therefore, Haruto immediately used magic to search the entire forest around him. Soon the boy met an orc. His presence immediately became noticeable on the outskirts. Besides this giant, the boy also noticed that other people were nearby. When he approached, he saw an orc fighting several opponents. The boy could not help but be amazed by the courage of the two people. They were the only ones who dared to stand against the orc. But in a moment he changed his mind. The strangers easily defeated the orc, and the boy only watched, stunned by what had happened. A huge orc defeated in battle, fell to the ground with a dull thud, and the impact shook everything around. Unknown people noticed a boy approaching them and immediately asked why he had appeared here. Among this group, there was also one girl. Haruto was about to say his name, but the girl quickly stopped him with a gesture. She immediately understood. The boy was using magic to get here. The girl with an unusual appearance finally dared to ask the boy directly what exactly he needed from them. Her straightforwardness surprised the boy so much that he was even confused and could not immediately give an answer. He felt that the girl was mocking him. She didn't even let him finish when he wanted to honestly explain everything. When the boy finally calmed down, he explained once again that he was a traveler searching for an orc. The girl slightly reproached him, saying it would have been better to tell the truth right away. But the boy assured that he really wanted to tell them everything earlier. When the boy told everything, the girl approached the orc who was lying motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, she began to take off his clothes. The girl took out a sharp steel rod from behind her belt and without hesitation began cutting the orc's meat into pieces. This greatly angered the boy. Later, the girl finally finished her work and carefully placed the orc's remains into a linen bag. The girl's friend approached the boy. Before her stood a stranger in a cloak with a hood thrown over, hiding his face. He quietly asked the boy how to find the city of Iris. Haruto told him where the city was located and showed the way to go to Iris, but he did not express gratitude. He simply calmly listened to all the instructions. When the boy heard the voice of the stranger in the tunic, he suddenly realized before him was not a man but another girl. She looked as strange as his friend. The boy understood that he might be in danger, so he decided to return. He suggested going with them to the city. The girls agreed but first asked his name. The young man named himself Amagi Haruto. Hearing his name, both girls froze for a few seconds. It seemed they had heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly, one of the girls swiftly lunged at the boy. Her brutal strike showed a real intent to cause pain, not just to scare. But Haruto managed to raise a defense and repel the attack. The boy froze from the unexpected attack. He could only exclaim in surprise. He did not understand at all why the girl suddenly attacked him. The girl with the unusual appearance quickly jumped back from the boy, smiled cheerfully, and admitted that he was really strong because he managed to repel her attack. She turned to her friend and asked what they should do next. The friend confidently said that their actions would not cause any trouble. The stranger in the hood told the boy that there was no more indecent face than Amagi Haruto's. Haruto was so surprised by these words that he even stopped breathing for a moment. But the boy did not have time to say anything. The girl, smiling cheerfully again, quickly ran up to him, already preparing to deliver a new blow. The girl jumped high up, bypassing the opponent, and at that moment raised her hands with sharp, blade-like nails, preparing to attack. In an instant, she sharply bent forward with her whole body and struck strongly with her hand, without hesitation and without showing mercy. But the boy managed to react and defended himself with a steel sword from her blow. It was not easy for him. The attacker pressed so hard that he barely held his weapon. The boy's sword clashed with the girl's sharp claws, causing a piercing screech. At that moment, the boy realized they really want to destroy him. The boy understood nothing, but he knew well these people were set against him, so he decided that he must defeat them. Gathering his thoughts, he began to create magic. The girl with an unusual appearance immediately noticed that someone near her had used magic and quickly managed to jump back from the earthbind spell. This greatly surprised Haruto. He was surprised that the girl was able to dodge his attack in time even before he cast the spell, and the girl herself was shocked that the boy could use magic without uttering a single word. Moreover, the magic that enveloped his sword also impressed her. If an ordinary enemy had stood before her, he would have long since fallen from her sharp claws. Haruto was lost in guesses. Who was this strange girl, and why did she know almost everything about him? But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by another stranger in a dark cloak. She ordered her companion in a cold voice to immediately deal with Haruto. The girl with the unusual appearance calmly took the order and passed it to the one she understood. The man began to get nervous because the mysterious woman in the cloak stubbornly did not answer his questions. Haruto really wanted to catch them and finally get answers to all his questions. Anger overwhelmed the boy, so he gathered his courage and rushed to attack his enemies. Enraged, he uses the earth spell again. Strong vines rapidly sprout from the ground, suddenly enveloping the enemies and confusing them. The lianas tightly wrapped around his opponents, not allowing them to move even slightly, and they could no longer defend themselves. The blonde woman looked fearfully at what was happening. The girl tried with all her might to break free from the lianas that held her tightly and prevented her from moving. Her efforts were in vain. Seeing this, the boy joyfully declared that it was time for them to surrender. The girl ignored his words. She stubbornly fought, trying to free herself from the strong embrace of the grapevines, but she did not have enough strength even to move. Meanwhile, the boy was determined. He wanted to understand why he was attacked. The stranger in the cloak noted that, as could be expected, it was impossible to overcome him with just one such creature. Haruto was confused when he heard the voice of the mysterious man in the cloak. Now he clearly understood that it was a male voice. Meanwhile, the stranger in the cloak was already preparing to attack. A loud and sharp sound made the boy immediately grab his ears. The girl also could not hold back. A sharp rumble ran through her head, causing unpleasant pain. Haruto immediately felt alarmed. The sudden sharp sound made him wary, and a heavy premonition arose in his chest. The boy understood something bad was about to happen soon. Frightened and paralyzed by the pain from the loud rumble, he did not panic and immediately cast the earth wall spell. The earth quickly rose around him, forming a high defense. At the same moment, the body of the stranger in the cloak began to crumble right before their eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. However, the boy did not lose composure. He instantly used magic and created an earth wall that timely protected him from the strong attack. The girl survived the explosion, but the flying stone fragments hit her painfully from all sides. She was defenseless because the grapevines held her tightly and did not allow her to move. The boy sighed with relief. It was very dangerous. If he had delayed even for a second longer, it is hard to imagine what could have happened. Soon Haruto noticed a girl who survived the explosion. He was amazed by her incredible strength. It seemed she was almost unharmed. The boy returned to the girl who could not move and asked her if her companion was really a golem. But the girl did not even suspect who was next to her. The fact that she did not know who she was dealing with made him very angry. He felt a little uncomfortable when they both decided to attack him together. But looking at the girl's sincere and innocent face, Haruto realized that she was not trying to deceive him. Although it looked strange, the boy had already seen someone similar to this girl, and back then it was Laurier. One way or another, the boy needed to find out something. So, pointing a weapon at the girl, he began to demand that she tell him about her companion. She remained silent in response, as she was hired specifically for this task and had no right to reveal any details about her client. She accepted her defeat. The girl turned to the boy and confessed that now everything was in his hands. He could do with her as he wished. Hearing this, the boy took a liana and used magic on the girl. The liana gradually wrapped around the girl more and more tightly, secreting plant slime. The girl was confused, as such sensations were completely new to her. Haruto, covering his face with a villain's mask, began to question the girl with a sly smile. He was interested in her name, what they were looking for here, and why they ended up in this place. The girl only mockingly stuck out her tongue at the boy and stubbornly refused to say anything. In response, Haruto only smiled more cheerfully and used magic on Liana again. Suddenly, green vines began to grow around the girl who could not move, wrapping around her from all sides. Not expecting this, she was genuinely surprised. But new grapevines appeared, tightly entwining her. They were not like those that had bound her before. Inside these branches flowed a strange, unfamiliar liquid. The boy with a wicked smile watched the events. The spell Water Stream turned the green vines into a slippery, sticky mush. 2 hours had already passed, and the girl was still embraced by strong vines. Because of this, she trembled, and each of her breaths became heavy and full of dreaminess. At that moment, the girl felt something completely new to her. The emotions were so strong that it seemed to her as if she had flown to the heavens. Her eyes involuntarily filled with tears of joy. Haruto smiled at the girl. She looked defeated. He knew for sure the victory was his. The girl could no longer bear the grapevine whips touching her skin. The boy defeated the girl, but he had anxiety in his heart. Before him stood a picture. The girl, wrapped in lianas, looked very attractive. Suddenly, the girl could not hold back and exclaimed, confused by the strange and still unfamiliar sensations. She was enveloped by a dazzling glow, and the boy hurried to cover his eyes with his hand. Haruto did not understand what exactly was happening. The girl was enveloped in a bright glow that gradually faded, and at the same time she began to shrink before his eyes. When the lianas dissolved, the girl was left without support and fell to the ground, entangled in ropes of clay and roots. But this time, the plants no longer hold her as tightly as before. Everything happened because her body changed. The girl became smaller, and it seemed that she became younger. Now she looked like a very small child. The boy could not believe his eyes due to the sudden changes in the girl. She now looked like an ordinary teenager. Freeing herself from the vine's grasp, the girl ran up to the boy with force, timidly tapping him with her fists, angrily complaining that all the magic she had so diligently gathered was lost because of him. Haruto was not interested in her strikes or accusations. What truly impressed him was how she suddenly became completely different. Only now did the true essence of the beast woman appear before him. The girl began to cry. For a warrior, the highest honor is to give oneself for others. But suddenly a new, still unfamiliar feeling appeared in her heart, and it was pleasant. Then she turned to the boy and said that now he must take responsibility for everything that had happened. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, not only because of the girl's words about responsibility, but also because of how she looked now. Haruto was so enchanted by her new appearance that he could not think of anything else. The boy was confused and did not know how to behave. His cheeks turned red, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Later, the boy asked Tanya to behave more quietly and calmly. The girl lay on his shoulder, not moving at all. Recently, Garudo learned the girl's name from her. She called herself Beast Tanya. The girl still could not calm down and felt awkward because Garudo was carrying her on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. The boy explained to the girl that now it was his duty to accompany her to the guild. After that, he asked her once again to calm down and not worry unnecessarily. When he said he wanted to hand her over to the guild, the girl became very scared and confused. She sternly ordered the boy to let her go right now. Gerudo was irritated by her restlessness. He wondered silently when she would finally be quiet. But the girl calmed down, remembering the boy's magical abilities. She noticed that near Haruto her own magic recovered much faster. Tanya was half human, half beast, and also had demon blood flowing in her veins. She had no memories of her parents and did not even know how old she was. Her temperament was difficult. The girl often behaved rudely and unfriendly. The girl bit the boy, and Gerudo could not hold back. He screamed loudly from the unexpected pain. But Tanya only bit his shoulder harder with her teeth because she felt very bad because of him. To get rid of this unpleasant feeling, he instinctively sharply pushed the girl away from himself. Tanya fell face down on the ground. From the fall, tears appeared in her eyes. Her nose hurt because she hit the ground hard. Meanwhile, the boy was angry that she had acted that way. The girl did not pay attention to his indifference. She also felt anger because his sharp action hurt her pride. She still could not understand why he had acted that way. The boy firmly grabbed the girl by the head and began shaking it. His anger at her did not subside at all. Tanya, bursting into tears, pleaded with him to stop. Gerudo stopped shaking the girl, but his hand still lay on her head. Tanya calmly explained that a powerful wave of magic was coming from him now, and if she even tasted a little, this magic would increase even more. When the boy heard this, he immediately guessed. The girl decided to taste him. Surprised by her unexpected action, he pulled the girl by the cheek, showing that this should not be done. We told the girl that she could not do that anymore. If Tanya tried something like that again, she would face severe punishment. The girl could only take his word for it, but Tanya still dreamed of mastering his magic, so she asked Haruto to allow her to touch him. The boy did not think long and still agreed to her request. He really liked being near her, feeling her warmth and gentle embrace. After some time, the boy who was carrying the girl on his shoulders finally reached the city. Garudo wondered what he should do next. The boy was confused and did not understand how to behave with this girl. He could easily have handed her over to the knights, but something inside did not allow him to do that. In the city of Iris, mainly knights lived, not guild members. Although various knight squads constantly roamed the streets, in reality, it was the guilds that played the main role and had real power in the city. So Haruto decided that the best thing would be to entrust the girl to a familiar guild. With this decision, he entered the building with relief. However, no one smiled back at him. On the contrary, everyone around looked at the boy confused and surprised, as if they could not believe their eyes. Haruto realized that his friends misunderstood him. He had just entered the guild with a little girl whose hands and feet were tied. All of this looked, to put it mildly, suspicious. Tanya also realized this, and suddenly began to scream that the boy had kidnapped her. Haruto had to spend more than an hour explaining the truth to everyone and dispelling the misunderstanding. They quickly found themselves in a room. The boy, with a slight hint of irritation from the recent event, suggested to the girl to make a deal with him. When he finally explained the situation to the guild and dispelled all misunderstandings, the guild decided to entrust him with the care of Tanya. In fact, no one even promised a reward for capturing this girl. Moreover, she was just a small child. The man further explained the terms of their agreement. He would help Tanya regain her magical powers and allow her to attack him. Instead, she needed to tell him about the companion who exploded right in the mantle, and also explain why Tanya attacked Haruto. Hearing the terms of the deal, Tanya thought for a moment, but in a moment agreed to the boy's offer, pleasantly surprising him. Haruto looked at the girl with surprise. He did not think she would agree so quickly. He was even ready to argue over this agreement. When Tanya obtained an adult body, she left her village and decided to start a life as an adventurer. She was a half-blood, born from two powerful races, and this gave her a considerable advantage over ordinary people. She also found pleasure in battles with real opponents. This slightly upset the boy. He could not understand why all demons were so crazy before a fight. At that moment, he immediately remembered Lori. She behaved exactly the same way then. Tanya told the boy everything that had happened to her. About a month ago, two strangers in dark cloaks approached her. One of them said that a strong adventurer named Haruto had appeared in the city of Iris. The stranger, who did not give his name, advised Gania to find him if she wanted to be sure of her own strength. Gania set out on a long journey that took almost a month. Fate brought them together not in the city, as she expected, but right in the middle of the forest, exactly then and there, where the same stranger was waiting for her. For a whole month, Tanya never saw her companion without a cloak and hood. They hardly communicated with each other. Haruto understood from the conversation with Tanya that she was not particularly clever. After all, not everyone would agree to fulfill a request just because a stranger asked for it. Tanya paid no attention to the mystery and silence of her companion. Therefore, when the explosion sounded, she was as surprised as he was. Haruto quickly realized that the girl had been of no use to him. The boy's face became serious when he looked at the girl who seemed so carefree. His thoughts were full of questions he still had not found answers to, and this troubled him. It seems Tanya's companion was a golem. The girl also recalled that the second traveler, who did not join their company, was missing one hand. They first met in a town east of Iris, very close to the border. The boy had never been to this place before. Meanwhile, Golem, who had broken free and was very hungry, was not interested in the group of girls at all. He looked only at Haruto, as if only he existed in his world. If the golem really wanted revenge, he would have to look for Selly. However, he was concerned with only one boy. However, the boy did not give much importance to this news. He decided not to think about the golem now and leave this matter for later. But suddenly, the door to his room opened. Suddenly, Sharon and Princess Rafana entered the room. Sharon excitedly told everyone that they had returned together with Rafana. Instead of an answer, the girls saw something completely different from what they expected. In the room, a upset Haruto was waiting for them, and next to him sat an unfamiliar little girl with a strange appearance. The smile disappeared from Sharon's face. She looked at the boy irritably. Both she and Rafana could not figure out who this girl was and where she had come from in his life. Later, the boy told the girls everything that had happened. There were many delicious dishes on the table, and everyone enjoyed tasting them. But right during dinner, Tanya, showing her dissatisfaction, directly asked the boy when she would get her magical power back. He remembered this and called Lori to him. At that moment, Lori was enjoying delicious pastries and drinking tea. Haruto became curious whether she could transfer magical power to Tanya, just as she had done for Sharon. Lori immediately said that it was not difficult for her at all. Tanya left the dining room and stopped by the wall. Lori stretched out her hands to her, and the restoration of the girl's magical energy began. Later, Tanya realized that externally she had not changed. She was still a little girl as before. Lori assured her that the restoration was already complete. Then Tanya got angry because she still could not regain her adult body. Finally, the girl could not hold back and vented her irritation on the boy who was nearby. Tanya felt frustration because nothing was changing in her life. Lori, thoughtful, shared with them. To regain all her magical powers, she needed a kiss. Haruto looked at the girl confused, not understanding her words. He glanced confusedly at Lori and asked what she meant. Lori slyly confirmed that the boy understood everything correctly. Tanya's magic really returns as soon as she touches the boy. Moreover, Lori himself also quickly restores magical energy thanks to this. Especially at night, hearing this, the girl laughed cheerfully, and Sharon was puzzled and surprised because she herself, when touching that boy, did not feel anything like that. Lori explained to her that Sharon is an ordinary person and hardly could have done such a thing. At first, Haruto did not quite understand what exactly Lori meant when mentioning the events of that night. But then he suddenly realized Tanya just hinted that a very pleasant moment could have happened between them. This greatly confused him. Meanwhile, Tanya was happy, as she was sure a kiss would return all her magical power. The girl turned to the boy and began to slowly approach him. Tanya wanted to regain her magical powers as soon as possible. Her actions embarrassed Haruto. He understood nothing and was confused. The boy lifted Tanya, who had now turned into a little girl, and laid her on the bed. Approaching closer, he felt slight awkwardness, but still his desire was stronger. Haruto felt shame and doubt, looking at the girl who seemed so small and defenseless. However, despite his inner hesitation, he decisively stretched out his hands and gently took her cheeks. Haruto slowly approached Tanya, their faces almost touching each other. With a light kiss, he transmitted his energy to her, helping the girl to feel magical power again. The restoration continued, and three girls closely watched the events. Sharon, all flushed, could not take her eyes off Haruto and Tanya. After a few minutes, the boy stepped away from the girl. His cheeks blushed as he tried to gather his magic again. At that time, Tanya noticed that her own magical power was also slowly returning. When Haruto heard that she was talking about restoring power, he was genuinely surprised, as he had not noticed his magical energy decreasing at all. But for Tanya, this was not enough. She approached the boy once again and asked him to start restoring magic again. The boy did not argue and carefully touched the girl. As soon as they got closer, the magical energy in the girl began to fill up again. The boy suddenly felt intense heat from everything happening around. When the girl recovered, she seemed even sweeter to him, although she herself did not notice it. Lori approached Tanya, gently placed her hand on her shoulder, and whispered that there was another way to quickly fill the magical reservoir besides a kiss. Tanya immediately became interested and wanted to hear what exactly the method was. The girls recalled another way to restore the magical reservoir. Soon Tanya stepped away from Lori and approached the boy. Meanwhile, Lori watched this with a sly smile on her face. Tanya approached the boy and stopped, smiling sweetly. Innocence and a slight challenge combined in her eyes. She addressed Haruto with a request. Would he like to try a faster way of restoration together with her? Haruto could not hold back his emotions seeing how Tanya behaved. Her soft, charming appearance enchanted him so much that he could not restrain himself and approached her. All attempts to remain calm vanished in an instant. Winter came and brought cold. However, Haruto was not afraid of the cold. He sweetly fell asleep wrapped in the warmth of the girl's embrace. The boy opened his eyes, feeling warmth and comfort near the girls on the bed. Still, Haruto realized it was time to get up. He got up, gently ran his hand through the hair of the sleeping Rafina and Sharon. Then he quietly sat on the edge of the bed and looked attentively at the girls. He fixed his gaze on the girl with a rare, unusual appearance. Now she looked older than before. Tanya was taller than Lori but shorter than Mina. It seemed the transfer of magic had been successful. Suddenly the girl sharply grew, and this frightened the boy very much. It turned out that the girl's body grows exactly when she absorbs enough magical power. Haruto was even ready to share all his magic just to see Tanya again as she was before. The number of matters increased even more because another girl joined his harem. Haruto wanted to try a new technique he had learned in the forest. He took two different spells, an earth spell that creates vines and a water spell. When he mixed these magics, he got slippery vines that were hard to hold on to. To everyone's surprise, Sharon was the first to decide to try this unusual technique. The slime-covered vines tightly wrapped around her body. Haruto heard that Sharon was interested in such experiments. Seeing her among the vines, he couldn't resist and smiled slyly. The other girls didn't even try to run away or show outrage at this method. They always followed all the boy's instructions. Haruto was really very lucky with them. While the boy recalled what had happened yesterday, the girls had already woken up and taken their places. Haruto greeted each one and wished them a good morning. Some time passed, and finally the moment of the meeting came. Only Princess Rufina and Haruto himself appeared from the boys. The man explained that they relied on data from the Night Order when searching for the secret passage to the cave, but due to a collapse, they couldn't find it. Still, they learned that this entrance is located somewhere in the forest stretching east of the city. Princess Rafina quietly listened as she was being reported to. At that moment, the boy, without saying a word, was surprised to learn about the secret entrance. The man continued speaking without stopping. Later, it became known that the golem was actually moving east. The boy immediately understood that if the golem crossed the border, reaching it would be practically impossible. The Marquis heard these words. The man asked Princess Rufina if she wanted to set out on a journey with them. He added that he would be happy to help her at any moment if she asked for support. When Haruto finished his report, he was handed a small iron pass. It was a special permit that granted the right to cross the border. The man promised that he would soon take care of all the things and money they would need on the road. Rafina bowed deeply and sincerely thanked Marquis Cordato. Ruto could not take his eyes off when she bent low before the man. At that moment, he thought she was a real fairy tale princess. For him, this girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Some time passed, and finally the boy and the girl were able to leave the meeting. Rufina and Haruto leisurely walked through the city streets. Meanwhile, Amagi was pleased to have received his pass. Rufina smiled mysteriously, meeting the boy's gaze. She gently reminded him of last night and couldn't help but praise him. Gerudo blushed awkwardly from the compliment and shyly turned red. He turned to the girl, and Rafina continued to be amazed. She was genuinely impressed that the boy managed to find a solution that would be fair to everyone and offend no one. She approached the boy, gently took his hand, and pressed herself against him. tomorrow everything will change. They will no longer be able to be together as before. Nothing will ever be the same as before. The girl began to look at the boy with mysterious glances. Ruta instantly guessed what she really wanted. Of course, he really loved spending time with everyone together, enjoying joyful moments in the company of friends. But from time to time, he wanted to be with each girl separately to better understand her and give special moments just for her. Such actions are also important to strengthen their bond. The young man and Rafina remained alone in the room, and a special excitement began to arise between them. The hotelier looked at the girl, who was noticeably nervous. She patiently waited for what he would do next, and at the same time felt a little embarrassed. Her gaze beckoned the boy, as if drawing him to her. Their bodies merged, forming a single shadow. Between them began a moment of pleasure, and both felt incredible satisfaction. The boy tried to give the girl joy, and it brought him true pleasure. The feelings were extremely pleasant, and perhaps this is how dreams and hopes come true. After a while, Tanya watched the birds calmly circling in the clear blue sky. The boy and Lori sat next to each other on the bench on the roof, relaxing and worrying about nothing. But Haruto could not take his eyes off what was happening below. There, Salson was preparing food together with Mina. The young man watched Siles closely. Gloria, together with Tanya, sincerely became interested in what exactly made the boy ponder. In response, he smiled lightly and said that for a moment he imagined someone in an apron. He opened up to the girls and told them about his fantasy. The boy confessed that he dreams of seeing someone in just an apron, without any other clothes. Tanya did not understand at all what was happening. Gerudo tried to explain that for him it was a real temptation, but even after his words, Tanya still felt confused. Gloria smiled and remarked that he always worries about all sorts of nonsense. After these words, he felt ashamed. He sighed heavily and told both girls that they lacked charm in such matters. Hearing this, Lori became upset and visibly wilted. Gerudo realized that talks about attractiveness could hit Lori where it hurts, so he felt a bit awkward. But Lori's behavior indicated something completely different. She approached the boy and, with a sly smile, lightly pressed her body against his. She smiled at the boy and assured him that appearance is not important at all when it comes to true pleasure. At that moment, Tanya noticed how his magic became even stronger. The girl continued to embrace the boy, feeling the amazing power of his charms. At that moment, Haruto realized that his excitement was connected to the strong magical energy born between them. After Laurier suddenly pressed against Tanya, Gerudo suddenly broke out in a sweat. He felt very hot, and he realized that he wanted to go to the bathroom to freshen up. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to his mind. Since everyone had time and no one was in a hurry, the boy suggested having a real bathing day. He immediately shared his plan with the girls. The boy went downstairs and began preparations. He decided to use a spell to organize a bathing day for himself. Celis was worried about him. After all, controlling such a substance requires a lot of magical power. Perhaps he was already working at the limit of his abilities. But Haruto was not worried at all about possibly losing magical energy. He firmly believed in his powers. Once he was a true hero. Without any hesitation, the man pronounced the spell and immediately summoned the magic called Earth Bath. He planned to dig a pit using the magic of the Earth Bath. This would make the water dense and strong, so no turbidity would arise in it. The boy found an underground water source and managed to stop the river that had burst out during the excavations. Then he lifted Haruto in his arms, directed the water stream into the pit, and immediately heated it with the fireball spell. Over time, a new modern bathhouse grew on the site of the old plot. Here they arranged a pool with warm water, which quickly became a favorite place for everyone who wanted to relax well. The girls could not hide their surprise. The boy's act impressed them. One by one, they approached the water to get a better look. The most surprised was Celes. She found it hard to believe that the boy managed to gather so much water, as it was a real rarity in their world. Haruto was happy watching the girl admire it, and was especially happy when Celes praised him. He realized that now she no longer felt fear of him. He blushed a little and looked at Silly, hoping that she would say something nice about him again. He really wanted to hear her words of admiration once more. But the girl became a little worried when she noticed that the house had only one bathtub. The boy, with a sly smile, suggested that they all go wash together. Silly's was surprised that the boy so calmly agreed to bathe together with the girls. She almost said that it would be better to bathe one at a time, but the boy immediately began to explain that the water would cool quickly, and he would no longer have the strength to heat it again. Selly, hearing his words, awkwardly agreed with his reasoning. The young man, smiling broadly, was clearly waiting for her to decide to join the bathing with him as well. Learning that she would have to bathe with him, Seal categorically refused to go to the bath. the boy quickly realized that his plans were unfolding quite differently than he had imagined. When the boy became upset after Seal's refusal, Sharon approached her. She really wanted to understand why Seal still did not want to go to the bathroom. Sharon tried to persuade Sally to bathe, but the girl stubbornly refused and did not give in to any requests. The boy sincerely rejoiced. He did not expect to receive support from this particular person. Meanwhile, Sharon turned to Sally and told her that from now on Gerudo would be their protector and would always take care of them. The boy realized that he would not get what he wanted. Sellies asked in surprise why he did not want to bathe with everyone, since warming the water would not be easy. Then Sharon explained to her that the boy had deceived Sellies. The boy called Sharon. The girl turned to them and looked at the boy in such a way that a chill ran down his skin. Her gaze was dark and full of danger. After that, the boy could not utter a single word. The bathhouse was specially closed off from prying eyes so that no one could peek at the bathing. The girls happily relaxed in the warm water, while the boy sat sullen and did not share their enthusiasm at all. Haruto did not join the others in swimming but stayed on guard. He could have used search magic to watch everyone, but at that moment, he remembered that he had not yet told anyone about its features. At least, thanks to the magical spell, the boy could secretly watch the girl bathing. Some time passed, and in the same arena Gerudo and Sharon decided to train together. During the fight, Sharon unexpectedly managed to land an accurate hit on Gerudo, causing him real pain. The girl was even more surprised by this than the boy himself. Lori stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, watching everything that was happening. The girl sincerely rejoiced for her friend. After all, she had finally achieved her goal. Sharon jumped up with happiness. She finally managed not just to touch the boy, but to strike him with a real blow during the attack. Rudo sincerely congratulated the girl on her noticeable strengthening. In response, Sharon gratefully bowed her head and thanked Rudo, because it was thanks to his sparring that she managed to succeed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even been able to touch him. Gerudo said nothing in response to Sharon's thanks, only smiled warmly at her. After that, he gently ran his hand through her hair, slightly tousling it. When they were in the forest, the boy suggested making their training even harder. Sharon was very surprised by this idea. Until that moment, Gerudo had always protected the girl and been lenient with her, but now he realized it was time to take her training more seriously. Hearing these words, the girl took a fighting stance. She already knew that intense training lay ahead, but Sharon was ready for it. Sharon quickly lunged forward and swung her fist at the boy, but he deftly dodged to the side and easily avoided her blow. The girl did not fall behind. She relentlessly rushed forward, attacking the boy again and again. Her strikes followed one after another, but none reached the target. She did not manage to even touch him. Sharon became angry. Displeasure was visible on her face, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Instead of hand strikes, she suddenly changed tactics and began attacking with her legs. She quickly threw her leg forward, aiming to hit him in the head with a kick, but the boy managed to notice her movement, sharply pushed off, and skillfully dodged the blow. Sharon was surprised to see how the boy quickly dodged her unexpected strike. She tried to attack with the other leg, but he swiftly stopped her movement with his leg. Rudo instantly, without hesitating for a moment, grabbed the girl by the hand. Sharon did not have time to recover before she screamed loudly from surprise. The boy sharply pulled her towards himself. When Haruto hugged her tightly, he finally pressed her to the ground. The boy suddenly pushed the girl, and she fell right onto the soft green grass. Lying on her back, she looked up helplessly, watching the endless blue sky stretched above her. Lori calmly watched as the boy pushed her friend Sharon, and she fell on her back. She did not even think about worrying for Sharon. At the same time, Sharon lay on her back trying to compose herself after a heavy blow. Her breathing was labored. She was still fighting for every breath. Sharon was breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath, and Haruto was already standing over her. He glanced at her attentively and slowly stepped closer. Lori closed her eyes to avoid witnessing this awkward situation. At that moment, Haruto gently touched a certain part of her body, and the girl quietly gasped in embarrassment. The boy gladly felt how he touched the girl. Her body seemed to seek his hands itself and fit perfectly into his palms. This was her punishment for losing. After all, the boy promised to take her seriously. Because of this, Sharon felt awkward. Gerudo continued to gently touch Sharon with his hands. He slowly fingered the beads on her, and the girl unconsciously barely flinched from his tender touches. The girl's body had such proportions that it seemed as if they were made just for him. That was exactly the impression the boy had. Haruto gladly cherished every moment spent next to Sharon. But the boy quickly composed himself after Sharon's unexpected appearance. He had to remember, standing nearby was not just a girl who had lost to him, but also Laurier. Her cold, unfriendly gaze seemed to pierce the boy to the very bones. He felt that this girl definitely did not support his choices. Lately, it seemed that Laurier looked at him even more disdainfully than usual. The embarrassed boy cautiously stepped back from Sharon, trying to pretend that nothing had just happened. He thought that if Sillies saw them together, it could lead to trouble. However, for some time now, Sillies had been watching everything carefully. The girl stood aside, trembling with fear. Her eyes filled with tears as she watched them with apprehension. The girl noticed that the boy was looking at her, and at that very moment she ran away from their company. Gart wanted to stop her, but she ran too fast and had already gone far from him. The young man stood silently, with his head lowered, watching the girl who was moving away. He was completely confused and had no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, Sharon tried to calm down. She breathed deeply, as vivid memories of his touches still lingered in her mind. Haruto suddenly placed his hands on one part of Sharon's body, which greatly surprised her. The boy completely stopped paying attention to Laurier. He was struggling to cope with the stress after the events with Celes. Anxiety was growing in Haruto's heart, and it seemed he was about to lose control of himself. Nearby on another spot, the girls had gathered. Mina was preparing dinner. She carefully arranged plates and utensils on the table. Rafina and Tanya were just relaxing, not worrying at all about Sharon's height. When night fell outside, the boy left the house. Making sure there was no one around, Haruto walked far away from his home. The boy took a mobile phone out of his pocket, smiled, looked at the screen, and pressed the button to turn on the device. Haruto was scrolling through the phone screen, wanting to review all the explicit photos he had uploaded before leaving Earth again. Suddenly, Seals approached from behind. She was surprised because she thought the boy was supposed to be at home. He unexpectedly got scared, screaming from surprise and embarrassment. Hiding the phone behind his back, Haruto got confused and nervous because he couldn't find Celia at home. It turned out the girl was simply in the bathroom. Learning that the girl noticed nothing, Haruto sighed with relief. Unaware of this himself, he pulled the smartphone out from behind his back. Thus he intrigued the girl with an unknown thing in his hands. The girl looked at the mobile phone with curiosity. Seals could not take her eyes off the phone. She was filled with childlike curiosity. She really wanted to find out what strange object the boy was holding in his hands. Seeing how Seals looked at the phone in surprise, the boy got a little confused. However, quickly gathering himself, he explained to her that it was a modern smartphone. The girl was intently examining the phone, carefully looking at it from all sides. Suddenly, the screen turned off, and she worried that she might have broken something. But the boy quickly calmed her down, saying that nothing bad had happened. The boy took the phone from her, turned on the camera, and demonstrated how to use it. Seals was delighted. She had no idea the phone could do so much. She did not understand this equipment at all. Even if the phone was assembled using magic, Seals still would not have been able to explain how the boy did it. What fascinated her most were the mysterious symbols she had never seen before. Jerkudo tried to tell the girl something, but her attention was completely fixed on the phone. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the device, unexpectedly frightening Seals. The guy simply approached, took her phone, and instantly turned off the ringtone. The girl looked at him with surprise and admiration. To her, he seemed like a true master at handling smartphones. Silly approached the boy and, without even realizing it, asked to see his phone. Gerudo was surprised by such unexpected curiosity on her part. The boy looked away from Silly's in confusion and began to refuse. He was afraid that if she started looking through his phone, she would accidentally find his collection of spicy images. But Siri approached the boy directly and looked at Haruto with eyes full of hope, like a little puppy. For the first time, she was so close to him. The boy realized that this was a great opportunity to become closer to Sally. Now they could spend more time together, discovering new possibilities of the mobile phone. But a difficulty arose. If Haruto destroys these photos, it will no longer be possible to recover them. And for him, these pictures were a true reminder of his native Earth. Celes saw that the boy was lost in thought and thought that he was not pleased with her request. Despite his doubts, the boy still agreed to help. But doubts quickly disappeared from his head. After all, now he had so many girls that there was simply no need for such photos. When the boy finally calmed down, he agreed to look at the phone, and this immediately caused joy in the girl. Celes was on cloud nine with happiness because she finally managed to see that mysterious phone from all sides, which had intrigued her so much. She warmly and sincerely thanked the boy for this opportunity. Haruto told the girl that it was already late to start studying, so it was better to postpone it until tomorrow. The girl headed home to rest and wished the boy good night. He in response also wished her a peaceful sleep. In 10 minutes, Haruto erased all the information from his phone, bidding a hard farewell to his favorite photos, but he knew these moments would always live in his heart. The next morning, the boy gathered the girls at dawn. He seated them in a semicircle around himself and prepared to share with them knowledge about one type of magic. Sharon raised her hand because she wanted to ask Haruto a question. She was very curious to find out what kind of magic it was, since she herself only knew enhancement magic. Haruto explained to her that today they would be studying fire magic. Although this magic rarely helps in battles, it is very useful in everyday life. The girls became interested in how fire magic works. Meanwhile, the boy did not stop his story, but hoped that one of the sailors could explain it in more detail. Then Haruto invited the girl to come to the board. Celes agreed, stood up from her seat, and confidently walked to the middle of the semicircle. While Seal approached the board and began working with it, the boy turned to Tanya and Lori and asked if they knew how to wield fire magic. But Lori and Tanny could not use such magic. Lori was not bothered by it at all. She perceived the unfamiliar with cold calm, but Tanny, on the contrary, was very irritated by it. Celes was already prepared and began to explain. In fact, controlling fire magic is not difficult at all. To create a small flame, it is enough to ask the fire spirit. Haruto was delighted by the knowledge that Celes revealed to him. Previously, he thought that to create a flame it was enough just to imagine it, and he did not even suspect that he could turn to the fire spirit for help. Celes noticed that the boy's facial expression changed sharply, but he instantly composed himself and pretended that everything was fine. Then he turned to the girl and asked her to continue the lecture. After this, Celes returned to the lesson. She was a true genius, so she explained so clearly that everyone immediately grasped the essence. Even if she explains everything well, learning magic is still difficult. Only a few are lucky enough to become true masters in this craft. Haruto noticed that Tanya and Lori were not interested in the new magic at all. Both were calmly sleeping during the lesson and did not even try to learn anything new. The young man decided that he would definitely find a way to punish them later. Mina, dressed in a maid's outfit, found herself in a difficult situation. She found it hard to use magic. She asked the boy to show again how he wields fire magic. Haruto immediately agreed because it was not difficult for him at all. A small flame suddenly ignited on the boy's palm. Celes could not look away. The youth had created a magical fire without uttering a single word. Mina also watched this amazing skill with admiration. Mina asked the boy if he could see spirits. He, still full of joy from the praise he had heard, honestly admitted that he could not. Celes raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing that the boy did not see spirits. She looked at him with genuine astonishment, but warmth from his kind words still flickered in her eyes. At first he noticed nothing suspicious, so he decided to ask the girl if everything was all right. Sally only briefly replied that she was fine. However, in order to cast spells without words, a person must fully connect with the spirit. The boy was surprised. Do spirits really exist? Suddenly she confessed to the girls that she had never seen a single ghost. The only one she had ever met was a fairy who was always by the hero's side. The girls looked at the boy in surprise, and everyone fell silent. For a few moments, silence fell in the room. Mina never thought that fairies could be real. She became curious, so she decided to ask seals how fairies differ from spirits. Sally told them that people know almost nothing about fairies. These creatures are very rarely encountered, but many believe that fairies are somehow connected with spirits. The boy became interested in curato after the fairy called him a spirit. Sally explained that such spiritual stones are created by the fairies themselves, but no one knows exactly how they manage to do it. The girl abruptly changed the subject, becoming interested in the boy's abilities. She found it strange. If he cannot see spirits, then how does he manage to perform magic without any words? The young man, slightly embarrassed, began to tell everything. He admitted that he simply imagined the crackling of fire in his head, and suddenly the flame burst out right on his palm. While recounting this story, the boy gestured amusingly to make the tale more entertaining. Celes could not understand what the boy meant. His words seemed a complete mystery to her. She just looked at him confusedly, trying to figure it out. Instead, Mina immediately understood what he was talking about. She tried to use a new method of creating a magical spell, and instantly a small flame flared up on her palms, illuminating her face. The boy smiled sincerely, for his advice truly helped. The girl managed to summon a flame using magic. Seal watched with interest the sparkling fire that danced on her friend's palm. Mina sincerely thanked the boy for the explanation. Now she finally understood how to properly use fire magic, and it pleased her very much. Hearing this confession, Esli felt slight disappointment. It was hard for him to understand such a strange excuse. But this strange explanation allowed not only Minnie, but also other girls to understand better. Only Raphanus still could not grasp the meaning of the spell. The young man silently looked at Celes. The girl became upset, her eyes filled with confusion and distrust. She slowly approached the stream, for it was hard for her to believe that everyone immediately understood the magic just from the boy's words. The carriage wheels gradually grew louder, softly rolling along the road. The girls, looking out from the open roof, noticed that the border town of Morito was already nearby. The boy stood with them and looked at the town near the border. A girl with a strange, unusual appearance was sitting on his back. Tanya felt confused and uncomfortable at that moment. She was slightly confused but dared to speak to the boy, feeling nervous. Yet he only smiled quietly, pretending not to hear her words. The girl still called Haruto shameless because he took advantage of the opportunity to help to brazenly touch her. When she was outraged, he calmly suggested she get off his back in response. Tanya found no words in response and only silently endured his touches. Rafina and Sharon, already accustomed to the boy's behavior, awkwardly watched the scene. Haruto remembered everything he had heard about the town of Moruto, located near the border. Iris and the settlements nearby were considered quite large cities here. Maruto differed from other cities in that a wall rose right in its center, dividing the city into two parts. One could enter or leave the city only through the city hall. Soon the boys arrived in the city of Moruto. The boy did not let go of Tanya from his embrace, gazing admiringly at the lively streets around. The city was filled with movement and life. Seals began sharing news with everyone nearby. Somewhere on the other side of the city, there was a famous dungeon. It was not as deep as the labyrinth in Iris, but no one had yet managed to get through it to the very end. Gerudo remembered that Tanya really wanted to get to this place. She was curious to reach Morotu and visit the dungeon. But when she was advised not to go to the neighboring country, she changed her mind and decided to join the guild. They were not yet going to cross the border, because their goal was not the dungeon, but the golem. Therefore, the boy decided to split the team and immediately get to work. He distributed the duties among everyone. Laura, together with Rafina, were to convey greetings to the local officials and give them a letter from the Marque requesting support. After this, Sharon, together with Tsina and Intania, looked for a place to spend the night, and then head to an interview at the Adventurers Guild. In the end, only Haruto and Mina remained together, and now they were mostly the ones asking passersby questions. However, Haruto dreamed of walking around the city a little on his own. If the golem is still in the city, he definitely feels something. The boy turned to his companion. It is worth starting the search from the city outskirts. So Garudo was left alone with Mina. The girl held his hand tightly and did not let go for a second. The young man gladly felt the gentle touch of Mina's hands. It never occurred to him to take the girl somewhere dark with bad intentions. He understood well that if they got lost, it would only cause them trouble. The boy glanced at the building. At first, it seemed to him that it was an ordinary hotel. However, when he noticed girls in revealing outfits near the entrance, it immediately became clear this was not a hotel at all. The boy thought that this place did not look like an ordinary hotel at all, but rather resembled a house with red lanterns. Gerudo was confused. He understood nothing and could not grasp what was being talked about. Why did he end up right here? Mina and Haruto blushed confusedly at what they saw, but the boy knew exactly what he wanted most. The boy looked uncertainly at the girl standing nearby and wanted to say something, but suddenly a group of strangers interrupted his attention. They noticed the boy walking next to the beautiful girl and hinted that he better not stroll here so freely. Suddenly, three men appeared before Gerard and Minnie. They glanced at each other and looked at the girl with blatant audacity. Noticing that they were looking at her unfavorably, Mina got scared and hid behind the boy. Gerudo stood in front of her, ready to protect, and tried to peacefully talk to the dangerous men. In response to his words, everyone laughed even louder. They began to mock the boy, to ridicule him, and this only irritated Gerudo more. But the boy did not do anything. He simply stopped paying attention to them and quietly moved forward through the crowd together with the girl. But suddenly one of the men squeezed the girl's hand hard and roughly pulled her towards himself. In his eyes was a brazen curiosity, as if he were examining a caught victim. But at that very moment, his face was struck by an unexpected blow. The man didn't even have time to raise his hand to defend himself. Everything happened incredibly fast. Gerudo delivered such a powerful blow that the man instantly fell to the ground. His friends and Mina looked at the one lying motionless in amazement. The two men who remained were simultaneously surprised and frightened by the boy's sudden attack, but at the same time, their anger at his actions only grew. Haruto couldn't hold back and hit the boy. It was only an instinctive reaction. Then he looked them in the eyes carefully and sternly said that they themselves had provoked the situation, so there was no one to blame but themselves. The blonde angrily furrowed his brows upon hearing the boy's words. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger and prepared to attack, but Haruto remained calm and watched attentively as the enemy approached closer and closer with his strike. With one move, he made the man not only give up the attack, but also drop his weapon to the floor. The boy easily jumped aside, and with a smile told the man that he was too slow. The man hadn't yet realized what had just happened. But Haruto did not stop. He decisively rushed forward and struck the man right in the most sensitive spot. From the sharp pain, he shuddered and opened his mouth, trying to scream but couldn't utter a sound. After the last blow, the blonde realized that this man could no longer threaten him. He only groaned and writhed in pain on the ground. Then the boy turned to the girl. The boy was surprised when he saw that the girl had already dealt with the other man. She felt a little awkward because she wanted to resist more strongly, but it didn't go as she had planned. Yet she continued to hold the man firmly by the shoulders, pressing him against herself so that he could neither move nor escape. Some time passed, and the girl used healing magic to help the men regain consciousness. After that, the boy approached one of them. Waking up, he noticed with horror that his hands and feet were tightly bound with ropes. Frightened, the boy opened his eyes wide and glanced at the person standing nearby. Haruto glanced at the man with a look full of icy sorrow and piercing indifference. Fear gripped this man. He looked around uncertainly, searching for a way out of this awkward situation. The boy told the man that he would let him go if he no longer behaved that way. The man got scared and immediately agreed to this condition. But he still was not let go. At first, Haruto wanted to ask the stranger a question. The man looked at the boy with obvious curiosity. It turned out that Haruto was interested in the golem, but he had never encountered such a strange creature, without a right hand and with a hood on its head, nor had he seen or heard about it before. The boy did not trust the man's words, so he asked again about the same thing. With each passing minute, he increasingly suspected that this stranger was not just a random passerby, but someone who possessed hidden information. But the man still paid no attention to Haruto. This made the boy a little angry. After all, he believed that in such cases people should answer all his questions. Haruto was already about to leave this company, as he had heard nothing useful, but suddenly one of the men remembered a store that was located nearby. Hearing these words, the boy looked attentively at the man. He was very interested in the story about the shop. After additional questioning of the men, he allowed 3 of them to leave, and they quickly stepped aside. Mina remained in place, confused and not knowing what to do next. She asked the boy what exactly was being talked about and whether he wanted to talk to the person the other men had mentioned. The boy confirmed she understood everything correctly. Haruto did not listen very carefully to the girl because he was constantly distracted by the price. To stay here, one had to pay a full 5,000 kovals. When the girl noticed this, she could not hold back and exclaimed in surprise. She awkwardly called the boy and, stammering a little, tried to say something to Haruto. Clenching the edge of her costume in her hand, the girl finally managed to say that he saved her from the bandits. The girl blushed slightly and shyly asked the boy if he would like her to do something nice for him. Mina hesitantly, though bashfully, took his hand and sincerely thanked him for saving her. Haruto calmly accepted this gratitude, maintaining his dignity. The boy tried his best to hide his excitement, but the girl's words simply enchanted him. Hearing them, Haruto could not hold back his own emotions. He became very nervous and even blushed. The boy shyly expressed his opinion and suggested taking a break. She agreed without hesitation. They decided to rest in the red light district. The couple was already in the room. The girl did not hold back sweet moans, giving in to her feelings and completely trusting his confident movements. Some time passed and they were already in the bathroom instead of the bedroom. The boy thought it was strange that this bath cost a whole 5,000 kolas, but after all, it was worth it. The girl and the boy were so absorbed in each other that it seemed like nothing else existed around them. They enjoyed every minute together and felt truly happy. Suddenly, the boy noticed the girl's ear. He gently inquired of Nina about her ears, softly touching her human ears. The girl was from the beast folk. That was why the boy was so interested in her ears. The girl blushed a little when she noticed that he was closely examining them. Meanwhile, Haruto wondered, could she hear with both pairs of ears at once? Mina said she hears sounds from all sides. Because of this, it is difficult for her to distinguish humans from beast folk. The girl did not understand how people could live with only one pair of ears. It even seemed a little funny to her. After all, they are just ears. And soon everyone forgot about the ears. They were completely captivated by pleasant sensations and gentle touches to each other. After some time, Haruto reached the western outskirts of the city of Maruto and headed to the tavern. He boldly opened the door and went inside. Rafina and Mina were already waiting for his arrival. When the boy entered, they warmly greeted him. Princess Rafina was comfortably sitting on the sofa and calmly drinking tea. Noticing that the girls had already returned to their temporary shelter, Haruto also warmly greeted them. The boy asked about Lori, and Rafina without hesitation explained that the girl was now resting in her room. The druid was a little confused upon hearing the girl's words. After all, he was supposed to accompany Rafina and help her according to the agreement. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts and asked the girl if they had managed to find out anything new. It turned out that they had not managed to learn anything interesting. Everyone only said that nothing unusual had happened and nothing was known about it. However, they promised to find out more and figure out the situation. When the boy listened to her story, he asked how Sharon and the other girls were doing. It seemed that nothing special was to be expected from them. Rifna noticed the bag in the boy's hands. She became curious about what he had brought in it, so she decided to inquire about his purchase. Haruto smiled, opened his bag and took out the purchase. They were leggings, which he happily showed to the girls, proud of his choice. Rafina and Mina looked at his purchase with surprise. They had never heard the word leggings before and had never seen such clothing. The young man told them what leggings were. In simple words, they are stretchy pants usually worn by women. Haruto was walking the streets of Maruto when he suddenly noticed a shop with an unusual name, Everything You Need, on Romanivska Street. This was the very store mentioned in the conversation by the man he had met earlier. He left Mina at the hotel and headed to the store himself. Upon entering, the boy looked at the goods displayed on the shelves with surprise. It turned out that this was not an informant's reception at all, but a cosplay costume shop. The air was filled with a special romantic atmosphere, and as soon as he entered, a smiling man with glasses and luxurious mustaches approached him. Here you could find knight armor from the royal court, uniforms of local guilds, black cloaks, and also mantles for pupils of the Iris School. In a word, everything anyone could ever dream of. The boy realized that this man probably thought wearing a maid's clothes is Mina's hobby, so he decided to tell him about the store. When the guy came out of the store, he noticed that there was less money in his wallet. Rafina quickly understood why he made this purchase. If it really makes him happy, she will gladly try on the new leggings. Mina completely agreed with these words. She suggested to the boy to go together to this store next time. This invitation pleased the boy very much. After the quarrel among the three, they agreed that these trophy leggings would be given to Rufina, because if Saleh had received them, she would have refused to wear them anyway. The boy looked at the girl and asked for permission for Silly to help them get dressed. Rafina gladly agreed to this. The next morning the room was filled with bright sunlight, and under the window rang the clear song of a bird. The boy opened his eyes precisely because of this magical singing. The boy woke up yawning widely. Haruto felt tired even after sleep. He couldn't believe he had spent the night alone in this small room. His soul was anxious and uneasy. It was not worth bringing Celis to the tavern. The girl refused to spend the night with him, so the man was placed in a separate room. Eventually, all the girls were placed together in one large women's room. If there had been at least 2 separate rooms for the girls, Haruto could have come to them at night. Haruto could not come to terms with the fact that he was deprived of the opportunity to enjoy the sight of girls' bodies. He had patiently waited so long, a whole month, but did not receive a single revealing photo. Because of this, the boy sighed thoughtfully and heavily, feeling disappointed. Since nothing could be changed, he decided to simply relax with the girls, trying to make each meeting unique. The first one with whom he truly felt joy from spending time together was Rufina. After that, he went with Lori to the place where he had previously had fun with Mina and Rafina. The entertainment brought him joy, but the money quickly disappeared from his pocket. He visited these establishments so often that the visitors already recognized him well. For the 3rd time, to the surprise of both the pastors and the guests, he came there with Tanya, but the boy did not regret his choice at all. Then Sharon and Mina, feeling guilty for leaving him alone in the room, decided to apologize. They offered to do with him whatever he wished to thank him for his patience. As expected, Mina confidently held onto the bar, demonstrating incredible endurance like a true woman beast. At that time, the boy watched the 2 girls with admiration. Mina really was an unusual, wonderful maid. Soon the boy joined the girls and began to give them a cheerful mood. Since 2 weeks had passed since their move to Morito, Celis often stayed in her room. Sitting there, she constantly felt the temptation to take the phone apart. Celis did not plan to completely disassemble the device. She just wanted to understand how it worked, and the boy was worried that nothing would happen to his phone. However, he had already promised to give the phone to Silly so she could study. The girl also really wanted to solve the issue with charging the device. Since charging the phone was quite difficult, she began to think about whether magic could be used for this. Therefore, he persuaded Sally to take apart her phone. After all, it was Haruto who made such demands, and this could not be told to anyone. In fact, the conditions he came up with to allow her to look through his phone meant nothing to him. Haruto just wanted to take the opportunity to be with Seals and saw it as a date. He wished for sincere feelings to arise between them. Haruto did not at all just want to hold her hand every time. However, the girl ruined his plans. She was so absorbed in her new phone that she completely forgot about everything else. A true researcher lives in her heart. She always wants to take apart any object that comes into her hands. The boy recalled the moment when the girl was incredibly happy. He allowed her to scroll through his phone, and then her smile was truly charming. At that moment, the boy saw a real angel in her. Sally, however, did not notice him at all. She was completely absorbed in her task, carefully examining and disassembling the phone. The girl disassembled the phone, opened the back cover of the smartphone, and immediately noticed one detail. Inside the device, her gaze stopped on a large black rectangle that stood out among the other components. The boy took the object in his hands and told the girl that this large rectangular thing was the battery. Silly was surprised looking at the boy. Unexpectedly, he understood something about phones. However, Gardo frankly admitted he only knows how the battery is arranged. The boy watched with interest as the girl carefully removed the phone parts one by one. She closely studied the wires inside. Then Seal asked him to look at the inscriptions on the battery and read them, but the boy could not understand anything, as everything was written in English. Seamus was upset because he could not understand the inscriptions that fascinated her so much. He only knew a few of the simplest English words, as he did not continue studying beyond the 6th grade. The boy suddenly stopped. His attention was drawn to something unexpected. It turned out that Sally's had indeed worn the same leggings that Rafina had once given her. The boy was filled with joy. His face simply radiated happiness. In his thoughts, he was already thanking Rufina for persuading Seals to wear leggings. He decided that next time he would definitely thank her sincerely. Suddenly, Laurier approached Celes and Gerudo, which greatly frightened the boy. Her voice made him sharply turn to her. Laurie had just woken up and felt hungry. She suggested to the boy that they go eat together. But he intended to refuse her, as he was busy with the Celes. Haruto explained to Laurie that they were currently disassembling a smartphone. The girl, despite the boy's unwillingness to go together, quietly informed Celes. Under her dress, she was wearing perfectly decent clothes, ordinary leggings. Although Celes did not hear what he said, the boy was frightened by Laurier's strange behavior, so he did not dare to argue. Moreover, Celes herself was not against letting him go. Once knights in shining armor quickly galloped through the city streets on their horses. Hearing the loud pounding of hooves, the boy ran out of the shop, eager to find out what had happened. Haruto entered the shop again. As it turned out, he came here every day to look at swords and other weapons. He was captivated by the sight of the mithril sword. This shiny blade was clearly better than anything he had owned before. The quality of the new sword was impressive, and in many ways surpassed the old weapon. The boy desperately needed new weapons because he lost his previous one during a fight with the golem. But when he found out how much a new sword cost, he almost sighed aloud. The price was too high for him. Then the boy decided to bargain and asked the seller to sell the goods for half the price. However, the seller did not agree and almost kicked him out of the store. The boy returned empty-handed, and it upset him greatly. It seemed that the sword he had dreamed of was not destined for him to obtain. When he came back to the inn, Raftina was already there. The girl approached the boy and called him by name. Suddenly, the boy turned around in surprise, shifting his gaze to what Rafina was doing. But Rafina paid no attention to this. She was worried about something completely different. She quickly approached the boy, said it was extremely important, and insisted that he go with her immediately. The boy, together with the girls, learned the terrifying news. A demon broke out of the dungeon. This stunned everyone. The old man shared a story with them. If you travel east from Maruto for about 5 days, you can come across a dungeon that many legends circulate about among researchers.